The altitude that the scouts flew was 4 to 6 feet above the highest obstacle. So we're flying around 10, 12 feet off the ground. We were close enough to see the whites of the eyes of the guys that we were engaging. We could smell the guys on the ground in concentration. My instinct was always, if a guy fires on you, you turn and attack him. That's the way I was trained as an infantryman. You bust an ambush by counter-ambush training. You turn, you engage the ambush, and you charge them. That's the inclination that I brought to the scouts. An M134 at 25 meters slant range from a guy that's shooting at you gives you one hell of an advantage over a guy with an AK-47. It also gets their attention very quickly. Speed is life. If you come back over a target 3, 4, 5 times and get slow, you're going to get popped. So we took the sights out and simply took a hand's width above the lateral cross member on the canopy and made a grease pencil mark. That was our gun sight. And once you fire, 2,000 rounds or 4,000 had 2 rates of fire. It's spewing straight red tracers. Again, we're very close. We're 25, 30, 40 meters from people when we engage them. The minigun was devastating. All of a sudden, the guys quit shooting at us. I think they learned to a degree that when you shoot at this little bird's going to shoot back. The number of them who said to me in the club at night, "You're going to get your ass blown off," was significant. But again, as experience took me further into the realm of scouting, you learn when you got to get out of there, when you got to fish and when you got to cut bait. The vibration started, and it was the most severe vibration I ever felt in an aircraft in my career. The round had penetrated the spar, the leading edge of the blade, and split it completely open. We took 19 rounds through the back end of the aircraft. I thought we were done. They're going to get us because they're close. There was a whole bunch of them. I tried to counter with left pedal, and I've got the stick pulled all the way back into my crotch, and all of a sudden I hear an explosion, and what had happened is that burning rocket set the other rocket motors, the other 5 that were still in the pod, they exploded. The aircraft starts to spin. I'm holding the stick back for everything I'm worth. Bob Smith is coming down behind me. Lou Brewer is in his front seat, and Lou keys the mic, and he goes, "Pull it now, pull it." The aircraft rolled on its right side and went through the top of the trees, and we had another 150 feet to go. The world goes black. John had a busted back and a busted neck. He was still in the aircraft. He was terribly twisted several times before the Rangers got to us. He said to me, he said, "Shoot me and evade." I said, "John, I'm not going anywhere. I got a busted leg. I'm not going anywhere."
Well, Hugh, we finally made it happen. We got Greg Coker linked us up last year, I think, and I was busy, you were busy, and then Coker had told me that you had a book, Low Level Hell, which we're going to get all into. And it'd been a long time since I read a book, but I grew up reading books about Vietnam. And so Coker said, "Hey, you got to talk to this guy. He's a legend in the aviation community, and his book was mandatory reading when I was at the 160th Flying Little Birds." So I said, "Oh, all right." And, we got busy for a while, and I think I had reached out to you and we talked, and then, I don't know, time passed. I think it was the holidays maybe. And then I got that, I ordered your book, and it kind of sat around, and I remember like it was yesterday. I opened up and read that first chapter, and I suddenly was a kid again. And I think I read the first 10 chapters in a day. And again, I don't read a lot of books. I don't have a lot of time. So I think I read it. We did your first initial podcast prep, and you were nonchalant talking about the stories. And then I read that first chapter. I'm like, son of a bitch, man. I was like, every single chapter was like a piece of a movie. So, and then I think, when you and I talked again, I realized that, you had done 3 tours in Vietnam, and that book was only the first tour. So we were
1969. Yeah.
And I think we were talking last night, and you're working on a second book.
I am. I'm working on a sequel that would encompass the second and third tours, the tour with the 101st Flying Cobras, and then I extended in country when that unit stood down, and instead of going home, I went down to the Delta and flew with Dark Horse again. I was Dark Horse 1-6 for a second time. Probably the only guy that I know of that served in the same unit It's the same platoon, same call sign for 2 different tours.
I think we spent maybe a total of 6 hours prepping, and then I picked you up at the airport yesterday, and we had some time to kill, and I think we sat in that Airbnb, and we talked for another 6 hours, and I finally looked at my watch, and there's no way that this podcast is going to do the justice for all your stories, but I've been looking forward to this for a while. So before we dive in, for all those that don't know, Hugh Mills, a retired colonel from the Army, retired. You were the undersheriff?
Colonel, undersheriff, yes.
Yep.
Jackson
you were also,
County, Missouri.
Kansas City reserve deputy for forever. Your career has just been unbelievable. And you have a memory for names like nobody I've ever met. But before we dive in, I want to give Hugh a proper introduction. Hugh Mills was born in Memphis, Tennessee on April 8th, 1948. He grew up in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where his next door neighbor on Circle Drive was a kid 2 years older than him named Bill Clinton. He enlisted in the U.S. Army on the 1st of February, 1967, airborne infantry at a moment when he knew exactly where the Army was sending him. He landed in country, Vietnam, on January 1st, 1969. He'd been awarded his Army Aviator wings 2 months earlier. He was posted to the 1st Squadron, 4th Cav, the Big Red One. He wanted aeroscouts. There was no slot, so they put him on the aerolift first, where he flew combat assaults and downed aircrew rescues for 2 months until the scout platoon leader asked to be relieved. Hugh got the job he came for. The first thing he did was take a man out of the OH-6 Loach and bolt an XM-27 minigun. 2-man crew, pilot front right, door gunner rear right. The little bird suddenly fought back. Casualties dropped. Enemy kills went up. By the end of his first tour, the commanding general of the 1st Infantry Division, Major General Albert Malloy, described Hugh as, quote, the most courageous small unit leader in the division with the highest kill ratio of any combat unit in the Big Red One. In 1 year of combat, Hugh Mills earned 3 Silver Stars, 4 Distinguished Flying Crosses, and a Bronze Star with the V for Valor in ground combat. For the day Hugh got out of an OH-6 in the middle of a rice paddy and arrested an NVA major at gunpoint. The major bolted. Hugh chased him through deep mud and body armor, signaled to his other pilot to block the route, and brought him back. The commanding general, Major General Albert Malloy, again chewed Hugh out for that stunt, then pinned the medal on him. That was his first tour. He came home, took a tank company, commanded in Germany, and in June of 1970 married Margaret, a junior high girlfriend from Hot Springs who had moved to Memphis and started riding him in country. In October of that year in Germany, she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. They were sent to Fort Sam Houston for treatment. She died on the 1st of February in 1971. She was 22 years old. They had been married 7 months. Hugh chose to go back to Vietnam twice more. On his second tour, he flew an AH-1G Cobra at 600 feet over the Scout below, the low gun, drawing fire to keep the smaller aircraft alive. On January 30th, 1972, in an 80-degree vertical attack on an anti-aircraft site near the Laotian border, a hangfire rocket cooked off in his right inboard pod. The 90, the 42, and the 60-degree gearboxes separated. The tail boom left the airframe. His wingman, First Lieutenant Lou Brewer, screamed, "Pull it," on the radio. Hugh pulled. The Cobra hit the trees on the side of a mountain. His co-pilot, Warrant Officer John Bryant, landed with a broken back and neck. Hugh got out, set up a one-man defensive position with a rifle and a pistol, and held until 3 Rangers from the deactivated 101st Ranger Company repelled in to cover them. Air Force AH-53 Jolly Greens lifted them out, saves number 700 and 701 on that Air Rescue Service ledger. 3 months later, in April, Lou Brewer was killed in action. By the end of 3 tours, Hugh Mills had been shot down 16 times, his final decoration count from 25 years of active service. 3 Silver Stars, the Legion of Merit, 4 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 3 Bronze Stars with the V, 3 Purple Hearts, the Meritorious Service Medal with 3 Oak Leaf Clusters, the Air Medal, 6 with Valor, and 68 Oak Leaf Clusters for combat flight hours. The Army Commendation Medal with V for Valor and 6 Oak Leaf Clusters. The Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry with Silver Star and Palm. The Vietnamese Honor Medal, First Class. Master Army Aviator. Over 9,000 rotary wing combat hours and 3,000 fixed wing. 12,000 flight hours combined. When he retired from active service in 1993, he didn't slow down. For 26 years, he served with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department as a reserve officer, reserve patrol officer, patrol sergeant, working 1 night a week in an inner city sector, and a police helicopter pilot. He worked corporate security for Cedar Fair Corporation in Kansas City for 15 years. He served as a national level instructor in defensive tactics and firearms. He authored the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department's Use of Force Continuum, now used by National Law Enforcement Training Center and Kansas City Regional Police Academy. With Jim Lindell, he co-authored the textbooks Power Handcuffing and Knife Defense, now in use at the Los Angeles Police Department, Dallas PD, Fort Worth, Memphis, Portland, Las Vegas, and a bunch of others. In 2008, the Metropolitan Chiefs of Police awarded him their Medal of Valor for a night helicopter rescue of two kayakers swept down the Blue River in a storm. He then served 10 years as the undersheriff and a colonel of the Jackson County, Missouri Sheriff's Office and 5.5 years as chief of transit security and safety for the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority. He has been inducted into 5 halls of fame: the U.S. Army Aviation Hall of Fame, the Army OCS Hall of Fame, the Arkansas Military Veterans Hall of Fame, the Arkansas Aviation Hall of Fame, and in 1995, the Air War College Hall of Fame inducted 3 men into his gathering of Eagles: Brigadier General Charles Yeager, the test pilot who broke the sound barrier, Senator John Glenn, the Marine and astronaut who orbited the Earth, and Hugh Mills. He still flies Vietnam-era helicopters, and this is retired Colonel Hugh Mills. Welcome to the Vanguard Wall podcast, Hugh.
Well, thanks. That's a mouthful.
That's probably the longest introduction I've done, and I was going to make it shorter, but it's just, that doesn't even touch some of the conversations we have. So, hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast. Let's start at the kind of the beginning, what you can remember from the early years, which is quite a bit. Take us back to Hot Springs, Arkansas in late 1940s and early 50s. What kind of town was it? Set that picture for somebody who has never been to that part of the country.
Well, I'm going to back up just a bit. Yep. Actually, I didn't get to Hot Springs till 1959. My dad was a high school principal in Monticello, Arkansas, in Drew County, southeast Arkansas. I was born in Memphis because that's where my grandmother lived, and mom and dad were there when I was delivered. We then moved to Monticello, Arkansas, little bitty town of about 4,501 was the population when I lived there. I was there first through the 5th grade, formative years, still deal with the folks that I was in elementary school with. I still go to their reunions, going to one September the 2nd.
For elementary school?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's their class of 66, Monticello High School, go Hillbillies. I'm sorry, not Hillbilly, Billy Goats. But those are the guys that I grew up with. And so they've adopted me into the 66 class. And I go to those reunions when I'm able to do so. In 59, Dad took the job as superintendent of schools in Hot Springs, and we moved to Hot Springs. Interesting town. There was a mob connection in Hot Springs that most people are aware of. The mob would go to Hot Springs from the gangster years, from the 1920s and 30s, because Hot Springs was considered neutral turf. Capone vacationed there. Pretty Boy Floyd, Machine Gun Kelly, all those guys came to Hot Springs. And the guy that ran Hot Springs for the mob was a fellow named Oni Madden. He was called the English Don. The gangster guys basically ran their own businesses and were not really a problem for anybody local, but it has always been considered a kind of a neutral turf for gangster folks. Wyatt Earp came through there at one point in time. But it was a great place to grow up. You mentioned Bill Clinton. Bill lived next door to us. He was class of 64. I was class of 66. Good guy. I liked him, still like him. My father was very dear friends with Bill.
That was the only time you told me that you ever voted Democrat.
That's the only, I probably shouldn't say that on a podcast, but yes, the only time I ever voted for a Democrat was Bill Clinton, because I think the world of him personally. We may not share exactly the political thoughts, but a good man, good family. I liked him very much, and my father was very attached to Bill.
I remember you told me like you were an athlete and he was kind of in the
Bill
band.
was a band guy. He played the saxophone in the band. He played in a dance group called the Stardusters, and then a little trio that they had called Three Blind Mice, and they wore sunglasses. And Bill was the saxophone player in that. But Bill's friends were the older brothers and sisters of my friends. So even though he was in the band, a very popular guy in school. The only election that I recall Bill losing was senior class president or student council. One of those, he lost to a gal named Linda Yeldell, and he was upset over his entire years that he lost that election to Linda. I reminded him on a couple of occasions that I was actually the class president for 66. So I was president before he was ever president.
That's funny.
Mine was just the class of 66.
What was high school like for you? Were you athlete, reader, fighter?
Yeah, all those. I was a basketball player of moderate ability. I was a football player of less than adequate size. I played football with a little skinny guy named Cliff Harris. Cliff Harris was inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame 3 years ago. Dallas Cowboys, number 43 on Staubach's Super Bowl team. Cliff, a wonderful guy, lives down in well, we're in Texas, so he lives in Arlington. Growing up in Hot Springs was really a great place. We had the lakes, Lake Ouachita, Lake Hamilton. I spent summers at Mountain Harbor Resort and Spa, which is run by Bill Barnes, a dear personal friend of mine, high school classmate. But Hot Springs was and is a resort, and so a lot of tourism there. Oaklawn Park, the horse racing park, is in Hot Springs, and during race season, I think it starts in February, runs through April or so. That place is packed with horse racing fans. So it was good. I enjoyed it. Hunting, fishing, shooting. Sports was always a big thing for me. Moderately successful student. Not a scholar. I wouldn't use that term at all, which is probably what got me into the Army in the first place. Was after high school, I went off to college for a semester, and I did really well in ROTC and the Sport Parachute Club. Everything else was kind of an abject failure, and that's really what motivated me to join the Army.
Yeah, we were talking about that this morning at breakfast. There was two guys, I think, that had kind of run your skydiving program that kind of really kind of shaped your ideas on the military.
Two Special Forces veterans, J. Scott Hamilton, who would go on to be the president of the Parachute Club of America and now is one of America's preeminent aviation lawyers, and Richard Clark, who I believe lives out in the Grand Canyon area now. But both these guys were Halo instructors at Fort Bragg. When I was a young collegiate skydiver, they took me from a 7TU elliptical cut into a paracommander rig. They introduced me to a Golden Knight that came to Clarksville, Arkansas one weekend named Ray Duffy. Ray Duffy would later become the first sergeant of Lima 75th Rangers, and that's where the guys came from that rescued me on the 30th of January. Was Lima 75th. Had just stood down, and a number of those LRPs had come over to our unit. So that's kind of how I got to the Army. I was interested in all things infantry and all things parachute. And that was the motivation to join as an airborne infantryman.
Did your family have a military history?
Sort of. My dad is the only, you have to go back to my maternal great-grandfather, Noble James McBride, served with the 2nd Arkansas Cavalry Union troops. Searcy County in the Civil War did not leave the Union. They stayed with the Union. Most folks think everybody in Arkansas was a Confederate. Not so. 3 regiments of cavalry were formed, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Arkansas Cavalry Union troops, and he served with them. And not till World War II do we have another veteran. That was my dad. My dad was a medical administrative corps, 2nd lieutenant, went through OCS at Carlisle Barracks, and served at Cryle Army Hospital in Cleveland. Very proud of that service, and would tell people for years that not one German soldier got past Cleveland while he was in the medical administrative corps. But I was the first one really to serve in active duty for any period of time.
By the time you were in high school, the war in Vietnam was on the news. Were you watching it, and did you see yourself, or were you young enough to where it's like that was distant?
Well, of course, we all watched it. Walter Cronkite was the news in those days, 6 o'clock. I would watch the reels that they would show, but as far as putting myself mentally in a position of being there and experiencing it, the answer is no. I really didn't. And when I joined, I really didn't. I was 18 years old when I enlisted. You don't really look forward a great deal when you're 18 because you're really not that smart. Yeah. And I didn't. I was looking forward to jumping out of airplanes and being a paratrooper. The fact that paratroopers were all going to Vietnam was lost on me. And frankly, the only thing that kept me out of that progression was getting selected for OCS and then flight school.
So you kind of had an interesting path. You graduate high school, you go to college. Tell us a little bit about that. What changed, and how did you enlist?
Well, I went to Arkansas Tech. Arkansas Tech at Russellville, Arkansas, was a land grant college, and land grant colleges in the South all had mandatory ROTC for the first 2 years. All male students had to do freshman and the first 2 years, you had to take ROTC. I really enjoyed that. I liked the classes. We had active Army instructors that taught it. We drilled, we marched. We had M1 Garands for practice rifles. And I really enjoyed that, and I enjoyed the Sport Parachute Club. I started jumping in college. The association with ROTC, with Scott Hamilton and Dick Clark, were the things that kind of motivated me to look at the Army, because I really didn't like college. I took I think I passed English and geology, and all the others were less than stellar. And so I made the decision at Christmas to go down and talk to an Army recruiter in Hot Springs when I was home for Christmas break. And they had a pamphlet, which I remember distinctly, that had a picture of a Green Beret, and it said, "What does it take to rate a beret?" And the folder was about Special Forces. So the recruiter said, what you got to do is you got to go in as an airborne infantry guy in order to get to Special Forces. But he said, your scores are great. He said, you can do anything in the Army you want to do. Are you sure 11B10 is what you want? And I said, absolutely, that's what I want. And signed me up, and on the 1st of February, I went out to Adams Field in Little Rock, Arkansas, got on a Trans-Texas DC-3, went to Texarkana, picked up some people, flew directly into Fort Polk, and stepped off the airplane into basic training at about 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I remember you telling me yesterday just how much you liked it, and how you we'll tell the shooting story, because that's what led you to OCS.
Well, yeah. The basic objective in basic training in the Army is rifle marksmanship. That's the whole reason you're there. Basic skills, skills of the soldier, and rifle qualification. And we had the M14 service rifle when I went through. And I've been a shooter my whole life. And on the qualification day, I probably had the best shooting day of my life, because I just blasted every target, as I recall, out to 450 meters. And at the end of the day, I had the high score for the company, And the drill sergeant, senior drill sergeant, let me ride in from the range in the back seat of his Mustang convertible, 65 Mustang convertible. I couldn't talk to anybody, couldn't talk to the other drill sergeants in the car. And I had my M14 with me. All the other guys were riding back in a cattle car. But as the week went on, my score became the high score for the 5th Battalion and then the high score for the brigade. So I shot the high rifle score for a whole bunch of people, and that caught the attention of the company commander, who was I don't recall his name, but he was a first lieutenant of infantry. And he called me in one day. I thought I was in trouble for something. And he called me in one day and he says, have you ever considered officer candidate school? I didn't even know what that was. And he said, we would like you to consider officer candidate school. You have a GT score of 125 and an OCT, officer candidate score, was very high. I think the part that he overlooked is I was 18 years old.
Were you more mature back then? I mean, or were you mature, I guess, for your age? That somebody saw something in you.
Well, other people would probably have to answer that. I thought I was an average guy. I thought I had average maturity. I had not seen hardship in life, so I think I had probably the same background as everybody where I came from. We all were pretty much alike. But my dad told me, I called and asked him, I said, what's this OCS thing? And he says, oh, yeah, you're going. You're going to do that.
Was your dad enlisted?
I'm sorry?
Was your dad an enlisted man?
No, he was an officer. Oh. He went in World War II and went through OCS at Carlisle Barracks. So he was a second lieutenant. But he said, yeah, if you're going to be in the Army, you need to be an officer. So I agreed, and they went on to finish basic training. And just before we graduated at Fort Polk, I got a set of orders to go to advanced infantry training, 11B skill qualification, AIT, at Fort Lewis, Washington. And it puzzled me because directly across the street from where I went to basic training was Tigerland, infantry AIT for all those guys going to Vietnam. I could have walked across the street and gone to AIT, but no, the Army, in its infinite wisdom, sent me to Fort Lewis, Washington.
Can you tell the difference? Can you just tell the listeners just the difference? You explained it yesterday.
Well, the thing that surprised me is that everybody in Tigerland was Vietnam oriented. M16s, light anti-tank weapon, law, M60 machine gun. When I get to Fort Lewis, I find out that we were still using the M14. I never saw an M16 until I got to Vietnam. Never fired one until I got to Vietnam. But we were using M14s, 3.5-inch rocket launcher, the old bazooka. Never saw a law till I got to Vietnam. And then, of course, the M60 machine gun. But the AIT at Fort Lewis was geared to Europe. It was while I was in the AIT at Fort Lewis, wonderful place. Ant hills 6 feet tall. Every Monday it rained. Mount Rainier we could see out the window of our barracks. Very little grass and a whole lot of rocks. That's Fort Lewis. But I got a set of orders for armor OCS.
Before we dive into that, I'm really curious, when you were going through basic training and later OCS, the Vietnam War is going in the background. What were you hearing either from drill sergeants? Were you running into service members that were coming back from Vietnam or?
All of our drill sergeants were Vietnam veterans that I recall. We had I had a Puerto Rican senior drill sergeant in basic training, kind of a funny guy. Sergeant Rivera, and he punctuated every preparatory command with "God damn it." He spoke very limited English, and he would be marching the column, and he'd go, "Column right, God damn it, poor." Everything was punctuated with "God damn it." I don't know how he did that, but he wore number 10 cans with the ends cut out of them inside his pants to blouse them. So they were perfectly round around the Cochrane jump boots. These are the things you remember about people. The basic training for me was a lot of fun. The only thing I didn't like about basic training, and one event that I think shaped my opinion for down the road, is I had to do KP twice. The first time I did KP, I was the outside man, and that's the guy that does pots and pans and peels potatoes.
For all you listeners out there who don't know KP, it's kitchen patrol. It sucks.
Kitchen patrol sucks. You go to the mess hall, which is the dining facility, and I was the outside guy. I was washing pots and pans all day, and then hand peeling potatoes. These days, the Army has machines. You pour potatoes in, they peel themselves. But the second time I had KP, I was the DRO, which is a dining room orderly. And what I had to do was stand in that portion of the mess hall that was the officers' mess. And I had to take the orders of these second lieutenant training officers and go get their tray and fill it up and bring it to them. I didn't like that. And I will tell you, for the next 26 years, I never once asked an enlisted man to do a personal service for me. Don't go get me a cup of coffee, certainly. Don't get me a tray of food. I never busted a chow line, ever. Having been an enlisted man to me was a foundational start to being an officer. I understand how they live. I understand the background that enlisted guys came from. Some officers were equally good at that, some less accepting perhaps of enlisted men. Less understanding, but I think the fact that I was a Mustang up from the ranks.
Oh yeah, and it's going to become super evident in your story later on. So as we go back to OCS, so you went to infantry AIT, and did you go to OCS after that?
Yeah, right after infantry AIT, I got a week's leave, went home to Hot Springs, jumped on a bus, went to Fort Knox, Kentucky. The OCS barracks were in the old cavalry barracks that are in a big long line at Fort Knox. They're 3 stories high, red brick building. We called them the Beehive. But on the day that OCS started, we were standing in the quadrangle behind my company, and we had a black helmet on the ground in front of us with the OCS decal on it, and we were all in formation. And the company commander came out, and he said, you all know what you're about to embark on. If you still desire to do that which is required to become an Army officer, reach down and put your helmet on. And so we reached down, we picked up this black helmet liner with OCS decal, and we put it on our head. The minute that happened, from behind us on the 3rd floor, a cavalry charge was sounded on the bugle. And out of all the openings of that building swarmed the senior cadets from all the other OCS companies, and they descended on us like the locusts upon Egypt. I wound up inside a dumpster with a broom as a rifle at parade rest, marching, while guys beat on the outside of the dumpster with baseball bats. I did that for hours. Some of our guys didn't get past that day,
really?
The first day, because there was a lot of harassment. It was intent to see what you were made of, what you could take. I thought it was great fun. I thought it was really stupid. You know, I marched in a dumpster for hours. And every time they'd open the door, you know, I'd say, yes, sir, give me some more. And they'd slam the door and beat on the dumpster with a baseball bat. 3 phases in OCS, the basic phase, then you go to intermediate cadet where they put a green stripe on your helmet. And then as a senior cadet, the green stripe is replaced with a gold stripe. And we went from, I was a private E2 when I went to OCS. I was $98 a month is what I was. They paid us as E5s, mainly to compensate for the laundry requirements. I had 10 sets of standard OG fatigues. 3 pairs of Cochrane jump boots, and we broke starch 4 or 5 times every single day. So the laundry fees alone required a sergeant's pay, which wasn't very much. I think my Sergeant E5 pay was maybe $250, $275
So for all you youngsters out there back then, and even when I came in, you would starch your uniforms. Well, these guys were expected to look a certain way, so you had to send your laundry off. And you said the laundry folks would arrive like twice a day.
Every day, several times a day. We had, if I recall correctly, we had about 50 or 60 guys in my platoon, 2nd platoon. There were 3 platoons, and each of us had 10 sets of fatigue. So you had probably 5 in the wall locker and 5 in the laundry all the time.
And that's just like, so if you were doing stuff in your uniform and, the starch would start falling off, you would go back and put another uniform on?
Absolutely. We'd get up in the morning and you'd break starch and do breakfast and then off to classes. And then in the middle of the day, they'd have you doing something where you'd get the uniform all messed up and you'd have to go back to barracks, break starch again, change your boots. I went through a couple of pair of boots a day because of the spit shining requirement. But we spent all day and all night in the barracks. We didn't go anywhere. We had to wax and spit shine the floor. We only walked down the edges of the outside of the building. We didn't walk down the center walkway because we had a buffer. And every night somebody had to buff the barracks. You put a towel down and you put the wax and
That's
you do the buffer.
When I was in. Brasso, the door handles.
But I enjoyed it. My initial thought when I was sent to armor OSS, what are you guys doing to me? I'm an infantry guy.
How did you end up armor?
The luck of the draw. That the Army said we need X number of guys to be tankers, and X number of guys, went to artillery. Infantry, artillery, some went to transportation. We had a few who went to chemical, but I was picked for armor. And initially, I was taken aback by that because I thought I was sheep-dipped infantry, and I should have gone to infantry OCS. Once I got there, and once I got associated with tanks, I really enjoyed that. We trained on the M60 main battle tank. We were introduced to the Sheridan, the M551 air delivery tank, M113s, personnel carriers, M114s, little reconnaissance tracks. But I really got to enjoy that, and we learned all the mechanical stuff, the radio stuff. Excellent map reading class, which got me through flight school because believe it or not, the hardest course for me in flight school was map reading. At Fort Walters, one of the first long segments was map reading, military maps. Very tough course.
Oh, I bet.
That map reading course was tough.
So how did you go from armored cav to flight school?
At the end of OCS, we were in the barracks one day, and my buddy John Field and I, looking at the bulletin board, there was a bulletin board that said, if you're interested in Army aviation, contact so-and-so. And I said, that might be cool. I didn't know anything about helicopters. I'd never been in a helicopter. I'd never been in an airplane other than that DC-3. Every other airplane I'd ever been in, I jumped out of. So I really had no great affinity for aircraft. But you had to go and do a orientation ride in an Army aircraft. So we went down to Godman Army Airfield, and sitting out in front of the hangar was a brand new Hughes Helicopter Company OH-6A Cayuse. Very small, the newest aircraft in the Army inventory at the time, not much bigger than a pickup truck compared to the Huey, which was much bigger. And on that first orientation ride, I rode in the back seat, which is very cramped, very uncomfortable. And we flew from Godman to Lexington Bluegrass Army Depot. Had a cup of coffee, turned around, and I got to ride back in the front seat and actually got to fly it, to maneuver the controls a little bit. And I loved that aircraft. I just thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I think the objective is are you scared of it? Does it make you sick? Does it make you uncomfortable? And it didn't do any of those things to me. So off Off I go as a brand new second lieutenant. I spent my first 3 months at Fort Knox as a training officer at Disney Barracks, training 19 Deltas scout crews. And then I got a set of orders for flight school, and it was a unique set of orders. It was one piece of paper that said, Second Lieutenant Hugh L. Mills will proceed to U.S. Army Primary Helicopter School, Fort Walters, Texas, thence to U.S. Army Advanced Helicopter School, Fort Rucker, Alabama, thence U.S. Army Vietnam Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. One piece of paper carried me for a year. But the fun part was that the special instruction down at the bottom that said, subject member shall receive per diem in the amount of $25 a day. We were second lieutenants who made, I don't know, maybe $360, $370 a month, but we were getting $25 a day per diem. We were making what a lieutenant colonel made. So all of my peers were driving Corvettes and Jaguars and Chargers, and I had a 390 Mustang GT. The money was great, but we had to pay for our own quarters. I lived at primary. I lived in Weatherford, Texas, with 2 other guys in a building we rented. And at Fort Rucker, I lived in a trailer park outside the post there. But living was good in flight school because it was a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that Army flight school used to be in Mineral Wells, Texas, right?
It was. It was Camp Walters, Texas, in World War II, and then they chose it to be the Army primary school. There were 3 kinds of helicopters there. The Hughes TH-55, primarily the warrant officer pilots flew those. My class was an all-officer class. All of us were second lieutenants. I think we had 4 Iranians in the class, but everybody else was an American officer. And we flew the Hiller H-23 recip engine. All the aircraft in primary were recip engines, no turbines. The H-23 was a 50s vintage helicopter. And it wasn't until we got to Rucker that we got into the turbine in the Huey, which was the primary aircraft. I flew B models and D models in flight school, and then got into the H model when I got to Vietnam.
Flight school, 1968. What did Army aviation training look like when the war was demanding pilots faster than the schoolhouse could produce them?
We had a whole lot of guys in the system. The thing that I remember the most is the officer club at Fort Rucker had bingo every Saturday night. The bingo prizes that were given away when I was in flight school included a Cadillac Coupe de Ville, a Jaguar XKE, a Cessna 152 Aerobat. There were so many guys in the system that the bingo prizes at the officers club would stagger you. There were thousands of us going through at any one time. And everybody was going to the same place. So if you wanted a really good deal on a car, you go down to the officers club and you look on the bulletin board. I remember specifically a Shelby 427 was on the bulletin board for sale for a guy that was getting ready to go to Vietnam, $6,800. That's $1 million car today. 427 Shelby Cobra, $6,800. We were the basic function of flight school in primary was to learn how to fly helicopters. You get to Fort Rucker and you got into a bigger aircraft with a more complicated system, and you started to learn tactics, formation flying, instrument flying. I flew instrument training in a Bell 13, a TH-13T, which was a supercharged recip with very, very basic navigation equipment, basically automatic direction finders, ADF. We didn't have TACAN, we didn't have VORs, we didn't have any of that hot stuff. But we were flying around on radio beacons. That was a short stint. But most of what we did was formation flying, landing and take off in restricted areas. We'd fly from Fort Rucker to Eglin Air Force Base and fly Rangers around that were in the Ranger School, which was a lot of fun. The guys going through Ranger School have a rough road, and one of the things that the aircraft students would do is we'd fill our helmet bags with pogey bait, Snickers, Butterfinger, Baby Ruth, potato chips, and if you had an airlift that had all Rangers and no Ranger instructors, you just throw in the bag and say, "Eat up, guys," and they would eat everything they could eat. If there was an instructor on the aircraft, you're screwed because they didn't get any of that. And the minute they landed in a landing zone at Eglin, the instructors would always pull them together and start, trying to get the pogey bait.
Shake them down.
If you didn't eat it, you were screwed. Yeah. But when that was over, November the 18th of '68, I was able to pin my wings on as an Army aviator. Then I had 30 days leave, and then I was headed to Vietnam.
How many flight hours did you actually get in?
221.
Was there a moment in flight training when you're like, man, I'm a pilot, or was it just kind of like a slow accumulation?
I can tell you there was a moment in flight school where I thought, you are a dumb shit. In primary at Fort Walters, one of the things that we did was confined area landings and takeoffs. And we'd go out around Fort Walters, Mineral Wells, and there were these little mountaintops with open, linear open areas, and we would land in that. And then we would have to back up. And in order to back up when you can't see behind you, we would land in the landing zone, surrounded by mesquite, and we'd friction the aircraft down, still running. And we would get out and lay a pattern of rocks and sticks out the right door, backwards to the end. And at the point where you would want to come to a stop, you'd make a distinctive pattern on the ground. And you'd get back in the aircraft and pick it up to hover, and then you would back up looking at your sticks out the right, and you'd know where to stop so you wouldn't put your tail rotor into a tree. So I do that this one particular time, and I lay my sticks out and take off, and it sounded different to me. I thought, something's different. I can't figure out what it is. And I kind of looked to my left, and I had taken my helmet off when I landed and put it on the hook behind me, and I forgot to put my helmet back on, and I took off. Well, you're not good enough, and the aircraft's not stable enough to do it hands-free. So I went all the way back around and landed in the same landing zone, put my helmet back on, backed up using the same sticks I had just laid out, and took off, this time with my helmet on. That's the stupidest thing I ever did as a helicopter student. But we graduated. The average guys had, I think they wanted you to solo by 10 or 12 or 14 hours. If it took longer than that, you washed out. I don't recall the exact number, but my solo was 9 or 10 hours. Hardest thing to do in primary is learn to hover the aircraft. Because if you do something with your feet, you got to do something with this hand, and you do something with that hand, you got to do something with this hand. So it's a very coordinated dance, if you will.
I think the average person, and I didn't really know until I met Coker and talked to him, has no idea how hard it is to fly a helicopter, because you have 2 foot pedals, you have, I don't even know what they're called, but then you'll have
a collective and a cyclic, a stick,
yep,
and a collective and 2 foot pedals.
Yeah, and it's just this constant dance, right?
You're talking Gravy Coker, the great Night Stalker pilot, who's was never pretty enough to be a scout pilot. He was a great Night Stalker, but I don't think he's quite pretty enough to be a scout pilot. But it's like a orchestrated dance. If you do one, you got to do another. And to learn to hover is the hardest thing. And it takes you 9, 10, 12 hours. And then at some point, about 15, 16 hours or so, the instructor pilot, you come into one of the stage fields and you land, and the instructor pilot gets out and looks at you and says, take it around the pattern 3 times. It's your first solo. And you got to take off, circuit the traffic pattern, come to a hover, take off. You do that 3 times. And at that point in time, you are considered soloed. You can now fly the aircraft alone. And at the end of that day, we would go to the Holiday Inn at Mineral Wells, which had a swimming pool. And at the end of the swimming pool were 2 crossed Huey rotor blades. And there was a plaque on them that said, "Through these blades passed the best helicopter pilots in the world." And your classmates would throw you in the pool at the Mineral Wells Holiday Inn. Those rotor blades survive today, and they're at the National Museum of the Vietnam War, which is located in Mineral Wells. And those blades were saved. The Holiday Inn's gone, the pool's gone, but the blades were saved.
Yeah, I bring that up about flying because I think it's going to be very crucial to your story later on. I think just people don't understand what goes into flying a helicopter and how much skill it takes, and that's going to be really evident later on in your story as we go. So you graduate flight school. Again, what were you hearing about Vietnam? How were you getting prepared, or were you young enough to where you're just like, man, this sounds like an adventure?
At the point that I'm in flight school, I turned 19 in basic training. Went in at 18, turned 19 in basic training. I was 20 in April. When I went to flight school, I was 20. All of our instructors were Vietnam veterans, those that were not civilians. We had Southern Airways instructors in some cases that were civilians. My instructor, Jim Charlson, was a civilian, had never served in the military, had flown helicopters in South America. But all the guys around us in the command group and so on were returning Vietnam helicopter pilots. So these are the guys that are telling you, what it's like, what's going on. And especially Fort Rucker, all of those guys. Everything we did was oriented toward combat flying in Vietnam. Formations, ground fire, emergencies, everything was oriented toward Vietnam. So we had a good idea. We knew kind of what was going on, but I wouldn't say that we had a profound understanding of combat because we hadn't seen it yet. That was yet to come.
Did you go home in between flight school and going to Vietnam?
I did. I had a 30-day leave after flight school, and I went home. I was to be in country on the 1st of January. So on 15 December, which was my 1 year in grade as a second lieutenant, I'm on home leave on vacation. I got a set of orders in the mail promoting me to first lieutenant. So I promoted myself. There wasn't anybody around to promote me. My dilemma was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, in December of 1968, where do you get a set of first lieutenant bars? No PX, no military activity. I got second lieutenant bars. I don't have first lieutenant bars. And I wasn't smart enough or forward thinking enough to grab first lieutenant bars when I was at Rucker and take them home with me. So I went down to Crawford Drugstore in Freeman Center Shopping Center and went to the pharmacy and got me a little vial of liquid mercury. And I took my second lieutenant bars, put liquid mercury on my finger, which might account for a lot of issues later on. But I just rubbed it on my second lieutenant bars and turned them silver, and that's how I became a first lieutenant. So I actually still have that second lieutenant bar. But I hopped an airplane, went to San Francisco to Japan to Vietnam, and I arrived in Vietnam on the 1st of January, 1969.
How were your folks when you were leaving?
They were fine. My family has always been very supportive. My dad, finest man I've ever known, very stoic, very quiet. My mother's the other way. My mother's kind of she's a hard charger and a lot more demonstrative than my dad was a stoic guy. They were supportive, no gnashing of teeth and crying and all that sort of thing. I preferred in those days to be taken to the airport and dropped off. Don't sit around and wait on me. That just makes things tough on everybody. And so that's how I went, and wound up in Vietnam, in Saigon at Tan Son Nhut Air Base on the 1st of January.
Walk us through that day. You're getting off the aircraft, sight, sound, smells. What was that like to a young kid going into a war zone, but also like a foreign country? It's the first time probably out of the U.S.
Oh goodness, that's it's the first time I'd ever been on a jet aircraft. It's the first time I'd ever been on an airliner, other than that DC-3, which I don't think really counts as an airliner. The first thing that hits you is the heat. When the door opens and you walk out, the heat and the humidity hit you like a blast furnace. The second thing that hits you is the smell. The smell is awful. The whole place smelled bad. The smell that permeated the air the entire time I was there was burning feces. Plumbing, didn't have it. Everything was above ground latrines. And every day, guys had to pull the buckets out of the latrines, fill them with diesel or mogas, and light them and burn that stuff. And that smell every day, all over Vietnam, and you never lose sight of that. They took us to the 90th Replacement Battalion in a bus, and the first thing I remember was the bus had mesh welded all over the windows, and that was so that the bad guys, if they chose to, infiltrators or saboteurs, couldn't throw a grenade into the bus with all the guys. But the officers section of the 90th Repo was just tents with regular Army cots.
Was your whole aircraft going over from Japan into
It was all military.
Was it all kinds of different people, or was it all aviators?
Yeah, I'm headed over to be a helicopter pilot, and I'm sitting next to this enlisted guy. And at some point I said, "What are you going to Vietnam to do?" And he said, "I'm Graves Registration." He's a mortuary specialist. Oof. I'm sitting next to that guy all the way to Tokyo. But yeah, there were, I don't know, I don't remember the exact number. Largely enlisted guys, largely private E2s, private first class. A few officers, not very many, but a few. And so when we got to the 90th, they took us over to this tent section, and we had regular cots with a blanket and a pillow. And they said, "There's a bulletin board out here, and every day we will post the assignments. One in the morning, one in the afternoon."
Oh, so you had no idea where you were getting assigned?
Oh, I have no. We were duties unassigned, and you'd go out and check the bulletin board, and it would say 1st Infantry Division, Mills, 1st Cav, 82nd Airborne, 11th Armored Cav. I really wanted, and I told this assignment specialist when I got there, I said, I'm an armored guy. I'd really like to go 11th Armored Cav Regiment, Black Horse. And he looked at me like he did every other second lieutenant and said, "Okay, sir, I'll take care of that." But the first day, the next morning when the first assignments were posted, I went out. All these units, and my name wasn't on the list. So back to the hooch, and then in the afternoon you go and do the same thing. They post another list.
Explain why you wanted to go to ACE.
I'm an armor officer. The best, the most storied cavalry regiment in the Army at that time was the 11th Armored Cav Regiment. To this day, it's a terrific unit. They had a terrific reputation in Vietnam, and that's where I wanted to go. They were commanded at the time by Colonel George Patton, the son of the World War II Patton. So that's where I wanted to go, and they did.
And you wanted to be a scout pilot, right?
Oh yeah, I wanted to get back in that Loach that I'd flown in at Godman Army Airfield.
Can you explain kind of the different airframes, helicopters that you could have, getting assigned to?
There were there were essentially 5 airframes in the Army at that point in time. The ubiquitous aircraft was the UH-1. There were several models. The UH-1D and H was an upgraded engine. Were the troop carriers, the general utility aircraft of Vietnam, the most prevalent of the airframe series, the most lost in combat, the most pilots killed were Huey guys. There were also the C model, the gunship version, but by the time I got there, the D model had been retired, and the C model, which had an upgraded rotor and engine system, were the gunships. They had twin miniguns on the side, rocket pods. Very, very, very sexy aircraft. They flew generally lower level attack missions, but they had gunners on both sides, door gunners, and that was a cool mission. So that was the Huey series, and then the newest gunship in the Army was the Cobra. The Cobra came out in mid-'68, designed from the ground up, about 80% Huey parts, but a new rotor system. Fuselage 36 inches at the waist, 42 inches at the canopy. Sexy as hell, designed ground up as a gunship. The third airframe was the scout ship, the OH-6. OH-6 replaced essentially the Bell 13, the MASH helicopter, and the Hiller. And those were flown in the air cav units, and some of the ash and trash units also had OH-6s. Then you had the Chinook, which was the heavy hauler, and the Big Bird, the biggest thing the Army had at that point in time, in very small numbers, was the CH-54 Sky Crane. Sky Crane had a tail rotor about the size of an OH-6 main rotor. Big, huge thing. But I was rated at that point in time as a Huey pilot. I had not been to any other school. OH-6 transitions were generally done in the unit. So I had hoped to be able to get to a unit with OH-6s, and then I could do an in-unit transition for about 10 hours. But I think the second day came and went. I said, okay, if I can't go to the 11th Armored Cav, then I'll go to the 1st Cav, the Air Mobile Division, Cavalry Division, brand new concept in the Army. That'd be okay. I wouldn't mind doing that. And here come all these assignments for the 1st Cav Division. Nothing. My name's not on the list again. It was on day 3 on the afternoon session. I was beginning to give up. I was thinking, I don't know where they're going to send me, but all the good units are already gone. And I went out 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it said 1st Infantry Division, and boom, First Lieutenant Hugh Mills, 1st Infantry Division. I thought, oh my God, I'm an armor officer going to an infantry division. This is going to be awful. And the clerk said, there's a truck coming by later this afternoon. It's going to pick you and Lieutenant Fields, who went over with me. Going to pick you guys up and take you up the road to Zion, which was the rear area for the 1st Division. And so after a bit, they came and got us, and we got our duffel bag. We didn't have guns at that point in time. We had our stateside uniform and duffel bag, but we go out, and it's a damn dump truck, and the dump truck's full of dirty laundry, and they're going to Zion, and this Spec 4 said, "Okay, sirs, jump in the back." So John and I climb in the back of this dump truck with our duffel bag and helmet bag, and there was a PFC back there with an M16. We didn't have any guns at all. I was a little concerned about that. We drove from Ton Sanut to Zion up a dirt road, and when we got to the rear, we were there for maybe 2-3 hours. And they sent us on up to Phu Loy, which was the 1st Division's main aviation base, home of the 1st Aviation Battalion. And we got there and met with the S1 of the battalion, the personnel officer, and he sent us in to see the commander, the lieutenant colonel. And he said, Lieutenant Fields, you're an infantry officer. You're going to stay here with the 1st Aviation Battalion. You're going to fly with the Bulldogs. And Lieutenant Mills, we're going to send you across the runway to our cavalry troop, the 1st Squadron, 4th Cavalry D Troop, Air. And I was ecstatic. I said, oh, gosh, I'm a cav officer. I'm going to a cav troop. I didn't 100% understand what a cav troop was, but I knew I was going to a cavalry unit. And Jeep came and got me and took me over, and I signed in to D Troop, 1st of the 4th Cav, the quarter Cav. Met with Major Willie Cummings, who was the troop commander, and he asked me, he said, what are you qualified in? I said, well, I'm just qualified in a Huey like most of the other guys, but I really want to fly scouts. And I'd seen the scouts out on the flight line. I knew they had OH-6s, they had Cobras, and they had Hueys. I said, I really want to fly scouts. And he said, we don't have any slots in the scouts right now. We're going to assign you to the clowns, the lift platoon, and I'll take your desires under advisement. And that's how I wound up the first 2 months flying as a section leader for the Aero Lift Platoon. There are 4 platoons in an aircraft troop. There's a lift platoon, the 2nd platoon that had 9 Hueys. There was a scout platoon, 9 OH-6s, and there was a gun platoon with 9 Cobras. But the 4th platoon, which is what really made the aircraft troop a significant organization, was an infantry aero rifle platoon. 28 infantrymen, organic to an aviation unit. They lived with us. They trained with us. They flew into combat on the Hueys. The scouts would go find a target. The Cobras would protect the scout. The Hueys would come out. They'd put the infantry guys on the ground. Everything from ground reconnaissance to air crew recovery. We did a lot of downed aircraft recovery. Ground reconnaissance, all done by that rifle platoon. But anytime they're on the ground, they are the responsibility of the scouts who flew directly above them.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today. Talk to me about your first morning at Phu Loy when either a grenade or a mortar went off near the ARP.
It was 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I was up. I remember I had on pants and flip-flops and a T-shirt, and I heard a grenade go off. I didn't know what it was, an explosion. But it was just a couple of buildings down. And I had drawn my weapons the day before. I had an M16 and I had a 45 Colt 1911. And I went to the door. I had my 45 in my hand, and I opened the door, and here's a Vietnamese guy right in front of me, and he's injured, wounded. I almost shot him. I mean, I'm point blank getting ready to shoot this guy, and he just collapses and goes down. And Bob Harris, the first lieutenant that commanded the aero rifle platoon, came running down the road, and he didn't know me from Adam. I'm brand new. And I said, "Who's this guy?" And he goes, "This is one of my Kit Carsons, Vietnamese former NVA who had come over to the American Society. Some idiot, not an enemy, an American soldier, had thrown a grenade into the housing area where the ARPs were, and they were all out washing up for breakfast. And that grenade went off and injured one of our Kit Carsons. Closest I ever came to killing a guy that I didn't kill.
Why did they throw the grenade?
We don't know. most likely, I won't disparage we had a unit, a big unit neighbor, and I'm not going to disparage them on a podcast, but most likely their guys in from the field, jealousy, arguments at the enlisted club overnight, whatever it was, somebody threw a grenade into an area where guys were cleaning up. Nobody was killed. The Kit Carson was wounded. But that was my introduction into Vietnam and how uncertain things could be.
Yeah, what did that split second teach you about the war you had just landed in?
I had a lot to learn. I didn't know anything. I'd never seen a Vietnamese soldier before, and then the first one I ever see is a former NVA soldier that came over on the Chu Hoi program, Open Arms. And they served as the scouts and jungle experts that were on there. We had 4 of them, and we had an ARVN staff sergeant named Sergeant Nguyen. And Sergeant Nguyen was the interpreter. He spoke English, fluent English. And he was the interpreter between the Chu Hois, the Kit Carsons, and the ARPs. But I knew right then that there was a whole lot more going on than I knew a lot about. And so I settled in to become a good Huey pilot until another opportunity arose.
What were you doing those first few months in Vietnam as you were, flying the aerolift guys?
We flew the ARPs wherever the ARPs went. We'd get up in the morning and get 4 of the aircraft out. We had 9. 4 of them would be positioned on our ready pad. The ARPs would get up in the morning and put their gear aboard, and the only thing they kept on them was their weapon. And they would be on strip alert until we went out. We put up 2 scramble teams and 4 VR teams every morning. A VR team was a Cobra and a Loach. A scramble team was a Cobra and a Loach. Generically called a hunter-killer team. The hunter was the scout, the killer was the Cobra. The VR teams would launch early in the morning and go to assigned areas to do ground reconnaissance with the scouts to see if there was a target of opportunity or a target of interest that we could put the ARPs on. If they found something, they'd call to the rear and say, scramble the ARPs out here. And of course, the Hueys would load up and off they'd go.
And that's the platoon of infantry you talked about, right?
Yeah, our own infantry guys. Super guys. Most of them were, and they were a mixture of 11 Bs and 19 Ds. Scout guys and infantry guys, but they were hard charging. All they carried on the ground was water and ammunition. They didn't have to carry any of the things to sustain them because they came back every night. It was good living for an infantry guy on the positive side, but on the negative side, these guys went to the worst situations the division could offer. They were the division's crack response unit. If an aircraft went down, if a unit was under siege, if it was really sticky and dangerous, the first guys on the ground were the ARPs. If we had a Ranger, a LRP team that was compromised and under assault, it's the ARPs that went to get them.
I kind of want to set the stage just so our listeners kind of understand, because I kind of had to learn it myself. Vietnam was kind of situated, I think we kind of described it best, kind of like the size of Florida. And it was split into corps, right? And so there was demarcation lines of what? First I Corps.
I Corps, 2 Corps, 3 Corps, and 4 Corps. I Corps was astride the demilitarized zone between North and South Vietnam. On the left flank of I Corps was Laos. The mountain region was 2 Corps, Kon Tum, Pleiku. 3 Corps was generally the Saigon region north to the Cambodian border, the South China Sea on the right, Cambodia on the left. And then 4 Corps was the breadbasket of Indochina, was the Mekong Delta, where most of the rice was grown. It was the staple crop of Vietnam is rice.
And then within these core areas, you had sections that divisions were responsible for? Is that the best way to put
Yeah,
it?
they had. They were called TAORs, Tactical Area of Operational Responsibility. 3 Corps, where I was on my first tour, had some interesting areas inside our TAOR. One of them was called the Iron Triangle. And the Iron Triangle was simply a geometric area that contained a very large plot of ground that had been roam plowed because it was heavy jungle that gave the enemy opportunities to hide and maintain clandestine facilities. So they went in with big, huge tractors and they roam plowed the thing to the ground. Of course, in Vietnam, the jungle grows back very, very quickly. But the Iron Triangle was one of the really hot areas north and west of Saigon. And then due north of Saigon, near the base at Dao Tiang, was the Michelin rubber plantation. And everybody knows Michelin. That's where the tires come from. French companies have cultivated and run the rubber trees in the Michelin for decades. And it was the only area that I encountered when I first got there that we were not allowed to go into. Political restrictions placed on the rubber because of the relationship between America and France. And so we couldn't go in there. We couldn't shoot artillery in there. We couldn't shoot airstrikes and that sort of thing. But no such restriction placed on the enemy. The Michelin was full of NVA troops.
Yeah, because you talk a lot about that area in your book. That
place was crawling with NVA guys who would maintain bunkers and do their daily preparations as French conscripted Vietnamese would maintain the rubber trees. They just coexisted. We had the Razorbacks was a mountain ridge above the Michelin rubber plantation. Highway 13 was the general north-south. It was bounded on the west side by a 10-gauge railroad that was not active, but the railroad was there. But Highway 13 ran from Xi'an to Lai Khe, the division operational headquarters, and then up to Quan Loy, and then Loc Ninh, and then Cambodia. And along Highway 13 were fire bases. They were called Thunder. Was the name of the base. Thunder 1, Thunder 2, Thunder 3, Thunder 4. And these were fire support bases, largely called Thunder because they were artillery outposts. 105s, 8-inch, 155 howitzers, that sort of thing. And we would go out every morning with these VR teams to recon. If we got into a fight, then we would respond with scramble teams. That was a Loach and a Cobra that were on standby to immediately respond out to relieve that VR team or to help the ARPs when they're on the ground. The scramble teams would do that. But for the Huey guys, for us, there was a lot of waiting in the morning, and then we'd fly the ARPs out and put them in a landing zone. Then we'd go somewhere else, normally one of the fire bases, and land on the outer perimeter and then just sit there.
So you're almost like a transport. The 100 kill teams would go out, they would find fresh tracks or whatever. You guys would go in there, land the ARPs, and then you would just wait to go pick the ARPs
We'd
up.
go somewhere secure and wait, sit with we had a PRIC 25, PRC 25 radio, and we'd put the antenna up, and we'd sit there on the ground and listen to the ARPs. And of course, the Cobra could call us back out to pick the ARPs up. In January, I was learning to fly the Huey, and about the 1st of February, the new platoon leader was Wayne McAdoo, a senior first lieutenant. And Wayne went on R&R to visit his wife in Hawaii. So for 7 days in February, in my second month in Vietnam, I became the platoon leader of the aerolift platoon. And a smart commissioned officer in those days who had about a grand total by then of I think 280 hours of flight time. I picked the best warrant officer I had to be my pilot while I was the lead aircraft commander. That's a guy named Bob Holmes. And for a week, Bob flew the aircraft, and I sat in the left seat and did the radio calls and the map reading and all that sort of thing. And in that, I believe the 2nd of February, we had a LRP team from F Company, 52nd Infantry, Long Range Patrol. They got torn up pretty bad. 3 of the 5 guys were desperately injured. And we were going to go out and put the ARPs in. The ARPs were going to maneuver in to save those guys, to rescue them.
Were they sitting out there on a recon like LPOP? Or?
They were out on a long-range patrol. They got compromised. They were shot up. 3 guys were hurt. Excellent book, by the way, called War Paint, written by Bill Goshen. Bill Goshen was one of those 1st Division F 52nd who transitioned in February of '69 to India, 75th Rangers. That was our Ranger company that did long-range patrol.
That was for the division, right?
That was for the division. And this story, is from his perspective, is in War Paint. The LRPs had been shot up badly. They were in very serious trouble. Only 2 guys were functional. One of them was Goshen, who himself was wounded. And so we got a scramble mission. I was at Fuloy, and the aircraft were already positioned. And the runner came and got me and said, "Go to flight operations. We got a scramble mission." The Cobras and Loaches were already forward. They were already up there protecting that team. But they needed the ARPs on the ground to make a physical link up and rescue the guys. And so I went into flight ops, and the operations officer said, "I need you to put the ARPs on the ground. This is the landing zone. It's about 600 meters from where they're engaged with this North Vietnamese force. And the Cobras are already forward, and they're protecting the LRPs with rocket fire. So you're going to have to prep your own LZ." Usually when we put the guys in, we had Cobras with us that would, if necessary, shoot up the LZ with rockets to prep it for our insertion. And he said, here's division artillery's frequency, and you need to work up an artillery prep plan because it's a very hot area. It's full of bad guys. So I worked up a quick schematic in my head on where I would want artillery in that landing zone. And I prepared it so that the last round in the LZ was a white phosphorus round, which would go off, and you knew that was the last round. It was clear. So jumped in the aircraft with Holmes, and the ARPs get aboard, and we take off, and we're flying up toward the trapezoid where this event was going on. And I get up on the frequency with our Cobras, and I tell them clowns are off. Our call sign for the platoon at that point in time was the clowns. And we used, it was the clowns, the Mustangs, and the outcasts. The lift, the guns, and the scouts were the outcasts. And I said, we called ourselves the Flying Circus. I said, the circus is off Fuloy en route to the IP, which was the initial point. And I'm talking on one frequency on FM to the division artillery, and Like Hay is shooting the artillery, 105s. And I'm talking to them, and I'm asking them to shoot the first rounds, and way out in the distance, I can see artillery hitting the ground, and they already had the prep positioned. And we hit the initial point, and we turned inbound to the landing zone and went from echelon left to trail formations. That's one Huey after the other. And we're approaching, we're 900 to 1,000 meters out, and artillery's landing in the landing zone. We're getting closer and closer, and I'm in the left seat with my map talking on the radio, and Bob Holmes is sitting next to me. And he kind of looks at me, and, artillery is going off, and we're going toward it. And he's chugging along, and he'd turn and look at me, and I'm shooting artillery, and we're like, I don't know, 400 or 500 meters out of the landing zone. All of a sudden, a white phosphorus round goes off. That's the last round on target. And we zip in through that smoke and put the ARPs on the ground. We take off, break right, and we're headed back over to a fire base to set down. And Bob says, "Wow, that was cool. How many times have you done that?" And I looked at him and I said, once. First time I ever adjusted artillery live in my life. And it was a live mission.
While you're flying in a helicopter.
Yeah.
Using an old map.
You're giving them gun target line, you're giving them grid coordinates, you're giving them rounds on target, battery adjust, and all that sort of thing. It was pre-planned fire. I did a couple of adjustments, left 50, add 100, fire for effect, boom, and they're shooting.
Was there NAIs already pre-designated on the map when you guys were flying different places?
No, we did all our own artillery. There were concentrations that maybe infantry units would have if they were in a night defensive position. But from the air, my Cobras shot artillery a lot. They were really good about shooting artillery. Every base had artillery tubes. Scouts didn't shoot artillery. We were not in a position to. We carried maps, but we didn't physically handle them. My map stayed in a map case the whole time I was there because it's hard to fly an OH-6 single pilot and maneuver a map. 1 to 50,000 map is huge. There's a trick that we used to know about the folding maps and being able to maneuver them around, but the Cobras did all that. I adjusted artillery fire one time in Vietnam while I was flying Hueys, and it was that mission right there.
And you were 20 years old?
At that point in time, I was 20, yeah.
That's wild.
And had a flight of 4. We put the ARPs on the ground. The ARPs got in there and rescued Goshen and his guys, got him out of there. And he refers to the ARPs. He refers in his book to the division inserted an aero rifle platoon. Well, there was only one. He apparently thought there were multiple aero rifle platoons. There was only one. And that was the aero rifle platoon of Dark Horse, call sign 46. But he refers to them in his book as the helmets because the ARPs wore camouflage uniforms and steel helmets where the LERPs wore bandanas and flop hats. Mm. But he refers to them as the helmets were coming to rescue him. So that was the first time I ever did an insertion in combat as the flight lead, and that was a month in.
Did you grasp the gravity at that time of what you were doing, or was that just what everybody was doing?
I think fairly. I think it's what everybody was doing. Strategically, we weren't strategic thinkers. We were tactical thinkers. We had a good grasp of what was going on in the division. But I couldn't tell you what was going on in 2 Field Force. I couldn't tell you what was going on or what the objectives were of the 25th Division, which was to our west, or the 1st Cav Division, which was to our north. But I had a good idea of what was going on in the 1st Division. We worked with all 3 brigades. We worked from the water plant in Saigon north all the way to Loch Ninh, and up and down Thunder Road, up the T10 River Valley. The low-level hell has a pretty good map that we put in the front of it that shows all the terrain features that were the features we navigated on. The Colosseum, the onion stem, the mushroom, the testicles, a big turn in the river that looked like testicles. But we navigated off of terrain features. And once you fly an AO every day like we did, you didn't fly necessarily to grid coordinates. You went to terrain features and then to specific grid coordinates to do whatever you got to do.
March 1969, the scout platoon leader requests relief. You get the job. How did that come about?
The John Herkert was Dark Horse 1-6, the scout platoon leader. He was getting ready to deroast in July, and a lot of the scout pilots would fly 6 months in scouts and then go back to Hueys. John had an opportunity to become the operations officer for the troop, and so he requested relief, and Willie Cummings, Major Cummings, called me in one day, and he said, Captain Herkert is going to go take the operations slot. I'm going to give you the scout platoon. Yay, this is going to be cool. So he hooked me up with Bill Hayes, who I refer to in the book as Buff. Most people know what that means. Bill was a big, full back body African-American guy who was our Loach instructor pilot. And he's the guy that actually taught me to fly the OH-6 unit transition in the unit, which took about, a week, 5 days, 10 hours. A lot of prep work, a lot of book work, a lot of ground work. Spent about 5 hours or so doing auto rotations. The key with an OH-6 compared to other aircraft is if you don't level the skids when you touch down on an auto rotation, you chop the tail boom off. Blades will flex and it'll chop the tail boom off. With a Huey, you land skids first on the heels, the back of the skids. But on a Loach, the very last thing you do before you pull pitch is push that cyclic forward to come in skids level. I had about 4, maybe 5 hours left to go, and Bill said, okay, go fly around. So I was flying around the AO by myself, unarmed, largely in the traffic pattern at Phu Loy. But, you make 6 or 8 circuits of the traffic pattern, and you look at your watch, and it's been 22 minutes, and you got to do that for 5 hours. So after 10 hours, I was signed off in the logbook as a transitioned into the OH-6. Then it really started. That's when you really start to learn. So I'm the platoon leader, but I got to learn how to do what we do. And so I had guys. I had a guy named Jim Morrison. I had a guy named Bill Jones. Strangest call sign you'd ever come up with. They called him Birdie Num Num. Why they called him Birdie Num Num, I don't know, but that's what they called him. And Bill's the guy that taught me to scout. We started, at that point in time, we flew 3 people in the aircraft. We had an observer in the front left seat, pilot in the right seat, and a gunner in the back. The problem with that configuration, from my perspective, was that a scout pilot is always making concentric right-hand turns. You're not flying straight and level. You're flying in a straight line, but you're circling in a straight line as you go forward. So the guy in the left seat's always up in the air. The OH-6 was historic for making guys in the left seat sick. You're up in the air. It's an unusual attitude. The pilot is looking down and to the right. The gunner is looking down to the right. Well, the guy in the left seat's looking up in the air. It's very hard to see. So I'm in that left seat, and Bill takes me out, and he's teaching me how to scout. And the things you're looking for, anything that's in the jungle that didn't grow there is the first thing that you got to learn to discern. What's the shape? What's the glint? Does it reflect light? Is it a rectangular shape? Is it a regular angle that doesn't occur in nature? The altitude that the scouts flew was 4 to 6 feet above the highest obstacle. So we're flying around 10, 12 feet off the ground. We followed footprints. We were close enough to see the whites of the eyes of the guys that we were engaging. We could smell the guys on the ground in concentration. The field hygiene and the diet of the Vietnamese soldier was such that in large concentrations you could physically smell them.
Yeah, they would make like that fish head soup or like a sauce or something.
Nook mom.
Yeah.
Nook nasty. Just nasty. I tried nook mom once. It's like kimchi in Korea, but worse. But yeah, you could smell them. We were very close. The obstacles that we faced, not only were the guys on the ground shooting at us, but also dead trees. We ran into trees all the time. You're looking to the right and circling, and you don't see a dead tree sticking up, and you fly through the top of it and rip the landing gear off the aircraft. I'll have some pictures for you that'll show you that. But the objective of a new scout pilot is to learn to see what your brain tells you is there, but perhaps your visual capacity hasn't yet caught up to your brain. At 40 to 60 knots, it's hard to see right below you. And you've got to learn to do that. You've got to learn to stay fast. Speed is life. If you come back over a target 3, 4, 5 times and get slow, you're going to get popped. And so the ability to see something and trust your instincts. I grew up in the country. I grew up as a hunter. I grew up in the woods. I developed, or at least I recognized, an instinct. When the hair on the back of my head and back of my neck stood up, I trusted it because it came to tell me that something's not right. I may not know exactly what I'm looking at, but my senses are telling me this is not going to be good. You have to learn to trust that. You don't want to come back into an area the same exact direction. We would later lose one of our guys for precisely that reason. A guy from across the runway that was training with us was killed, kept going in the same direction. One of our crew chiefs was in the back trying to help train him, kept saying, "Sir, don't do that, don't do that, come in a different direction." And he didn't. And he took a 50 right through the groin, up through the top of him, killed him. But the ability to scout and fly at the same time was learned. It was not inherent. You had to learn to do it. And some guys were really good at it, and some guys were terrible. And the guys that were terrible very quickly left the scouts.
So were you learning to do that as you were learning to get your 10 hours or to get your check ride done?
No, the 10 hours was totally airport traffic area, no combat, no nothing. Once you got qualified in the aircraft, then you went out and learned to scout. And you started as an observer, and you scouted for a time with veteran scout pilots as an observer, watching what they're doing. There was a period of time you would move to the back seat and actually fly as door gunner. And when I was training scouts, there was a period of time when once I was comfortable with them, I'd let them fly the mission, and I flew door gunner for them. And you got to trust a guy before you do that. But the ability to fly and scout at the same time took time. I think the average scout pilot, by the time you had 6 or 7 months, you were really good. And by the time you had 10 or 12 months, you were really dangerous. There comes a time when you got to learn to back off a little bit. I had a tendency to hang it out perhaps a little more than I should have. A lot of times, I was very fortunate to survive a year of that, and then to come back and do it a second year. But
when you got there, the OH-6s, they weren't armed. I mean, they had a door gunner.
We had door gunners, but the principal opinion was that a scout pilot was to find the target, and once they're engaged, you come to altitude and let the Cobras work on them. Then you went home. We didn't go back down.
How did that sit with you?
I didn't like that. It made no sense to me. My instinct was always, if a guy fires on you, you turn and attack him. That's the way I was trained as an infantryman. You bust an ambush by counter ambush training. You turn, you engage the ambush, and you charge them. That's the inclination that I brought to the scouts. Other guys believe that the minute you're fired on, boom, you come to altitude, let the Cobras do it, and then everybody go home. So once I became the platoon leader, each Loach came with an XM27E1 gun system. It was an ammo box and a mount, and it had the delinker feeder and the electric motor and the M134 minigun all in one package that bolted into the back of the OH-6. And I wanted to use the darn gun because it occurred to me that an M134 at 25 meters slant range from a guy that's shooting at you gives you one hell of an advantage over a guy with an AK-47. It also gets their attention very, very quickly. So I put the gun back on it, We had a sight system that came with it that mounted on the bulkhead behind us, and it was a rod that stuck out. It had a little Perspex plastic device. You pulled it over in front of you, and it displayed a pipper onto that little glass target, and so that was your target. But it was in your way. It blocked your vision. If you went down, you're going to eat that thing. It's right in front of your face. So we took the sights out and simply took a hand's width above the lateral cross member on the canopy and made a grease pencil mark. And that was our gun sight. And you raised the M134. It would only elevate and depress with your stick control. Your lateral movement was with pedals. So you'd raise the M134 till you could see the top barrel over the empty left seat. And it was aimed at a right distance, and then with your hand's width above the lateral cross member, and you make a grease pencil, and there you go. That's your target. And once you fire, 2,000 rounds or 4,000, had two rates of fire, 2 and 4,000, and it's spewing straight red tracers, and up and back with the stick, left and right with the pedals. Again, we're very close. We're 25, 30, 40 meters from people when we engage them. And the minigun was devastating.
It was a game changer. Talk to us about the first time you got to employ it. I know the Cobra pilots weren't super happy. So,
well, when we first started doing that, the Cobra pilots said, "You guys are going to get yourselves in trouble. You're going to stay too long." The first time that I really employed one was on a sampan. I had found a sampan up a little tributary on the T10 River.
Those were those like Vietnamese.
It's essentially a junk,
like a boat. Though,
it's
right?
a boat.
Yeah.
The area we flew in was all enemy. There were no friendlies of any kind where we worked. And I was coming up the T10 River one morning, and I looked to my right, and I saw the back end of a boat. And I came back around, and when I came back around, the guys on the boat who were hiding up in this little tributary fired on me. And that scared me. And I dumped the nose, and the minute I dumped the nose, I pulled the trigger, and that minigun went right across the back of the sampan, and it started to sink. Crew chief was shooting like crazy with the M60. We came around a couple of times, dropped a couple of grenades on it. But it cut that sampan, the back end of the sampan, in half, and it kind of broke apart and sank. And that's the first time I ever fired a minigun in combat. It impressed the hell out of the crew chief, and it certainly impressed the heck out of me. And it absolutely got the attention of the guys on that sampan.
Oh, for sure.
But the key to the successful use of a minigun on a Loach, you got to understand when you're decisively engaged, and that's when you break contact and give it to the gun. As long as you're putting out more than they're putting on you, you're good. But if you lose fire superiority, if you lose flexibility, then you got to get out of there and let the Cobra in. And we would do that simply by dumping a smoke, red smoke, and say 1-6 is out to the right. And once we're out, the Cobra's cleared in. They watched every move we made. They flew at 1,500 feet. We flew at 15 feet. And of course, the guy in the back seat, the aircraft commander, never takes his eyes off the scout. Because if I get shot at, the minute he sees my tail pop up, even before I key the mic and say taking fire, as that nose goes down and the tail goes up, Cobra pilots can see that, and they've already started to roll. And the minute I say I'm out, boom, they hit the switch and in go the rockets. So it's a fine balance between aggression and discretion. You got to know when to get out and when you're about to lose fire superiority and become decisively engaged, you got to get out of there.
When you took over the platoon, you actually removed the observer, added the minigun. And how was that a game changer? Was it something that you saw when you were doing your observer training that, the observer, as you said, was in the air, maybe didn't have a good vision? Did you feel like it was a waste of position?
I thought, precisely, I thought it was a waste of a position. A lot of guys got sick. Not fun to fly around in a Loach full of vomit. I didn't see it as a tactical necessity to have a guy that really could do nothing for you. He only carried an M16, 20-round magazine M16 at a distance from a helicopter is not terribly decisive for a weapon. I liked the minigun. I thought the minigun was a game changer on the OH-6, and so that's what we did. And all of a sudden, the guys quit shooting at us. I think they learned to a degree that when you shoot at this little bird's going to shoot back. And I will say it took there was some consternation on the part of my gunship guardians, who the number of them who said to me in the club at night, "You're going to get your ass blown off," was significant. But again, as experience took me further into the realm of scouting, you learn when you got to get out of there, when you got to fish, and when you got to cut bait.
Yeah, it was super interesting. As I was reading the book, one of the things that you talked about in the book is, after you got your first minigun shoot, I think your crew chief was Joe Crockett, and you guys popped a red smoke on the way in.
Yeah, the crew chiefs would on the carrying handle of the M60. It was attached to a bungee cord, and the bungee cord was attached to a position on the door. And so that M60 was called a free gun. It didn't have a mount. It was a free gun. And they would attach, they'd take the pin, the ring on a red smoke grenade, and they'd slip it over the carry handle of an M60. So it's just laying right there on the side. And whenever he's shooting back, people shooting at us, he could reach down and just pull that grenade. It would pull the pin, and he'd just throw it. So we'd be able to say smoke's out, either hit the smoke or left of the smoke, whatever. But when we came back in after my first kill, he wired a smoke grenade to the front sight of his M60 and pulled the pin. And when we're downwind at Fuloy, we're trailing red smoke. He's holding his M60 out, and he's got a red smoke grenade wired to the end of the barrel, and of course the smoke's trailing behind the aircraft. Look kind of like the Blue Angels a little bit, but
what was the significance of that? Where did that ritual come from?
It told the guys on the ground that we're coming home, and we had been successful. Submarines come home World War II, they got the broom hanging from the periscope, clean sweep. We trailed smoke when we came back with kills. And it was kind of exciting on occasion to see a big formation flight coming back, especially on my third tour in the Delta with Dark Horse. We'd come back with 4 scouts and 4 Cobras, and we'd have all 4 scouts trailing red smoke. Sometimes we'd kind of hot dog it. We'd fly right down the middle of the runway, trailing red smoke, and then do a break to the right onto downwind, down to base, and then land. That was all Hollywood stuff. That was for show, largely for the guys on the ground, the crew chiefs, the maintenance guys, the guys in the tower. They loved that stuff, in the control tower. And we'd fly right down the middle of the runway at 4 feet, trailing 4 trails of red smoke. It was an esprit de corps thing. Esprit and the cavalry tradition, the cavalry mentality go hand in hand. And in order to get guys charged up and keep them fired up, things like that were good for morale.
You gave a speech when you took over the aeroscout platoon. You called the guys together and you told them, and it's in the book, the mission of this unit is to fly and fight, and don't you ever forget that. And that was kind of right after you had pinned the miniguns. What was that about? What was that mindset, and what were you trying to instill?
There was a little consternation on the part of some of the scouts about becoming mini gunships rather than scout ships. And I understood that. I had some very experienced 10-month scouts. Bill Jones was one of them, Jim Morrison, really good guys, but they had flown most of their missions with an observer, and they were not necessarily all that supportive of the concept of now we're a mini gunship down low and we're going to stay longer than they stayed before. It was a way to say, okay, this is now our orientation. This is how we're going to do business. And everybody fell into line. There was not a problem. I didn't loot. Nobody walked off the job. I had some long conversations with Bill Jones and Morrison. Those are two really good scout pilots. Both warrant officers. Both had almost a year experience. And I learned a lot from those guys. Jim rotated out okay. Jones was later seriously burned. He was shot down. Jimmy Potter, his crew chief, staff sergeant, was our platoon sergeant. He was killed in that event. Tom Chambers and Mike Woods landed a Cobra to rescue Jones, and ultimately he was sent back. It's in the book. The things that you've never seen before largely shape your perceptions and your personality. And one of the things I wanted to do the day after Jones was shot down and burned, his aircraft crashed onto a stump, which penetrated the fuel cell, which hit the engine, and it burned. Potter was consumed in the fire. Jones was badly burned, but he was rescued by these two crazy Cobra pilots that land in the middle of the jungle and then get a Chinook in to hoist Jones out. The next day, perhaps 2 days later, we flew down to the 93rd Evac Hospital in Saigon to visit Jones, and I landed on the pad, and there were 5 or 6 of us in a Huey, and we went down to see him. And I went to the nurse's station. I said, "Where's Mr. Jones from the quarter cabin?" She said, "It's fifth bunk down on the right." And I walked down there and looked, and it's not Jones. It's a black soldier. And I go back to the nurse's station. I said, "That's not Mr. Jones. That guy's African American." And she looked at me with this straight in your eyes look, and she said, "No, that's Mr. Jones. He was burned that badly. I thought he was African American. His shoulder was swelled up the size of a basketball. The whole side of him was burned." Bill Jones survived that. Bill Jones went on to fly PHI helicopters. He became a major in the Army Reserve at Fort Carson, Colorado. He's gone now, but that's the first guy I ever saw that was grievously injured. And even though we were wearing flame retardant uniforms, the Nomex uniform, burning jet fuel on your body is going to do a terrible job. And that's the first guy I ever saw that was burned. And I never wanted that to happen to me. It was pretty awful.
Take us to Operation Atlas Wedge, Bolo Woods, Thunder Run, Michelin Rubber, the 4th Cav, March of 69, I think.
March of 1969. I mentioned before that the Michelin was off limits. The commanding officer of the quarter cav was Lieutenant Colonel William Hoponsky. West Point had come from the 11th Armored Cav Regiment, where he was Patton's regimental ops officer. Came over to command the quarter cav. I liked Bill Hoponsky. He was a handful. Not a big guy, a little guy, but he carried an M79 grenade launcher, which I thought was kind of weird for a squadron commander. But I flew him a number of times in January and February on CNC missions, and so that's how I got to know Colonel Hoponsky. And Bill has written a number of books. He's gone now too, but he wrote Danger's Dragoons, and he wrote One Hell of a Ride. And these are William Hoponsky, Haponski. And I'm mentioned a number of times in his books because he knew me from flying C&C for him. But he devised a plan to attack the Michelin rubber plantation using the 25th Division on the west as a blocking force, the 1st Cavalry on the north as a blocking force, the 1st Infantry on the right, and then Task Force Hoponsky, which was the quarter cav, and some attached mech infantry units would enter the rubber from the south, and finally unentrench. Detrench, is that a word? Detrench the North Vietnamese. And on that particular mission, I was the first scout into the Michelin at about 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun was just coming up. It was dusk, or dawn, I guess. And we hit the Michelin rubber plantation just as the tank started moving in. And I made a turn and looked, and I saw it look like ants. There were hundreds of North Vietnamese guys in there, and they all had, they looked like the ground was moving because they were all wearing camouflage capes that cascaded down over their back, and when they ran, they kind of looked like Superman with a camouflage cape. They're all running around in all kinds of directions because here come the tanks from the south, M48s, main battle tanks that the quarter cav had. And when we're in there with the scouts giving direction to the Cobras, and the Cobras are shooting, and we're shooting, and guys going every which way, and that was the first major operation I was ever in. I mean, that was a large task force size operation, which also revolved around the attacks on Firebase Rita, Dot, and Julie. Those were 3 very big engagements in the March timeframe. With large attempts of North Vietnamese to overrun the Americans that had now started to camp out in the Michelin.
Could you talk about that day? I mean, I think that was wasn't that like a 16-hour day for you?
Oh yeah, 15 hours on that day. 15 hours is the longest that I've ever flown in an aircraft without ever getting out of it. Hot refueling was relatively new in those days, meaning that we'd continue to run while we're on the pad. If you've got to relieve yourself, you friction everything out, friction the aircraft controls down, and then just step out of the aircraft and relieve yourself on the ground. Hopefully, number one, not a lot of number two on the refueling point, but your butt is numb. The seat on the OH-6 was mesh, and it was surrounded by ceramic carbide with a tungsten core that was armor plate, but very, very little protection for the pilot. But the seat itself was really uncomfortable. There was no back padding. We had a little small pad about 6 or 8 inches in a square, which was a foam pad that fit on the back of the armor plate on Velcro. So you just adjusted that to hit the small of your back, and that was the seat. Very uncomfortable for long periods, and that was the first time I ever flew 15 point something in a day.
What were you doing that whole day?
Continually in the Michelin. Where are the bad guys? Where are they moving? Where can we block them? Who comes from the north, east, west? Artillery, TAC air. We used some TAC air on the north side to convince them that they don't want to go that way. It was 15 hours of straight combat, very fast. Didn't do a lot of slow flight on that particular day. But it was the first major operation I'd ever been in, and you're coordinating. I was not coordinating artillery or TAC air. The Cobras were doing that, but I was relaying what I saw: bunkers, bunker size, activity, traffic, people, anti-aircraft guns. 50 cal was the big nemesis for helicopters. But that was the first we went into the Michelin plantation, and that lasted well over a month, and it was called Operation Atlas Wedge. But Bill Hoponsky wrote significantly about that in his 2 books, One Hell of a Ride, and Dangerous Dragoons.
You got your engine shot out, I think, that day too, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. We took a round through the compressor section of the engine and went back over to Firebase Rita and sat down and had to have that aircraft pipe smoked out. Huey would come in and take the blades off a Loach, put them on the inside of the Huey, and then pick up to a hover, and they'd put a strap around the head and pick that thing up, and a Huey could carry a Loach easily. In order to pipe smoke a Huey, it took a Chinook. And in order to pipe smoke a Chinook, it took a Sky Crane. But the littlest of the bunch was the Loach, and a Huey could haul it.
There's another chapter in the book, I think it's chapter 5. You took out your crew chief, Al Farrar, and you guys were flying. And he said, I mean, he was yelling at you on the radio, like, Lieutenant, I can smell him. Don't go too slow. Can you talk a little bit about that day and kind of what was going on?
Yeah, you know, the Farrar was already a seasoned scout crew chief, and the thing that you learn to do, the crew in a scout ship is very special. You depend on each other. If the scout pilot gets shot down, crew chief's going with him. The crew chief can't do anything about flying that airplane from the back seat. Conversely, if the crew chief gunner is not good with that M60, then the guy on the ground shooting at you is going to win. We depended on them with the M60. They also were the guys that delivered our ordnance. In the back end of the OH-6, we carried all color of smoke grenades: green, red, yellow, purple, HC, which was corrosive smoke. We carried Willie Pete grenades, white phosphorus. We carried CS grenades, gas, M60 machine gun, couple of spare barrels, 3,000 rounds of ammo, frag grenades. And in order to deliver a hand ordnance, I'd say, give me a smoke. He would get, I'd say, for example, give me a red. He'd get a red grenade, he'd put it in his hand, he'd pull the pin, and he'd stick it straight out. So I could look over my right shoulder, and I could see the top of the grenade, which was red, corresponding to the cover. And I'd fly inbound to the target, and when I wanted him to drop, I'd say, drop it, and he would throw it straight down. Forward flight is a factor, and with a little practice, you can get that smoke right where you want it to go. We would deliver grenades that way. We would deliver gas that way. Willie Pete was the big one. That one you had to be careful with because that was a big, huge grenade. But in order for fast movers to see a target very quickly, it took the Willie Pete grenade, a small smoke grenade they couldn't see from altitude. But Farrar's in the back seat, and he said, "Sir, I can smell him. I can smell him. I can smell him." He was really getting tense. Al Farrar is still with us, by the way. I just saw him a couple of months ago. Al is an Easterner, and he has an accent. And I'm a Southerner with an accent. And we were kind of a crew together. Jimmy Parker was from Calhoun, Georgia, a Southerner. They called Jimmy the Reverend because he was very quiet. He didn't say much. Very stoic. Ken Stormer, a Texan, a big cowboy type. Very, very aggressive, very vocal. The Tom McDivitt, the platoon sergeant. All the guys had personalities, and I flew with all my different guys. Jim Downing, who I would fly with a number of times, was from Green City, Missouri. He was ultimately killed on the 6th of November with Scout pilot Joe Vad. But all the Scout crew chiefs were different. As the platoon leader, I liked to fly with all of them, but my principal gunner was Jimmy Parker from Calhoun, Georgia, and we flew most of the missions. I flew with Jimmy more than any other crew chief, and he was. I owe him my life a number of times. His ability with an M60 machine gun, unparalleled. Farrar, excellent shot. Stormer, excellent shot. These guys from the backseat of a moving helicopter could hit a running man. takes experience. You're not shooting right at him. You're actually shooting behind him as you go forward, and the rounds will arc in. The ability to see, to react, to maintain under serious pressure, and these guys were just terrific. The outcasts were an all-volunteer unit. You didn't get assigned to the outcast. You agreed to go to the scouts. We had no married men in the scouts because of the danger. Of the guys that started with me in March of '69, there were 2 of us left alive in December. Wounded, de-roast, killed in the case of Jones and Vad and Potter and others. It was a volunteer unit. The only married guy we had was Joe Vad. And we made an exception. Joe was a former Marine who wanted to fly scouts, and we made an exception. He was a tremendous soldier, and then he was killed on the 6th of November, leaving a widow and a little girl named Lisa, who still is part of our group. She comes to our reunions, and is a very dear part of our organization. But scouting was tough. I believe the number 842 OH-6s were sent to Vietnam, and the vast majority, 80% of those were destroyed in combat. More Huey pilots died than scout pilots, but there were thousands more Hueys than there were scouts. Statistically, the most dangerous job in Vietnam was the OH-6 scout pilot.
October 28th, 1969, you're skimming the Saigon River at 3 feet of altitude, 100 knots between the banks. You smelled a cooking fire, charcoal from a mile away because morning fog was holding the smoke down kind of at river level. You popped up over the trees and found 10 NVA regulars sitting around a black cooking pot. Walk us through that morning.
Yeah. That was an early morning VR flight on the river. And exactly as you said, their morning smoke was going up into the fog along the river, and it was held. And as I'm coming up the river body itself at about 3 feet, I could smell cooking fire, a smoke fire, and no friendlies at all anywhere in that area. So we knew somebody was close, and I popped up over a nipa palm line and looked down, and here these guys are. Their AKs are stacked. Parker opens up. I didn't say a word as I did a flare. He saw him. He opens up. They scatter. They open up. Turning, burning gunfight for a few minutes, and then we got 10 guys on the ground. And I told the Cobra, I said, "This is what we got. If we want to come back and put the ARPs on the ground, you might get some intel, But there's some dead guys down here." And I started to head back on up the river, and Parker says to me, he said, "Sir, if it's okay, I need to go to the hospital." And I turned around and looked. There's a small opening behind the head of the scout where you can see into the back compartment. And Parker is back in his chair, and he's holding himself, and there's blood coming out between his fingers. He'd been shot through the neck by an AK-47. I never knew he was hit until he told me. I immediately peeled off and told the Cobra, I said, "I got to go to Second Surge, the surgical hospital." I said, "Gunner's hit. I got to go to Second Surge." And the Cobra came back immediately and said, negative, we got fire coming out of Like A, artillery fire coming out. And I said, negative, I'm going low level. And I didn't have to worry about artillery fire if I stayed under it. Mm-hmm. So I took off down through the north part of the Iron Triangle on the trees, literally on the ground. And the Cobra went around the 25th Division AO to get around the artillery, but I went low level right across the middle of the Iron Triangle at 10 feet because Jimmy's hurt, and that's where I had to get him to save him. So we come screaming into the Second Surge pad and shut down, and I'd already called ahead on FM, and they had some guys on the pad there with a gurney, and they grabbed Parker and put him on it and wheeled him into the emergency room, just like MASH, just exactly like MASH. So I shut the bird down. I hovered it off to the side so I wouldn't block medevacs coming in. Shut it down, and I walked over to the hospital, and I kind of opened the door and walked in. They got Jimmy on a table, and they're working on him. Blood's everywhere. And 2-3 minutes later, the doors burst open again, and in come 5 or 6 guys that had been in an M113 that got hit with an RPG, a rocket-propelled grenade. And they were all blown up and burned up. And they throw those guys into the various beds. I was overcome. I was distraught about Jimmy Parker. And then they bring in these guys that were all blown up. And I had to get out of there. So I just turned around, walked back outside and sat down and popped open a cigarette. I'd started smoking in Vietnam, and I popped open a cigarette and I said, "Oh my God, Lord, please save Jimmy." He did. Parker's still with us. He's still the Reverend. He still doesn't have much to say, but he went off for R&R and came back from that. He had already previously we had actually gone down. We got shot down on Thunder Road, and he landed on the front sight of his M60 and busted.
That's a wild story. Will you tell that whole story?
Yeah, we were working Thunder Road up and down. We'd had a couple of engagements. We'd found some areas that the Cobra had shot up for me. Didn't get a lot going, and just as we went up the highway north of Thunder 2. There was a creek that crossed the river, and the highway ran north and south, and there was a roam plowed area on both sides of the highway, about 200 yards, which had been plowed, but the jungle grows up again. So we had 8 or 10 foot scruffy jungle all over and big piles of dirt. And all of a sudden, I take fire from the west side of the tree line. It's heavy fire, and so I turned into it.
And that day, were you guys escorting?
We were working ahead of a ground convoy,
Mm-hmm.
A convoy of trucks that was going north to Quan Loy. And we were maybe a mile ahead of them, kind of clearing the road. And this was an ambush that was set to happen. But when I got there, they decided to shoot at us. And so I turned into the fire, and I let go with the minigun. And all of a sudden, just slightly to my right, these big orange basketballs started flying at me, and it was a 51 cal anti-aircraft gun that was set up in the trees to my right. And the first burst, one of the rounds went through my rotor system. The first I knew I was hit was the vibration started, and it was the most severe vibration I ever felt in an aircraft in my career. The round had penetrated the spar, the leading edge of the blade, and split it completely open. And that created an imbalance in the rotor system that was, I couldn't see. I mean, everything was a blur. I just chopped the throttle and went straight in. And I was about 10 feet off the ground, and so it was a pretty short descent. But we hit the ground. I killed the throttle, reached down, pulled the fuel cutoff, and I bailed out. Parker had eaten his M60. The front sight had hit him in the chin. He was split open. I thought he was shot, but he actually split it open with his M60. So I bail out with my car 15, and Jimmy bails out with his M60 and about an 8-foot length of M60 ammo dragging behind him. And we get down behind a rice dike in front of us. It's about a foot and a half high. So we're laying in the stinky stuff with a little old berm in front of us. And Dean Shiner was my Cobra. And Dean started immediately. He saw where the fire was coming from, and he starts hitting it with the Cobra. And he's making run after run after run, putting Cobra fire in the 50, shooting at him. And the guys with the AKs are shooting at us, and the ground's popping up. And all of a sudden, I noticed that Dean is making runs, but he's not putting out rockets. And it occurred to me, he's out of ammo. And he's making runs on an anti-aircraft gun with no weapons, and he's doing that to keep them off of me. But at the same time, what I didn't realize is he was on the radio calling for any aircraft vicinity Thunder 2. We got a downed aircraft. And Colonel Haldane, the 2nd Brigade commander, 1st Infantry Division, happened to be coming south in a Huey at about 1,500 feet, and his pilot took it down right on the road. I looked to my right, and here comes a Huey right down the road about Loach altitude, and they come zipping in and land beside us. And I run over and jump in. I'm grabbing Jimmy by the pants, and I'm pulling him in. And he never let go of his M60. He brought his M60 out of there, but.
And you guys were engaged the entire time you were on the ground, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a firefight. I had a Claymore bag with 30-round magazines in it, and I shot all of those. I shot every round I had, but there were no friendlies on the ground. There was no reaction force. I was maybe the guys with the AKs. The closest was less than 100 yards. The 50 was about 250 yards to the right in a tree line. But when the Cobra was out of ammo, there wasn't anything Cobra could do. But bless Bob Haldane and his Huey crew came in and got the two of us. I think
I read in your book, like, you generally believe that was going to be your day.
I thought we were done. I thought they're going to get us because they're close. There was a whole bunch of them. Enough guys on both sides of the highway. There were guys on the other side of the highway behind me that never engaged us, but they were set to hit that convoy. So there had to be several hundred in order to take on an armored convoy. They'd have gotten us.
You guys pretty much saved that armored convoy too, didn't you?
Well, we sprung the ambush on them,
Oh.
which saved those guys, but. Again, brigade commanders, 06s and helicopters don't generally come down and do air crew rescue, but Colonel Haldane did, and that's why Jimmy and I, lived to fight another day.
That's awesome. Talk to us about the NVA officer the next day, because
the next day we're in the same exact area. The escort for that convoy had come forward. They came charging forward after we were rescued. And they fought a fairly sustained battle in the Rome plowed area just north of Thunder 2. Well, the next day we were given a VR mission to go back out and VR the visual recon, the same area. And we're flying up the road, and Jimmy's flying. His little chin is all stitched and bandaged up, but he's flying with me. And we fly around a mound of dirt, and he goes, come around, come around, come around. So I came back around, and he goes, I got a guy down here. There's a guy. And I look, and there's a NVA soldier leaning on a pile of dirt, and he's obviously hurt. He's been injured. And I looked at him, and I could see over his shoulder like a message pouch or a map case. And it was green in color. And I told the Cobra, I said, this guy's dead down here, and he's got a map case on him. I'm going to land and get it. That was the first thought. Probably not the brightest thing I ever did, but I said, we're going to land and grab that. So I came in and landed in an area. I had to land with some foliage around me and that big pile of dirt. I couldn't quite see him the way I had landed, and Parker got out of the right and was going to walk over and get that map case off the guy. And as he got beside me, as Jimmy got beside me, I just reached over and grabbed my Car 15, and I said, here, take this. His 60 was strapped in the back. All he had was a pistol. I said, here, take my Car 15. He goes around the dirt, and all of a sudden, the first thing I know, that Car 15 goes off at full auto, and Jimmy comes running around that pile of dirt and dives in the back of the Loach. He didn't have to say a word. I pulled pitch, did a hard left out of there, and he plugs in, and he goes, he ain't dead. He ain't dead. He's alive. And he said he's got an RPG. He was trying to detonate the RPG. Well, he was dead because Parker had hit him with 30 rounds at point blank range, but it scared Jimmy to death. It just scared him to death. But we went back around and we made sure he was gone. Jimmy did that, and we did.
Jimmy didn't really want to get off that helicopter again.
He didn't want to get off again, but he did. He did. And we got a map.
Hugh covers that story
info
in great detail in the book. It's definitely one worth reading. What was in the map case?
Unit designations, ambush locations. He turned out he was an officer. You couldn't really tell the officer from the enlisted with the North Vietnamese. They all dressed exactly alike. Usually the officers carried pistols. Tokarev K-54s were usually found on officers. But I ran into two officers in my time over there. That guy who ultimately was dead, and then the guy we captured when I got out was...
I think that guy had the overlays that showed the entire 7th NVA's division's plan to reoccupy.
He had a bunch of stuff that
they were trying to reoccupy the Michelin, right?
Yes, exactly. That was valuable G2, and we worked for the G2. You look at roles and missions, and the Air Cav Troop was not tasked by the G3, the operations of the division. We were tasked by G2, the intel side of the division. They told us where they wanted us to go and work, and our after-action reports went back to G2, and G2 fed that to G3, which drove the operations side of planning for the division. But we were a reconnaissance and security organization, and largely intelligence is what we were after. And that was a big one. That had a lot of information in that map case. Took a little time before I could ask Jimmy to get out of the airplane again. He didn't like that.
Yeah, Hugh's been super nice, but the exchange is well documented in the book.
Yes, it is.
It's a great story. Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I build Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards. May 6th, 1969. We got to get at least one semi-funny story in here. You're on a scramble. Talk to us about what happened to your knife.
Oh, I was on scramble duty, and on scramble duty, your aircraft is pre-flighted, ready to go, but it's sitting in the revetment. I was in the hooch. I don't know, doing something, reading a book, playing my Akai 360D tape player, but we had a siren in the troop area, and on a scramble mission, they would hit that siren in the command bunker, and it would go off. And everybody ran to their assigned areas for takeoff, except the Cobra aircraft commander. The aircraft commander would go over to operations and get the map coordinates, whatever the quick details were. But the scouts would run out and get in the airplane. We'd fire it up, and we'd be ready to go by the time. We could start much faster than a Cobra, but we'd be ready to go by the time the Cobra was ready to go. And I was running to the aircraft, and the Loach revetments were closest to the unit buildings across a little bitty drainage ditch. And I jumped the drainage ditch, and when I did, my Gerber Mark I commando knife, which was strapped to my survival vest upside down, the little snap came loose, and the Gerber flipped out. And just as I was jumping the ditch, the Gerber went down and went through the top of my jungle boot, right between my toe and my big toe and my first toe, and it literally between the what are those, metatarsals? Mm-hmm. Sharp knife. It was razor sharp, and it stuck through my foot. And I reached down. I said, "Damn, that hurts a lot." I pulled it back. I put it back in my survival vest, and I went on and got in the aircraft, fired it up, and went and flew. It wasn't a big mission. I don't recall exactly where we were, but it wasn't a very big deal. But by the time we got back, my foot had swollen inside the boot. The boot was full of blood. It was now throbbing. And I had to have the boot cut off and go over to the flight surgeon. He had to stitch up my foot. But that wound was self-inflicted. And the moral of that story is don't carry your knife upside down in your survival vest, or you're going to stick it through your foot.
Did you have to get stitches?
I'm sorry?
Did you get stitches?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a couple. It was they didn't do staples in those days. They didn't do the bandages in those days. Couple of stitches, and I didn't. I was off of it for a while. Hurt like crazy though. I didn't enjoy that.
May 13th, 1969, FSB Gela. You guys found a mass grave site. I think a fire support base was hit by 82 millimeter mortars and an NVA ground assault. You flew the BDA at first light. There was body drag marks. Can you talk a little bit about?
Yeah, the NVA would generally hit night defensive positions and fire bases at night. They were masters of the dark, but they'd hit at night, and then the next morning when we would show up to do the reconnaissance forward away from the fire bases, essentially to track the enemy, you'd find blood trails, drag marks. It was Fire Support Base Gala. And as I moved forward, there was an obvious, very, very hastily constructed mass grave. I don't know how many people were in it, but it was a lot. And they had very quickly piled up their bodies and thrown stuff on top, but didn't normally do that. Normally the NVA took their bodies with them if they could. I don't know how they were buried in the field, or certainly they were not repatriated. They didn't bring the bodies home. They always buried them. But this is the first mass grave I'd ever seen. It was big.
What did those graves tell you about how the war was changing in May of '69?
What it was telling us is the enemy was more willing and more able to commit large forces, where in the past they largely avoided main combat face-to-face with superior American forces. When you attack a fire base at night, you're attacking circled up ACAVs, or armored cav assault vehicles, 50 caliber machine guns, 30 caliber machine guns, usually artillery at a fire support base, who could come down and fire direct fire with beehive. All the guys on the perimeter are armed. You've got artillery support coming from outside the fire base on the outside. And to do that much damage to that many people was a change. Basically, the introduction of a larger number of enemy soldiers into our area that were willing to stand and fight in large numbers. And this was post-Michelin. The NVA, in my opinion, were trying to reintroduce themselves into the area of Third Corps where we were. The principal opponent that we had was called the Dong Nai Regiment, and they were the elusive regiment that ran all over 3 Corps, and they were destroyed several times over. But May, June, and July were really heavy assault. The attack on Firebase Gala, the attack on Firebases Rita, Dot, and Julie, the multiple attacks on Firebase Mahome was an indication that the enemy was stepping up their operations. And generally speaking, the Tet offensive, the Christmas offensive, is what they were leading up to. That was their Lunar New Year. There was a religious context. There was a political context to it. And these guys were now coming in larger numbers out of Cambodia into our operational area, and they were willing to stand and fight. These were good soldiers. These were not Viet Cong. These were North Vietnamese regulars.
Yeah, will you explain the difference? You and I were talking about this at dinner yesterday.
The Viet Cong is an indigenous South Vietnamese whose political interests lie with the opposition, and they were insurgents, if you will, and they were less well equipped and less well organized, less able to stand and fight in numbers than were the North Vietnamese army. The army of North Vietnam was a standing army. well equipped, well disciplined. I had great respect for North Vietnamese soldiers. They were not slouches. They would stand and fight. They were well equipped, not as equipped as we were, and at some disadvantage with their chain of command being spread out and their logistical tail very difficult to maintain in the field compared to us. If an Army unit was in the field and needed ammo, we could resupply them with a Huey like right now. Food, uniforms, medical supplies, medical evacuation, big thing. We could get guys out in 20 minutes and they're in a field hospital. A Vietnamese soldier that's shot is in the jungle with rudimentary tools and he's shot. Not a good thing. But the North Vietnamese soldier was well disciplined, well equipped. They knew how to use their weapons, and they were good soldiers. I had great respect for them.
May 26, 1969, you guys took 19 bullet holes. You and Al Farrar found an NVA radio antenna strung across a valley. Talk to me about that day.
Yeah, I'd never seen this before. It's the strangest thing I'd ever seen. We're flying up the T10 River Valley, and I look out in front of me, and as we zip over a bend in the river, across the top of me, this wire went zip across the top of me. Didn't hit it, but it was above my rotor system. I was actually below it. And I thought, what the heck was that? We turned around. My first impulse is that this was a helicopter trap, something strung across the valley to catch us. And the more I looked at it, I said, that's not capable of taking a helicopter down. That's like commo wire. But I went over to this side and took a look, and it was turns out it was a field improvised antenna, which indicated very quickly to us that we had a command post down there somewhere, and the ARPs were brought in. There was some ground reconnaissance, but it's the first time I'd ever seen a antenna spread across a field expedient aerial antenna used by the enemy. Immediate indication that there was a higher headquarters there.
What happened that day?
We put the ARPs on the ground, and the ARPs, as I recall, they went into one side first. This thing was spread several hundred yards long. It was like commo wire, WD1 spread across one side of a valley to another, a fairly short span. But we put the ARPs on the ground on one side. I was on the other end of that antenna taking a look, and all of a sudden they opened up on us, and I was a little too slow. I hadn't been fired on. I was not anticipating as I should have been. And we took 19 rounds through the back end of the aircraft. Typically with enemy soldiers, they were not really great about leading the aircraft, which is, of course, moving. If you shoot at a point in time and the aircraft's moving, where the bullets hit is somewhere left or right of that, depending on which way you're going. And most of those rounds impacted in the doghouse area below the blades and in the tail. But Farrar was not pleased with that either. But my recollection of that day is the significance of that radio antenna. The elusive element that we faced the entire time I was there was the Cosvin headquarters was somewhere in Cambodia. We knew that. We didn't go to Cambodia in 1969. But the command post for the Army of North Vietnam in the south was located, it's called Cosvin, and it was located in Cambodia. But to find a large field expedient antenna like that indicated that was at least a regimental-sized command post. And, of course, we would go in first with the ARPs. The ARPs would look around an area, hold it, and then the division would bring in, for example, they'd insert a rifle company. And if the rifle company developed activity, they would put in a reaction force. And now you got a battalion in there. And that's how we got troops into contact, was leading with the ARPs, relieved in place by a reactionary company, relieved in place by their reactionary battalions. And that's how major operations started. The May-June timeframe started much heavier engagements with larger numbers of enemy soldiers.
Yeah, before we dive into that, let's just take a quick break.
Sure.
This is kind of another funny story, and we'll end up talking about him again later on, but June 5th, 1969, you blew the tin off of somebody's command vehicle track. Tell me that story.
Yeah, I did. We were working along the Song Bay Road, which went in the northeast corner of our tactical area, and we were fragged out to the 11th Armored Cav Regiment, and we were directed. My hunter killer team, Chuck Carranda was the Cobra, and we were fragged out to the 11th Cav, and we were supposed to meet them at their base area. And when we got there, what we saw was a whole bunch of Sheridans, M551, essentially tanks with ACAVs, and they were all in a big circle right off the side of the road. And they had a very small area that we could land. We were supposed to land and get some direction. And so I told the Cobra, I said, "You go on in and land." He was much bigger than me and would take the largest part of the landing zone. So he goes in and shuts down. And once he had secured his blade, then I decided to come in. And the area he left me was pretty close to an M577 command track, much bigger M113. And it had the tent section extended off the back of it. And so when I came in and did kind of a flare, my rotor wash hit that tent section, which was not secure, and it blew up. And map pieces and paper and stuff went all over the place. And oh God, that's going to make somebody mad. So I'm just shutting down and getting out of the aircraft, and I see this senior NCO walking toward me, and the first thing I see is a scar on his face that went from the top of his head down to his chin. And I instantly knew this guy. When I was a brand new second lieutenant, I was assigned to the 5th Recon Training Squadron at Fort Knox for a couple of months before flight school. And the first sergeant of that troop was First Sergeant Wolf. And he had fought in Korea and had a bayonet scar from a North Korean soldier that ran across the whole face. And he's walking toward me, and the first thing I said, "Oh, First Sergeant Wolf." And then I looked at his collar, and now it's Sergeant Major Wolf. It's Command Sergeant Major Wolf. He's the Sergeant Major of the 11th Armored Cav. I said, "Oh, excuse me, Sergeant Major Wolf." And he looks at me and goes, "Lieutenant Mills." He said, "You have just blown over Colonel Patton's command tent." George Patton, the son of the World War II Patton, is a regimental commander. And I just kind of flippantly said, "Well, Sergeant Major, you ought not park the colonel's command post in the middle of our helipad." And he just kind of laughed. He had a big mustache and that bayonet scar. And he said, "You want me to tell the regimental commander that he parked his track in the middle of your helipad?" I said, No, let's not do that. But that's Patton was the regimental commander, and later I would run into him a number of times in my career. He went on to become one of the few non-rated combat arms senior officers, 06s, that would be sent to flight school to become more familiar with the operations of aviation. So they sent them through what we call a shake and bake course for senior aviators. They came away with wings. They were rated aviators. You wouldn't want to let them perhaps go fly by themselves, and there was no intention for that. They would always fly with a senior officer. But I ran into Patton in Germany after my first tour in Vietnam. He was coming in as a brigadier general. I went to the same in-country aviation orientation at Swabish Hall with him. And then later, when I served as a Cobra platoon leader and a ground troop commander with the 2nd of the 1st Cav, 2nd Armored Division, General Patton was the division commander, and Brigadier General Cavazos, after whom Fort Hood was renamed, was the assistant division commander. So I had a couple of interactions with Patton, and I really everybody liked him.
We're going to tell some of those later on.
Yeah, okay.
There's a great one that had me rolling at dinner last night.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just, I don't want to overcover your first tour because I don't want to give too much of the book away. The book is such a phenomenal read. There's no way we'll ever be able to do it any sort of justice on this podcast. I really hope that folks take the time, especially if you have any interest in learning about Vietnam from a history standpoint or a warfighting standpoint. I mean, Hugh did a ton of research to make that book. It's so excellently written. It was one of the few books that I've read in the last 5 years where I couldn't put it down. But I do want to talk about kind of some of the impact awards you got. I was joking with you yesterday that, I mean, you've got so many awards, you probably look like a Libyan dictator when you put your uniform on. But one of the Bronze Stars you got was, you got it for something that you did on the ground. You were co-pilot of a Loach on, I think it was 7 July 1969. You guys were northwest of Lai Kay. And, well, I'll let you tell the story.
I was not really co-pilot. I was actually the aircraft commander, but I was training a new scout pilot. I'm flying in the left seat. I've got a new scout pilot.
That's my non-aviator.
He's in the right seat. He's flying the airplane. And what we had decided to do was go out to an area that was relatively pacified. I was not terribly concerned. I had a Cobra with me, and we were basically out teaching him to scout. And while he's practicing that which he has been taught, I'm just kind of chilling in the left seat. And off to our right, we were working on a little riverbank. And off to my right, I see a group of Vietnamese, and they're planting rice shoots. And the way they plant, they get in a formation, almost a square, and they've got these big carrying bags on the back of their shoulders, and they've got rice shoots, and they reach out and they pull a rice shoot out, and they stick it down in the muck of the rice paddy. Rice paddy's got 6, 8, 10 inches of water in it. And they stick the shoot down in the ground in the mud, and that plants the rice shoot. And they were, 8 or 10 across in about 5 columns. And they're all moving in unison like a little square through this rice paddy. And I'm watching them, and just something in my mind said something's not right. And I'm watching them closer, and I said, "Give me the aircraft a minute." So I take the controls and I ease over toward those guys, and I look down, and there's one guy right in the middle of a bunch of women and kids that are planting rice shoots, and I've got one military-age male right in the middle. And as they're moving, they're all moving they're paying me no attention whatsoever. They're moving in one direction, and this guy kept looking over his shoulder, and he's looking at me. Very unusual. And as they're moving in one direction, he's trying to go kind of at an angle away from the group, but he's still in the middle of them. But he's not going the same way they're going. He's in over to the side. And I told my partner, I said, "Nah, this isn't right." So I called the Cobra. I said, "See if we've got a unit in the vicinity. Come over and grab this guy." I said, "I got a bad guy down here. I know he's a bad guy. I don't see a weapon, but we need to grab this guy." And the Cobra reaches out. There's an ARVN unit maybe some distance away that could have somebody come grab him. And he calls me back. He said, "No, I can't get anybody. I don't have anybody that can grab him." So I said, "Okay, I'm going to grab him." And the Cobra says, "Yeah, but let's talk about that." And I said, "No, I grab him. I'm going to land, and my partner can fly the airplane. I'll grab him. I'll put him in the back seat with me, and we'll fly him somewhere to somebody." And the Cobra was not enthralled about that, but it seemed like a good thing to me. It seemed reasonable. And so we landed about I don't know, 20, 30 yards away from this group. The group totally ignored me. He comes up and he's looking at me, and I get out of the aircraft with an M16, and I go around the front, and I'm standing on the rice dike, and I'm pointing at him, you come here. And he's just looking at me. He's being relatively defiant. I point the M16 at him. I said, you come here. And so ultimately he starts to walk toward me. And we walk around the front of the aircraft, and I'm maneuvering him toward the back door, and I hand the M16 into the Loach pilot. And when my attention was diverted, he broke and ran under the tail boom and right out the back of the aircraft, just missed the tail rotor's turning. If he'd have run in the tail rotor, it'd have chopped his head off and torn up the helicopter. But he takes off across the rice paddy, and I just back up and I point to the scout, go get him. He takes off, goes over there and kind of cuts the guy off. He's running through the rice paddy. I'm wearing a chicken plate, which is body armor, tungsten carbide body armor. I got my survival vest, I got my helmet, flight suit, boots, all that, pistol belt. I step into the rice paddy and I sink almost to my knees, and I'm trying to maneuver in this stuff. And my student pilot is doing a great job. He's flying circles around this guy, and he's hitting him with the skids and knocking him down, and ultimately knocked the guy down and lands the helicopter with the skids across his back, and he can't get up. That allowed me to get over to where the bad guy was, and just as I got to where he was, something out of my periphery, I didn't hear anything, but out of my periphery, the water bounces up beside me, and then I'll turn and look to my right, and it bounces up again. It's a bullet hitting right close to where we were. And I looked back over my shoulder toward the riverbank, and there were obviously some bad guys in the woods that were now shooting at us. And so we picked the aircraft up and move it over, and I reached down and pulled him out, and I clocked him just as hard as I could, and his eyes roll back, and I throw him in the back seat of the aircraft. I jump in the back and plug my helmet in real quick in the door gunner's plug that's in the back seat, and I tell the Cobra above me, I said, hey, there's bad guys on the river. Hit the river bed. And when the Cobras came in and started to hit over there, all those guys planting rice, they took off. They're headed for the village. But we flew down the road to an ARVN, Army of the Republic of Vietnam base, and we got out, and I'm dragging this guy's, smells like swamp water. And I turned him over to the ARVNs, and none of them spoke English, and I don't speak Vietnamese, so I just give them this guy, and we get back to base after a while, and then later on, the ops officer gets a hold of me and says, that was a North Vietnamese major. He was a tax collector, and he was out arranging to collect taxes with these people when you guys jumped him, and he integrated with this group of rice planters. And as a result of that, they gave me a Bronze Star for valor in ground combat. I didn't do a lot of ground combat. To be honest with you, all I did was wade in the mud and hit a guy in the head. But I did get a little consternation when that award.
That's one way to put
it. When that award came through, General Malloy pinned that on me. And
what did he tell you?
Well, he basically said, essentially what he said was, I don't need my scout platoon leader running around rice paddies capturing guys at pistol point. And I wanted to say, sure, I didn't have a pistol, I had a rifle. But I chose not to correct the commanding general. And I said, no, sir, I'll try not to do that again. Malloy was a great division commander. I really thought a lot of him. He was a terrific guy. And General Malloy wrote the foreword to Low Level Hell. I was able to contact him years after his military service and during the end of mine and ask him if he would write the foreword to Low Level Hell, and he was most gracious to do that. But he did enjoin me not to get out of the airplane anymore and go running around on the ground.
What did your trainee that you were training? How was that? How did he take that?
I thought he did a great job. He was trained in the airplane. He was qualified to fly the airplane. He was training as a scout, much the way that Bill Jones was training me when I was new. But he did a terrific job. His airmanship, to be able to hit a guy with the skids of the aircraft and not tear him in two, and ultimately when he fell down to land with the skids across his legs where he couldn't get up, I thought it was pretty savvy flying.
You got a couple medals. There's no way I'm going to cover all of them, but there's a couple that were very unique. You and I were talking yesterday. I know some of them mean more to you than others, and that's just kind of who you are. But you got a Silver Star, I think, for something that happened on 28 July 1969, where you hovered the Loach directly above enemy positions and placed devastating suppressive minigun fire on an aggressor emplacements while friendly troops withdrew. You then found out that there was 4 soldiers that were missing. Can you really tell the story of that day? Because this is a very unique story, and you and I were talking about it for a while.
The 28 July is probably the most. To me, it's the most significant mission. The Silver Star is that's not the big deal to me. The big deal to me is the event itself. But I was again about to do a training mission for a brand new warrant officer. We had a warrant officer named Jim Bruton, and Bruton was a trained OH-6 pilot who had been with the 82nd Airborne Division, 3rd Brigade, and they were located right next door to us at Fuloy. Jim did something to irritate the aviation brigade or aviation section commander, a major, and the major essentially threw him out of his unit, and he was sent over to us because he was a Loach pilot. He wasn't a scout. He was an ash and trash liaison guy that flew Loaches. But they sent him to me because he was a Loach guy. And so it was on his first day of training. It was going to be Jim Downing was the crew chief. It was his aircraft. And we were going to go out and do some training to kind of get him from an ash and trash driver into being a scout pilot. And we're literally, I'm in my hooch with Jim, and we're just talking. We're talking philosophy and all that sort of thing. And the day before, the same scout pilot who had that I had flown with that had captured the NVA major. This is now July. That same scout pilot had found an NVA base camp that was a previously occupied base camp that had gone empty, and there were now signs that it was occupied again. So that report went up to division, and division sent down a mission for the next day. They wanted to put the ARPs on the ground to go into that base area to check it and see what kind of activity was being generated there. And so the same scout, relatively inexperienced, but because he was new, was out there in the same area he'd been in the day before, and they put the ARPs on the ground. The minute the ARPs went on the ground, the Chu Hoys, the Kit Carsons, started saying, "Oh no, lots of people here." They're telling Sergeant Gwynn, "There's a lot of people in here. We don't need to be going in here." Gwynn tells Bob Harris, the platoon leader, the Chu Hoys don't think we need to go in there. So the CO is out there in the command and control, and division's telling him, have the ARPs do it. So he said, nope, go ahead. So Bob Harris requested to recon by fire as they went in, and that was declined. I don't know why. But again, I'm in the rear, I'm doing something else. And as the platoon moves into the base area, which was heavily occupied by a company plus of NVA regulars, they kind of opened up and let the platoon move in, and then they kind of closed the shoulders around and then hit them with an ambush. The ARPs worked in 4 squads. They moved in a diamond formation. The 4-1 squad, the 4-3 squad, the 4-2 squad, and the 4-4 squad with the headquarters element, Bob Harris, his RTO, and Doc Morgan in the middle. And all of a sudden, they're hit from all directions, and one of our soldiers goes down, hit in the head. Another soldier's hit in the leg. He goes down. 4-3 squad, commanded by Sergeant Jim Grattan, immediately goes to the ground, and they're right in front of a machine gun bunker. Terry Houck was the 4-3 Alpha, the radio operator. He could reach out and touch this bunker that had a machine gun in it, shooting right over the top of his head. The platoon, the other 3 squads in the headquarters element pull back a little bit, and there's a huge B-52 crater. And they take cover in that crater, and they've got a wounded man with a head wound in the base of the crater. And Harris all of a sudden can't find the 4-3 squad. He's got the other 3 squads, but he doesn't know where 4-3 is. All of this is going over the radio, and the CQ, the runner in the command bunker, runs over to where I am, and he says, Lieutenant Mills, the ops officer thinks you need to come over and hear this. I told Bruton to, sit tight, read the book, whatever we were doing. And I went over to the command bunker, and I'm sitting there listening, and I'm hearing gunfire. I'm hearing the Cobra saying, I can't shoot. You're right in the middle of them. I'm hearing the scout pilot going, they're all over the place. They're completely surrounded. It was very, very hectic. And so I told John Herkert, who was the ops officer at the time, my predecessor is 1-6. I said, John, I'm going up there. And so I just headed back over to the hooch, and I grabbed Bruton and said, get in the airplane, we're going. I didn't have a minigun. I just had, it was configured for 3 people, so they had taken the minigun off. And Jim Downing was the crew chief. We got loaded up. We took off out there. And when I arrived, I came in and went on the tail of the scout that was there, and he's showing me what's going on, and then he departs for fuel. So I'm talking to Bob Harris on the radio. We had 3 radios in the aircraft, UHF, VHF, and 2 FMs. And I'm talking to Harris on his platoon frequency, and he says, I can't find 4-3. I don't have contact with 4-3, which is Sergeant Grattan. And I said, okay. So I spread out and started doing circles around where he was. There was bullets going every which way. I'm very fast. I'm doing about 60 knots. And I'm looking for Sergeant Grattan's squad. And all of a sudden, Downing behind me goes, he's below us, he's below us. And I turned and looked, and I see a glint of purple. And what that was Sergeant Grattan was laying on his back, and he had his identification placard. It was a cloth that was orange on one side, purple on one side. They carried them inside their helmet, and they'd use that for identification when the Hueys were coming in to get them. And I made another turn around, and he's still on his back, but now on top of this purple cloth laying on his shoulder, he had an M16 magazine, and he's pointing to it. And it occurred to me very quickly, he's out of ammo. He needs bullets. And so I told Downing, Spec 4 Downing behind me, I said, grab a couple of bandoliers. We carried 3, 4, 5 bandoliers of M16 ammo in the aircraft anyway. And I said, I'm going to come around, go to a hover, drop your bandoliers to Sergeant Grattan. So we did that, dropped 3 bandoliers of 20-round magazines. Took off again, came back around another time, and he's got a frag grenade. He's pointing to the frag grenade. I said, Grattan was great with hand grenades. He used to carry all kinds of hand grenades in his jungle fatigue, and everybody'd be shooting machine guns, and Grattan would be throwing hand grenades. So we had a Claymore bag with hand grenades in it, and we dropped those to him. And then Terry Houck comes back up on the radio. He got his radio going, and he was 4-3 Alpha. And he said, we got 1 man wounded. We're right at the base of a machine gun bunker. We're flat on the ground. We can't even raise our heads. That machine gun's directly above us. And I said, okay. I said, I can't shoot for fear of hitting you. But just keep your head down, stay low, and we'll figure out how to get you guys out of here. So Harris comes up on the radio to me again, and he goes, Doc, Roscoe Morgan, our medic, he said, Doc says he's got to have blood or we're going to lose the head wound. The guys all carried blood expander, blood kits in their rucksack gear, and they'd gone through all the blood expander apparently to try to keep our head wound alive. So I told the Cobra, I said, see if you can get dust off to get in here, and maybe we can get dust off in close enough to get this kid out of there. So Cobra gets a hold of Division gets a hold of the air evacuation guys, dust off. Super people, they will go to the ends of the earth to get the wounded out. After a bit, a dust off shows up, tries to go in and land, and there's no real place they can land. So their second objective is to drop blood expander to Doc Morgan. And I told the dust off pilot, I said, okay, let's do this low. I said, I'll lead you in. You get right behind me. I'll lead you in. As I go over the platoon, I'll say mark on the radio, and you'll know that's where you need to drop the blood. The minute we started in and I said mark, all I could hear was gunfire behind me. They were shooting the poop out of that dust off. So he didn't even attempt it. He just kept going straight. And he said, I'm going to go find a fire base and sit down. He said, I can't do it. It's too heavy. And it just occurred to me very quickly. I said, well, I'm saying to myself, I'm quicker than you are. I'm more maneuverable than you are. So I keyed up the mic. I said, land on the road over here to the west. I'm going to land behind you. My crew chief is going to come to the aircraft. Give him your blood kit. It's a big box with blood expander in it. I said, give my crew chief the blood kit, and we're going to see if we can't get in there and deliver it. So he lands, I land, and while I'm landed, I tell Bruton, I said, Jimmy, I said, you don't have to be here. There's no real reason. There's not much you can do. I said, it's no foul if you want to go get on that dust off. And I said, I don't know what's about to happen, but it ain't going to be good. I said, I got no beef if you want to get in the dust off. To his credit, he said, no, he said, I'll stay with you. And I said, okay. I said, that's good because you can fly the airplane. If I get hit, you got to get us out of here. If you get hit, I'll get you out of here, whatever works. So Downing gets back in the aircraft, and I call Harris again on the radio. I said, okay, I'm inbound. I said, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to come to a hover over the top of you, and Downing's going to just drop the blood, and I'll be gone. That's the plan. Should have enough blood expander to last a while. And he says, okay. And as I came around and started to slow down, I trimmed the aircraft completely forward, as far forward as the cyclic trim would go, so that if I got hit, the cyclic would go forward if I let go of it, and the tail would come up, and the aircraft would crash forward, not on top of the ARPs. And Downing is hanging out of the airplane now. He's not on his M60. He's hanging out of the airplane with this big box of blood expander. And he's using the foot switch on the floor, and he's saying forward, right, hold it. And he's going to drop the blood to Morgan. And just as he said, hold it, I'm looking right between my feet. My feet are on the pedals, and we're about 10, 12 feet off the ground, and there's a trench line in the base area. And right between my pedals is a North Vietnamese soldier, and he's aimed an AK-47 directly at me. That's all I can see is the muzzle there of the gun aiming toward me. And my first thought was, this is it. This is the end. But he doesn't shoot. And all of a sudden, Downing says, go, go, go. He's dropped the blood to Doc Morgan. And so I go, and when I go, as the nose goes forward and the tail comes up, the guy opens up. But all these bullets went in the underside of the aircraft and into the tail boom area. We get out of there, ease up to Dao Tiang, the aircraft was shot up pretty good, and I had warning lights coming on, and so we go to Dao Tiang, and we had other aircraft brought forward. But we went through 3 aircraft that day. And finally, I was talking to the troop commander on the air. I said, "Boss, we got to have armor. We're not going to get these guys out." They had inserted a reactionary company early in the fight. They were hit in an ambush, and they were pinned down several thousand meters away. So I got a surrounded platoon. I got a dislocated squad. I got several guys wounded, one critical. And so Major Moore gets on the horn and gets a hold of division. And from somewhere, he calls and says, "Okay, I got armor coming down the road." And this was hours later. He said, "Get out and you get out and pick up the tanks and bring them in and show them where everybody is." So I reached down and flipped up the number 2 FM to the frequency that he gave me for the tank guys, and I keyed, and all I got was squelch. I had a bullet through the radio, didn't even know it. And so my FMs doesn't work. I can't talk to the tanks. The tanks had to know where the guys were, because they can't come in there with canister round, 90 millimeter canister round if you got friendlies. So I'm talking to the Cobra on UHF. The Cobra is talking to the tanks on FM. And I'm saying, "Okay, bring the lead tank in, turn the turret to the left. That big old bunker, you can shoot that. The ARPs are off to the right." So I'm talking on UHF, the Cobra's talking on FM, the tank guy's listening. I'm hovering right over the top of the first tank. Ultimately, that's what cleared the ambush, the tanks. M48 main battle tanks blowing the roof off of these bunkers. And at the end of the day, when the tanks had gotten the platoon surrounded and covered, when I cleared the landing zone, it was 8.1 hours of uninterrupted flight for myself, Bruton, and Downing. That was the 28th of July, 1969, and sometime in September or so of 1969, they gave Silver Star to Downing, the Silver Star to me, and for reasons I've never understood, Bruton didn't get anything. I suspect that the guy who wrote that narrative for the award was Bob Harris, the platoon leader. I don't know that today to be a fact, because Bob died of Parkinson's disease years ago. He's in Arlington. But he probably didn't know Bruton was even in the airplane. Bruton was a new guy being trained, so he never mentioned him in his narrative. I never knew the narrative had been written. We didn't know people put us in for awards. The awards didn't come till months later. So over the years, I've actually sent a correspondence to see if I couldn't get Bruton. Bruton should have gotten the same thing we got. He was there with me. He did exactly what I needed him to do, but he never got the award. And he and I talk. He's still with us. Tragically, Jim Downing was killed on the 6th of November with Joe Vad. He was shot down and killed. So we don't have, Downing is not with us. But that was the 28th of July. That is the most significant fight I was ever in for the longest period of time. It's not the longest I ever flew in a day, but it's the most concentrated, stressful fight I was ever in, because there was so little we could do. We could shoot door gun, but we had to be very sparing with that because initially because we didn't know where 4-3 was.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used, and when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today. Do you want to talk about the 17 November 1969 where Stu Harrell's ARP platoon got pinned, and that's the same day we lost Bill Brown and Alan Caldwell?
Yeah, that's The chapter of the book is called Bad Day for the ARPs. As I said before, the ARPs were considered an elite response force. When things had gone terribly wrong in the 1st Division, routinely the ARPs were the guys that were the immediate responding policemen. An NVA regiment had hit an American unit just south of a massed area, of a terrain feature called the Razorbacks. And they had hit this unit and they were moving north, and the division inserted the ARPs into a channelized area as a blocking force. The ARPs were a platoon. The retreating enemy force was a regiment. And this regiment, as they're moving north to get away from the responding Americans, all of a sudden we insert a ground platoon, 4 M60 machine guns and M16s is what they carry.
Tell our listeners how big a regiment is.
A regiment is essentially a battalion or larger. The regiment was the Dong Nai Regiment. The Dong Nai Regiment was 4 companies of North Vietnamese regulars. And these guys are moving north. They had not been terribly torn up by their engagement with the Americans. And sitting right in the middle of their escape route was the Aero Rifle Platoon was inserted to block them. So a platoon comes face to face with a regiment, and Stu Harrell at that point in time had taken command of the ARPs. Stu came to us from the 82nd Airborne Division, where he had spent 6 months in the field as a platoon leader with the 82nd, and Bob Harris had gone to operations after John Herkert deroast. So Harris, the former platoon leader, is now in operations, and Harrell has the platoon. And we were saying, buddy, there's a bunch of people coming your way. Dig in. The ARPs never dug in. And I was telling them on the radio, you got to dig in. There's a whole bunch of people coming your way. And when the forces finally met, it was, I don't describe many things as a shit fight, but this was a shit fight of all shit fights. 28 guys against a regiment, and our guys were dropping. Hence the chapter named Bad Day for the ARPs. We started having KIAs. Rod Willis, my dear friend, was part of that operation. He flew with me. He got a Silver Star that day, as did Ken Stormer, his crew chief, hovering over the top of the ARP, shooting everything they had to try to stop this regimental advance. The fight went on for a long time, and we went through several fuel loads. And in one of the fuel loads, I responded back to Phu Loy to top off with gas and then get right back out there. And the XO, Joe Perkins, came out and said, "I'm going with you." And I'm thinking, the XO, our administrative number 2, all of a sudden wants to get in the back of my Loach and go with me, leaving my door gunner on the ground. I was not thrilled with that, but he was my superior. I was a lieutenant, he was a captain, and I said, "Okay, sir, get in." And so off we go with Perkins in the back seat. Truly, he felt a responsibility for the ARPs, but truly he was not the right guy at that time to do that. But I took him out. I told him, I said, "Look, when I'm going to show you where the ARPs are. Do not shoot the ARPs. Do not shoot unless you're going south and you know what you're shooting at." He was not a combat guy. He had served only in an administrative capacity. But I don't think Joe Perkins was ready for what he saw. Joe Perkins essentially I don't think he ever fired a round. He was petrified in the back seat with what he saw. But the ARPs stood their ground, and they were essentially overrun and passed through by the Dong Nai Regiment. If you ever saw the old John Wayne movie, the Fort Apache, and you got Henry Fonda as the commander, who was kind of a hard-nosed commander, and they tell him, "Don't go into that valley," and he went in the valley, made John Wayne go to the rear, and he took his regiment into the valley, and the Apaches were waiting for him. And at the very end, he's standing there with his pistol, and the Apaches come driving in large numbers and just override, the cavalry troop and kill them all. That's the way it was. That was the bad day for the ARPs. Stu Harrell survived. Most of his guys survived, but I thought we had lost them all. And poor Stu got a Silver Star that day. Bless his heart. The funny thing about Stu, the things you remember, Stu hated to wear his helmet. And the entire time he was the ARP platoon leader, for the most part, he carried his helmet under his arm. He didn't wear it. And every time they would stop, Stu would put his helmet on the ground. And so his camouflaged helmet on the top had a big round brown circle from dirt. He always had it on the ground. And, when you think about all this years later, all I think about is Stu Harrell carrying his helmet all the way through his tour in Vietnam because he didn't like to wear it. But that's the worst day the ARPs ever had, and to their credit, they stood their ground. They were overrun. They took massive casualties, but they survived to fight another day.
The last medal I want to talk to you about, at least for now, is you said it's your favorite medal. It's your Distinguished Flying Cross that you got for 26 April 1969. You were the pilot of a gunship, but you're also the team leader of an aerial insertion. And then immediately after the ground elements went in, it was all chaos. Will you talk to us a little bit about that day?
Yeah, that was there was a infantry company of the 16th Infantry in an area that the terrain feature was called the Onion Stem. It was a little valley that moved up into a larger bulbous area that was called the Onion. And that little valley below it was called the Onion Stem. And this infantry company had inserted in there in a vertical clear area, several thousand meters long. And as they moved toward the tree line, they were immediately hit. They were walking right into a base area that was occupied. And it was very similar to 28 July in that the lead element was suddenly detached as the infantry withdrew to regroup. They had 3 or 4 of their guys that were missing, and they couldn't contact them. They assumed they were down. And I was a scramble team. I was a scout lead in a scramble team, and we responded up there. And of course, the first thing we started to do was to try to find the guys that they were missing. And they fell back. And I asked the guy on the ground, I said, hold your fire because I'm going to be out in front of you. I'll try to find your guys. And we worked and worked and worked. Finally, we found them. Two had been killed and one was laying there wounded. And we were able to maneuver the infantry in such a way I was able to shoot the Cobra behind the enemy to give them something to think about as they moved the infantry in at an angle to grab those 2 KIA and the WIA and extract those guys and get them out of there. And at that point in time, we were kind of done with it. The infantry would ultimately move into that base area, and they remained overnight. That was the end of it as far as I was concerned. Well, the next day, we were out and we were working way up Highway 13. And my Cobra gets a call from operations. Basically, it said, have 1-6 return to base ASAP. And that had never happened to me. Single pilot in a team, detach from the team and go home. I didn't know what the heck was going on. All kinds of things went through my mind. But I detached and went back to Fuloy. My Cobra attached to another team and became 2 Cobras over 1 scout. But I reported into operations and to Harris, and I said, what you got? And he goes, you need to go to Firebase Mahomes. And I said, why? He goes, I don't know. Division headquarters called 16th Infantry's Firebase Mahomes. You got to go there and you got to be there at 11. And my first thought was, oh shit, I hit somebody. The only reason I could think of that they would want me up there is I hit a friendly. with our fire. I said, "Oh, okay." So I jumped back in the aircraft with my crew chief, Jimmy Parker, and we fly to Firebase Mahomes. Well, when I get there, there wasn't anybody. Nobody said anything to me. I landed on the little helipad, and I'm standing around and waiting for somebody. I asked a couple of guys, is something going on here? They didn't know. So after a little bit, a group of soldiers comes out of their little housing area there, and they start making a formation, a couple of ranks of guys. And I hear a Huey come in, and the Huey comes in and lands, and it's the Assistant Division Commander for Maneuver, Brigadier General Smith. And with him was an 06. I didn't know who he was, but he was wearing sunglasses. I thought that was odd. They get out, and the general's aide walks right up to me. I'm standing there like a fish out of water. And he goes, "You're Lieutenant Mills?" I said, "Yeah." And he says, "You need to come around here and stand right here." I thought, oh, geez, what in the world's about to happen? And I said, "What the heck's going on?" And he said the unit petitioned or demanded of their chain of command to give you an award for getting their guys. And I'd never even heard of an impact award. This was the next day. That unit had gone through their chain of command and gone through division headquarters to get a DFC, Distinguished Flying Cross, which was awarded the next day, and it was called an impact award, and that's the chapter of that book. So I stood there, and General Smith pinned a DFC on me. And then I got to meet and talk to, those guys. It was moving. It was very moving.
I can tell even to this day you're impacted. We talked about it last night at dinner. It was impactful. You, even though, you were always, I can tell even to this day, you consider all those people that you flew with, the maintenance guys, the door gunners, the guys on the ground, like you considered yourself one of all of them, which is just
unique.
When
the guys are on the ground, our job, our responsibility, our contract, if you will, was protect the guys on the ground. Army Aviation's motto is above the best. We are above the best. The best are the guys on the ground. And so when I had guys on the ground that were part of a mission I was on, especially the ARPs, every time the ARPs went on the ground and I went in over the top of them, my job was to keep them safe, keep them from being ambushed, keep them informed, keep them supported by fire, whatever I needed to do. But they were my responsibility. If you could visualize walking in elephant grass that was over your head, imagine that's what a point man faces when he's moving through an area. If they're on the ground moving to a target that I've picked out for them to recon on the ground, I can see better in the air looking straight down than they can see forward. So my job, I couldn't see tripwires, things like that, but I could see machine gun positions. I could see bunkers. I could see enemy soldiers. So my responsibility was to keep those guys safe, whether it's my guys or not. And this infantry company was my responsibility that day. And I was profoundly moved. I'm profoundly moved as we sit here that they did that. I've never seen another impact award.
And that's for those of you guys that don't know, to get a Silver Star for valor in one day. It
was a DFC,
or I'm sorry, a DFC, which is it's one below the Medal of Honor, which could easily get upgraded. And there's a rumor that
the DFC is below the Silver Star.
Oh, okay.
DSC, Distinguished Service Cross, is right under the Medal of Honor.
But anyway, to get an impact award, it's got to be signed off by a general.
Yeah, that's my favorite award. I don't care. You don't classify awards. I don't pay much attention to them, but that award, I've still got the 3x5 card that the general's aide read when they presented it, and I thought that was really cool. And then to get to meet the guys that the day before I was shooting for, I didn't get to see. I found out then that two of the guys had passed, and one was recovered wounded. But to get to talk to those guys and just kind of shoot the shit with guys that lived in the bush, we lived way better than they did. You know, the pilots went home to clean sheets and officers' clubs and reel-to-reels and ice cold Pepsi Cola and a fan. House girls that did our laundry and our cleaning. We lived pretty dang good. We had a lot more contact than they did. Our instances of heavy combat were far greater than the average guy on the ground because of the speed and distance that we moved. But they, living in a mud puddle out in the middle of the jungle for 30 days and your uniform literally rots off your back before you get a new one. Those guys lived way harder than we did, and that's why we took such a profound interest in their welfare.
You got multiple Purple Hearts on that tour. August 29th, 1969, AK round up through the cockpit floor, hit inside of your seat armor, ricocheted into your right hip, went through both cheeks of your backside, came out through the floor.
Yeah, if you remember Forrest Gump when he said, "I was shot in the buttocks." Well, I was shot in the buttocks. The round came in right between the rudder pedals, went under my right leg, hit the seat armor on my right, ricocheted through the right hip, hit the back plate, ricocheted through the left hip. Flesh wounds in and out all the way, but gosh dang, that burns. It burns like crazy. That was very painful. That took a little time to convalesce and to clean up, and it was hard to sit on for. When you want to spend all day standing up, you've been shot in the butt.
October 7th, 1969, you're hovering over an enemy bunker trying to gas Charlie out. The CS blew back in your face. You took your eyes off the bunker for a fleeting second. What happened?
Yeah, where the shot in the leg?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy sticks his head out of the bunker. We had thrown a CS grenade in the bunker to try to smoke a guy out. If you blow up the bunker and the bunker collapses, you don't know what's in there, and you're certainly not. In most cases, you're not going to land and inspect it.
Most pilots would.
No, and I'd learned my lesson. I wasn't going to do that. That would happen maybe my third tour a couple of times. Yeah. But the guy sticks his head out and fires around, and it goes through my right calf, and the impact took my foot out the door. When we flew with our feet on the rudder pedals, and we had an open door. And the impact through the right calf throws my leg out. And when I look down, all I can see is my left leg and my right knee. And my first impression was, my God, he shot my leg off. That's when I figured out that my leg was actually outside the aircraft, banging on the side of the aircraft. It was completely numb from the round. But first it was pressure. The pain was delayed. And then all of a sudden I figured out that no, my whole leg is still here. And I reached down and grabbed my pants and pulled my leg back in. It was essentially non-functional. But the beauty of the OH-6, there's a bungee on the tail rotor. And if you take your feet off of the pedals of an OH-6, the left pedal was come right back toward you. So you can fly a Loach with one foot. And a significant amount of the time that I flew, I would fly with pushing forward and letting off and pushing forward and letting off. And a lot of times I flew with my right foot out the door, just relaxing. So it was not a problem to fly. I flew to an aid station in the field and landed, and then had to be evac'd from.
Did your crew chief come? Didn't he come into the front cabin?
Yeah, he climbed over the minigun and got in the front seat with me. I slowed down for him so he could do that, but we had a couple of instances. Ken Stormer climbed over Rod Willis's minigun and got in the front seat with him after Rod was shot in the face. It actually went through his lip and shot the microphone off of his helmet. And so when he was transmitting it was just a gurgling sound. It wasn't really Rod. It was the radio. The bike was shot up. And Stormer thought that Rod was closer to death than he was. and actually climbed out over the minigun and got in the left seat. And again, you can fly from the left seat. And all our scout pilots had a lot of stick time. When we would get up in the morning and go left to right, wherever in the AO we were going, we'd go often point A to point B, land, refuel, and then mission from there. And a lot of those days, the point A to point B flights, the crew chiefs would fly up front with us because they got to fly their aircraft. I'd sit there, tune up AFVN radio on the automatic direction finder. We could hit the monitor switch and we could listen to Vietnam radio on Good Morning Vietnam, Robin Williams, that stuff. We could listen to music through our headsets if we turned the monitor switch on. And I'd sit there and listen to Eric Burden and the Animals and smoke a cigarette, and Parker's in the front seat flying the airplane. But if you ever got hit and if you're ever in bad trouble, the ability for them to get up there and do that was at least there. It didn't happen that often, but it was a potential.
Well, he jumped into your front seat because you were bleeding out. I'm pretty sure he was trying to stop you from bleeding. Man, we covered a lot of ground on your first tour. I mean, it's hard to believe, like, the stories you just told all happened in 1 year. We didn't even cover all of them. I don't know that it's possible. Is there anything else from that first tour that really sits with you that I missed or I didn't ask?
You know, the thing that really sits with me, the loss of Jim Amy and Jimmy Slater was a real profound thing to me.
Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, we were up on Thunder Road. End of the day, it was two hunter-killer teams that had joined together. We were coming back to base. It was dusk. I'm flying at about 500 feet, lights off. Jim Amy, Dark Horse 1-4, was flying on my wing, but behind me. Mike Woods was my Cobra pilot. He was above me at about 1,500 feet, and I don't remember who Amy's Cobra was. But I had a new guy in the unit named Dwight Cheek. Cheek was flying with me. We had no minigun. It was a door gunner. I was flying the aircraft, and Cheek was in the left seat. He had come through the instructor pilot's course on the OH-6, so he was an experienced instructor pilot. He was a new scout. So Dwight's flying with me, and we're headed back to base. And just about the time we got astride Like along Highway 13, Mike Woods says to me, "I'm having a hard time seeing you. Flip your lights on." That's Roger. So we had always disconnected the lower beacon on the aircraft. They wouldn't light up anyway. But my position lights and my upper anti-collision light, I flipped a switch. These things came on. And now the Cobra could see me. And then I heard him say, 1-4, flip your lights on. 1-4, flip your lights on. I keyed up. I said, "Where are you, 1-4? No answer. I did an immediate right-hand turn. I'm looking. He's gone. We don't know where he is. The scout ship had disappeared, completely disappeared. So I told Mike Woods, my gun lead, I said, I don't see him. You see him? He said, no. So I start flying orbits, and I'm going lower, and all of a sudden I see a smoke trail coming up out of the trees several hundred yards over to the southeast. And when I headed over there, the first thing I noticed, it wasn't smoke, it was CS. I flew right through the middle of it, and I got a big whiff of the CS, and I said, oh, heck, what's that? And I looked down, and as I looked down into the jungle, it's now getting really dark. I could see the OH-6. It was down. It was on its right side. The blades were all gone, and for some reason it had gone down. And I suspected that what happened, one of the CS grenades had gone off, and that's the smoke that I could see. As luck would have it, the 2nd Squadron, 11th ACR, had a troop just up the road at Thunder 3. And Mike Woods was able to get a hold of them and say, hey, we got a downed aircraft about 600 yards south on the highway. Can you get somebody over there? So they busted out some Sheridans and APCs, came out of the fire base and came down the highway, and they started busting in the jungle. The tanks go first, bust the jungle, and they got ACAVs coming behind them. And they get over to where they are, and I'm flying circles around. I'm up a little bit because it's getting dark. And the guys come up on the radio and they said, well, this engine's running. This aircraft's running, but it doesn't have any blades on it, and the guys are inside, and we don't know how to turn the engine off. So I said to the guy on the ground, I said, bust me a landing zone. Do a neutral steer with the Sheridan, tear down some jungle big enough where I can land, and I'll get out. So I told Dwight, I said, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go down and get out. You just hold it. He's a good pilot, good Loach pilot. And basically they cleared a little landing zone with the tank tracks, and they landed on this brush. It was really unstable, but Dwight's holding it. I jump out, get over to where the aircraft is, and the first thing I do is try to figure out how to cut the engine off. The left engine door is gone, the aircraft's up on its side, and the turbine is just screaming. And I reach into the fuel control that has the switch that actually, it's kind of like the accelerator pedal, and I pull it down and the engine stops. And then I reach into the cockpit and find the fuel cutoff, and I cut the fuel cutoff. The aircraft is up on its side. I reach into the back where Jimmy Slater was, the crew chief, and he's hanging upside down in his straps, and I go for a pulse. I got nothing. I think Jimmy's dead. I get up in the front where Jim Amy, the pilot, is, and I've got to climb up, and these 11th Cav guys are helping me push the airplane, and then I kind of tunnel up inside it, and same thing on Amy, and I got a pulse. Amy's alive. So I popped the seatbelt. He comes down, and I asked these guys, I said, grab him. I said, I got to move this Loach. So I get back to the Loach, and I tell Cheek, I said, hey, tell Woods, get us a dust off in here. Amy's alive. Slater's dead. But get me a dust off. But to get in here, you're going to have to move. And I said, I want you to go up and get on Woods' tail and stay with him. I'll be here. I'll go with the dust off. But you take off. You get up on the gunship's tail and do whatever they tell you to do. So after a bit, they call for dust off. And actually, we got a first Cav dust off. Call sign was medevac. And the first Cav came in and hovered a Huey down in the hole, and we put Amy aboard, we put Slater aboard, I climbed aboard and took off and just jumped over the highway to Like A to the second surge. And Amy died on the table. But Woods tells Cheek, he's still circling the guys on the ground to kind of cover them a little bit. He tells Cheek, you see it, the lights off in the distance, that's Fuloy. Go over there and just go back to base and shut the bird down. And so Dwight says, okay, and off he goes. The Huey from our command element finally came up to the second surge to pick me up, but Slater had delivered KIA and Amy died on the table. So I went back out on the pad and waited for the Huey to come pick me up, and when they did, took me back to Fuloy, and Mike Woods met me on the flight line, and I said, where's Cheek? And he says, I don't know. We can't find him. We started looking and looking and looking. Finally called the tower and said, did 1-6's aircraft come back in? They go, no, we haven't had any Loaches come back in. Freaking Cheek's lost. He's gone. Come to find out, Dwight Cheek, brand new in our unit, is looking off into the distance, and they say, you see those lights? That's Fuloy. Well, yeah, that's Fuloy, but these lights are Song Bay, and he's looking at a different area. And he flies to the Song Bay first Cav flight detachment and enters the pattern on Fuloy's frequency. They can't even talk to him because he's on a different frequency. Nobody answers him, so he just lands. And ultimately, they won't let him take off. He spends the night with the 1st Cav Division, flies back the next day. But it took a little bit before they called us and told us that Chica's at Song Bay. He's not at Fuloy, but he's okay.
Who was Amy to you? I mean,
Jim Amy was a great guy. He was from St. Louis, Missouri. His brother is a friend of mine. We've maintained a relationship over the years. His brother comes to Vietnam helicopter pilots and comes to our reunions. But Amy to me was my first combat loss, first friend of mine that I ever lost. And when I got back to base, Bob Davis, one of my roommate, along with Rod Willis. Rod wasn't there yet in June, but Bob Davis meets me on the flight line and says, "How's Amy?" And I said, "Amy's dead." Bob looked at me. I crushed him. He didn't expect that. I said, "We lost Slater too." And of course, the guys at the rear didn't know any of this had gone on until we got back. But he was my first loss, Amy and Slater together. Jimmy was from Indianola, Iowa, and Slater was, Jim Amy was from Missouri. But, we would go on to lose Bill Jones, badly burned. We'd lose Potter. We'd lose Vad. We'd lose Downing. But Jim was my first loss. Jim was the first reality that I had that guys could go down. And it was painful. It's still painful. The picture, I have a picture of Jim Amy, which is it's kind of an odd way to remember Jim, but he's walking down the unit street toward the officers club. He's wearing fatigue pants and a green T-shirt, and he's looking back over his shoulder. And when you look at the picture, he's walking away from you. And I've never forgotten that picture. I think about it a lot, and it's into the afterlife is kind of the way it looks a little bit, but it brings you into the realization that life is fleeting. The guys that were scout pilots were young, they were aggressive, they were volunteers. We considered ourselves to be invisible and bulletproof. We thought we could fly a whole lot better than sometimes we could. But that's why young men go to war. If I today had to go and do what I did then, I don't know that I would. I wouldn't fly the way and the missions I flew then if I had a wife. I wouldn't put my wife through that. When you're 19 or 20, hold my beer, and that's the way the scouts flew. We didn't have any old scouts; they were all young scouts, and I think the realization that your life was in the balance was not foremost in your mind. If it is, you make mistakes, you fly cautiously. I think you hasten your own demise when you worry about it. You're better off when it's an afterthought.
How were combat losses handled at the unit level? I mean, I know the war didn't stop and it kept go on.
We had memorial ceremonies. We did the typical ceremonies. We had a unit chapel. We would do the spit-shined boots with the upturned rifle with the helmet on top. We would do these ceremonies, whether we lost ARPs or whether we lost scouts, or in the rare instance, we didn't lose many Huey guys. We had one Huey crash where lead aircraft into the LZ landed on a trip mine with a tilt rod detonator, and it severely injured Jim Casey, the platoon leader, and killed the crew chief in the lead, Huey. He was blown out of the aircraft. But, to me, the guys, when I lost my own scouts, these were guys I lived with, I palled with. We were all tight. All the scouts were tight. You have to understand the concept of the outcast and how they came to be. And I think that's important. When the troop came with the division to Vietnam in 1965, all they had was B-model Hueys. They didn't have any Scouts. They didn't have any Cobras. Cobra hadn't even been introduced or developed yet. So when they came to Vietnam, they had essentially two platoons. They had a lift platoon of B-models called the Rodeo Clowns, and they had a platoon of gunships called the Mustangs. In about 1968, well, back up a little bit, in 66 or 67, they said, we need a dimension to be able to get low and slow and seek out the enemy. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring together all these H-13, the MASH helicopter. We're going to grab those from various assets around the country, and we're going to give you a scout platoon. So the scout guys didn't come over from Fort Riley. They were infused from different units all over Vietnam. And they grabbed a bunch of H-13s and a bunch of pilots, and they stuck them in the unit. And because they weren't original Dark Horse, they didn't deploy with the troop and the squadron. They were sitting around one night at the club, and one of the guys allegedly said, "We're nothing but a bunch of freaking outcasts." He didn't say freaking, but that's where the name came from. And they said, "Wow, that's a great name. We'll call ourselves the Outcasts." So we had the Mustangs, we had the Clowns, and we had the Outcasts. In mid-69, Wayne McAdoo, as the platoon leader for the Clowns, didn't like that name. He didn't like these guys being called Clowns. So they changed the platoon name in July of 69 to the Four Horsemen. And they became the Mustangs, the Four Horsemen, and the Outcasts. And, today, the Outcast patch, this one, is the most copied replica patch of the Vietnam aviation period. You'll see them all over eBay. They're all fakes. I can spot a real one in a heartbeat. And the patch we used third tour when the troop went to the Delta and the division went home. Slight differences in the way that patch looks, but it's only 10 guys at a time, and 10 crew chiefs and 10 aircraft, and yet they were there from essentially 66 to 72. And the last air cav unit to depart Vietnam at the end of the war was Dark Horse. And the Outcasts, the last guys killed in our experience there were Outcast scouts.
Major General Albert Malloy called you the most courageous small unit leader in the division with the highest kill ratio of any combat unit in the Big Red One. Has the way that quote sits with you changed in 56 years? He wrote your forward to Low Level Hell.
I was so profoundly honored to have General Malloy write that. Those are his words. He came up with it. I just said, "Sir, here's my book. This is the manuscript form, if you would please." He pinned all the awards on me when I was there, and so he knew me. He also chewed my ass a couple of times about being too aggressive, but those were his words. He came up with that, and I'm so profoundly honored that he thought that. The Outcasts were there to protect the guys on the ground, and the kill ratio had a lot to do with the missions that we were given to either protect or to save soldiers on the ground. The killing part was part of it. To get to what we needed to do, sometimes we had to do that. But I put a lot more store in any commendation I got for saving people rather than just killing people. I didn't keep score. I couldn't tell you. I don't know how many. It's a lot. But I didn't keep score. Some guys did. Rod Willis kept score. He wrote it on the side of his airplane. The killing part didn't mean two wits to me, but I can tell you every guy we saved, whether it was a downed crewman. We saved a Vietnamese pilot one time. This little guy was flying a Sky Raider and got hit and landed out in the middle of the Iron Triangle in a marsh. by himself, and he's sitting on top of a Sky Raider, and they couldn't figure out how to get to him because he was literally half submerged in the water. And we flew out there in the Loach and landed literally on his left wing. And I looked at him. I said, "Come on." He came over and got in the front seat with me. And I said, "You want to ride?" And of course, all the VNF pilots spoke English. They were trained in the United States. But he was real happy to get a ride home. And things like that mean a lot to me. You know, you save a guy to fight another day, or you prevent a guy from dying. That's what it's all about. That's the fun part.
You just had some tenacious people in your unit. I mean, you just brought up Rod Willis. One of the stories I forgot. Rod Willis was shot down three times
in one day
on the same LZ.
One LZ. We had 3 aircraft parked out there.
It was. I think he was with Ken Stormer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he got shot down, came back again.
Bob Davis gets on the air that day and makes a comment. He says, "Leave him down there. We're running out of aircraft." Rod was my roommate. I got to tell you the important thing to me is the day I met Rod Willis, very, very dear to me. I was out flying. This is July of '69. I come back to the unit and I walk into my hooch with my chicken plate and my helmet. And I walk through the little beaded curtain we had that split our hooch in half. And there's a guy sitting on my bunk, and he's reading a Playboy magazine, and he's eating a chocolate chip cookie. And I said, "Hello." And he goes, "Hi." I said, "Who are you?" And he goes, "I'm Lieutenant Willis. I'm a new scout pilot. I'm a replacement." I said, "Well, hello, I'm your platoon leader, and you're sitting on my bunk." And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." He goes, "Well, then this is your Playboy magazine because it was in this box, and this is your cookie." He had opened a box from my mother, which had a Playboy magazine and a box of homemade cookies, and he was sitting there eating one of my cookies and putting his greasy fingers on my Playboy magazine. And that's how I met Rod Willis, and we flew the rest of that tour together. He was from Del Rio, Texas, son of a career chief master sergeant for the Air Force. Terrific scout pilot, very aggressive, a leadership challenge to a platoon leader to get him.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, Rod's a character. Rod's always been a character,
but you need guys like that.
And you do need guys like that. Rod he didn't like to get a haircut. He was very proud of his long flowing hair. I wrote it in OER one time. When you're a young officer and you're writing OERs, you're very full of yourself and you want to do it the way you're supposed to. And I wrote in there that he was a hirsute individual. It took a lot of time to figure out what that word meant.
I have no idea what that means.
It means you got a lot of hair.
Oh.
So ultimately, he would go back to Savannah to Hunter Army Airfield, and he was there when I lost my first wife. And I basically called him and said, "Hey, I'm coming to Savannah to go to Cobra School. I need to sleep on your couch for 6 weeks." And he goes, "Yeah, come on." And once I left Cobra School go back to my second tour, 6 months later, Rod volunteered and came back, and we wound up in Dark Horse again together, and we're roommates again together. And then he later wound up coming to Fort Leavenworth when I was the deputy chief of staff there, and retired, worked in the computer trade there for a long time, and then tragically, Rod has been taken by Alzheimer's. He's in the Missouri Veterans Home now, and I go and see him several times a month, but he's checked out. He's safe and secure and well cared for, but he's checked out of the net. And that's tough. I mean, this is a guy, this guy, a long-term relationship was a 3-day weekend. And that was his entire life was like that. And stories that I cannot even tell on this podcast are well known with Rod, but call sign was Rock. They called him Rock. But he was a terrific guy. We have saved each other several times over our career. He picked me up on second tour when I was down in the Plain of Reeds, and on the first tour he goes down with Stormer one day, gets his engine shot out, and I'm flying around, and the ARPs were delayed, and finally I said, I'm gonna go get him. I don't want to leave him down there. So I went in and flared to land, and this piece of concertina wire lifts up out of the ground with my rotor wash like a snake, like a cobra snake coming up, and just with a whip, it hits my rotor blades and wraps around the head. I'm now down. So I downed myself with concertina wire trying to pick up Rod. And he starts giving me a line of crap about how can I rescue him if I'm crashing on top of him. And that's just the way he was. And terrific guy, terrific soldier, terrific career, retired as a lieutenant colonel at Fort Leavenworth, and clearly the closest friend I've ever had.
You know, I think a lot of people, young and old, that haven't served in a combat zone really don't understand how much you feel life. It's crazy for me to listen to you tell your stories with such detail so many years later. But it's obviously because those memories are so cemented, because you live life at 100 miles an hour, but at an extremely slow pace because death is forever present. And so do you think that you remember a lot of those things just because you felt it in so many different times? And it just sounds like you were with such great human beings.
Oh yeah. You know, the guys that I served with remain my dear friends. I talked to some of them last night when I was here. We get together every year. Dark Horse tends not to go to the Vietnam helicopter pilot reunions. We tend to go to the Vietnam Crew Members Association, which are the crew chiefs.
Yeah.
The reason we go is that VHPA will not allow our door gunners or our ARPs to go to the VHPA reunion. So why would I want to go to Well, the guys that run VHPA are friends of mine, and we'll just say that that's their decision.
Gotcha.
However, why would I want to go to a reunion with hundreds of helicopter pilots I don't know versus go to a reunion with the guys I actually fought with? So Dark Horse routinely gets a room at the Crew Members Association reunion, and our Cobra pilots and our Huey guys and our scouts and our scout crew chiefs and our ARPs come. We're dwindling in numbers. We're, half of my scouts are gone now. Crew chiefs too. I've lost crew chiefs, and just lost Tim Kohlberg, one of my third tour guys. 3 of those scout pilots from my third tour are now gone, and half of my scouts that survived Vietnam are now gone. I was the youngest of the bunch, and I'm 78. When you consider that most of the scouts were a year or 2 years older than me, even as warrant officers, I was 20. Most of them were 22, 23. Wes Reese was older. Joe Vad was older. And those guys are all gone. Our numbers are dwindling, and the time I get to spend with them is precious to me. And we just lost John Loftus this Saturday, Cobra pilot, 69, terrific guy. Flew with the World Helicopter Team for the United States Army, and tripped in the lavatory of his RV and broke his neck in West Virginia this last Saturday.
Oh.
And lost brain function. They had to disconnect life support. About once a quarter, we lose a guy. And, when there's only 10 guys or 20 Cobra pilots with you in 69, and we've already lost half of them, about every quarter we lose one. And so it's reality is fleeting. We're all going to go sooner or later. And
you and I were talking about that yesterday in the car.
Yeah.
Well, as we end your first tour, let's take a quick break and then we'll kind of pick up your life after that.
Okay.
Coming back from the break and you're kind of, we just ended your first tour in Vietnam. What was it like to come home back to America, but also, you're away from all the dudes you just spent a good portion of your life with?
My departure was a little faster than I anticipated. The last couple of weeks, instead of flying scouts, I was flying command and control with the Huey. And I came back in on the 21st of December. My DROS was 1 January.
Okay, what is DROS?
Date estimated to return from overseas.
So that was your 1 year tour in Vietnam?
That's the 1 year tour. So I was expecting to go back on the 1st of January. For the last couple of weeks, the boss was letting me fly command and control and run the air mission commander. And so I got back from a mission on the 21st of December. The operations kid came running up to me and goes, "Hey, Captain Mills," I had made captain on the 15th of December. So a week before I had become a new captain. 1 year as a second lieutenant, 1 year as a first lieutenant, then you're a captain. He said, "Hey, Captain Mills, you just got a drop." And I said, "What's a drop?" And he goes, "Well, you're going home early. You got a Christmas drop." So they gave me essentially a week early to be able to go home for Christmas. So I had to, quick like a bunny rabbit, go get my stuff packed. And they gave me a set of orders, catch a flight. My scouts flew me down to Tan Son Nhut. You go through the out processing, takes a day or so. And then all of a sudden you're on an airplane and 20 hours later you're in San Francisco. And when, I'm going to back up a little bit to June or so of 1969, my mother and Dad had moved to Fayetteville, Arkansas. Dad was a dean with the University of Arkansas, having been superintendent in Hot Springs. And my old girlfriend from junior high school, Margaret Wilson, had moved away in high school. At the end of the 9th grade, her dad, who worked for Chevrolet, moved over to Germantown, Tennessee, outside of Memphis. And so we kind of went our separate ways. And in June of 1969, my mother happened to be back in Hot Springs for something. I don't know why she was there. And Margaret Wilson happened to be in Hot Springs visiting her grandmother, who lived in Hot Springs. And they ran into each other at the Kroger store, just happenstance. She grew up one street over from me, First Street. We lived on 2nd. And so she runs into my mother and she goes, "Where's Hugh? How's he doing?" And mother goes, "Well, he's in the Army. He's in Vietnam." And she said, "Oh, gosh, would it be okay to write him?" And mother said, "Sure," gave her my mailing address. And all of a sudden, totally unbeknownst to me, I get a letter from Margaret Wilson. And she's living in Germantown. She's going to school at Lambeth University in Jackson, Tennessee. So she starts writing. She had been a cheerleader in the 9th grade, and we were, junior high romance thing.
I feel like we were just talking about that on break.
Yeah, we were. And so she starts writing, and that's June, and she writes me religiously through the remainder of my tour, sends a couple of pictures, and she's changed. She's not a junior high girl anymore. And so my plan was to go home, and I told her, I said, "I'll do Christmas with my parents, and then I'll come to Hot Springs. You go to your grandmother's, and I'll meet you there, and we can get to know each other again." And she wanted to do that. So that's exactly what happened. I did Christmas. The hard thing about Vietnam is you go from rocket attacks and daily combat to now you're in a room in Fayetteville, Arkansas, sleeping in a bed, and there's no noise.
And nobody understands what you just went through.
No, they didn't. We slept through outgoing artillery fire every night, 105 battery. We didn't bother us a bit. It's going out. We're sleeping. Rockets coming in. You had two options: go get in the bunker or just continue to sleep. Most of us just continued to sleep. But I get home. I do Christmas, and and I go to Hot Springs, and I've got a month. I've got 30 days of leave. And so I got home. I was due to go out on the 21st of January to Germany. Remember, I'm a armor aviator. And my initial set of orders coming out of Vietnam were to go to Fort Rucker and be a flight instructor. I got those orders in like November of 69. And I didn't want to do that. I thought that's not really a good career move. So I wrote Armor Branch and I said, hey, let me go to Europe. Let me get a chance to get a tank command, because a well-rounded Army officer of that time would have both ground experience and air experience. This is before aviation branch existed.
And this is what you and I were talking. This was so crazy for me to understand because, at the beginning of the story, we talked about how you're an armor officer, but you were also the air cav is part of,
So my first major assignment, 3 years, was aviation. I'm off in Vietnam. I'm in flight school and all that sort of thing. So Armor Branch wrote me a quick letter back, and they said, good plan, not enough time to get you assigned to a unit, but we'll send you unassigned, and I'm sure that you will find your way into a command.
And I think you just hit it, but there was no aviation. Like, aviation's a whole career path, but there was no Army aviation.
There was no separate branch. Yeah. You were an infantry, artillery, transportation, MI, whatever you were, armor.
What about the warrant officers?
Different for warrant officers. Okay. Warrant officers are professional pilots. Mm-hmm. That's what they do. W1 through W4 at the time, now we have W5, but W1 through W4 was the rank structure, and all they did was fly. Commissioned officers, if all you did was fly, you didn't last long. The reductions in force, which came after the end of the Vietnam War, grabbed all of those guys and they're gone. I had gotten to the point where I really liked the Army and I wanted to stay, but two things were in play here. I didn't have a degree. I had 2 years of college. I didn't have a degree, and all I'd done is fly. So I figured if I can go to Germany and get a tank command, that would be good career-wise. So Branch agreed, and Branch said, okay, we'll give you a set of orders. You're going to Germany, and they'll assign you once you get to 5th Corps, 7th Corps, wherever you go. So while I was home in Hot Springs, I stayed with my buddy Ned Skoog, who was a high school friend. He had a lake house out on Lake Hamilton, and I stayed out there. And Margaret came from Memphis, and she was there for a week, and we had a whirlwind romance, and I proposed.
That quick, huh?
I was sober. I didn't have a drop of alcohol.
I guess when you know, huh?
I knew, and honestly, she knew, and she accepted, and so I was going to go off to Germany and come back in June of 70. We would get married and then go back to Germany. So I get to Germany, and I'm assigned to the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division, Rock of the Marne, and I'm the assistant S3. And every unit I went to, from checking into Germany to getting to the 1st Brigade, they'd look at my orders and they'd go, oh, we thought you were going to be a first lieutenant. Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was. Now I'm a captain. But here I am in Germany. I spent about 3 weeks or so in the S3 division, and then I went off to Grafenwehr to be a lane grader on tank gunnery. I'm a new armor captain. I'm at tank gunnery for the brigade, and I'm grading tank gunnery. And then at night, I'm reading the gunnery scores for the brigade commander and the battalion commanders. So I'm in a briefing one night, and I'm briefing the scores. And I briefed this score for B Company 264 Armor. They had 17 tanks, and they'd only qualified like 7 or 8. It was not good. That was not a good show. And the brigade commander, John Wickham, who later would be Chief of Staff of the Army, turns to the battalion commander, Bob Mooney, and says, what's the problem with B Company? And Mooney says, well, we got a young first lieutenant commanding the company, and he's a reservist, and he's not the best suited, and I'm probably going to have to relieve him of his command. And Mooney says to Colonel Wickham, he says, you don't happen to have a spare armor officer around, do you? And I'm standing on the podium doing this briefing, and I said, sir, I'm available. I blurted it out. And the brigade commander in 06 and the battalion commander in 05 both turn and look at me, and Colonel Wickham, wonderful guy, turns to Mooney and goes, if you want Mills, you can have him. And so that night, I actually rode back to the B-264 compound at Grafenwehr in the back of Colonel Mooney's Jeep. And I just moved my stuff from one area to the other, and ultimately would take command of B Company 264. That lieutenant was relieved of his command, and he was happy he didn't want to be there. And here I am now. I'm an aviator, and my armor experience is really OCS. It's what I'd done at the armor school. Great NCOs. I had great NCOs in that particular unit. The first sergeant, one day early in the command, he said, I need you to go down to motor pool and supervise motor maintenance. And he reached in his desk and he pulled out a stack of 3x5 cards. Go to the tank, open the left sponson. This is the filter unit. Check items number 1, 2, 3. And he'd give me these cards to tell me how to inspect maintenance on tanks without letting all the subordinates know that I didn't know shit from Shinola.
That's
really
so awesome,
about
man.
tanks. But I had great NCOs. So we ultimately get through tank gunnery. We get everybody qualified, and we're back at Schweinfurt, wonderful place, Con Barracks. And I go home in June. We get married and then come right back to Germany. And so, the days in Germany in the 70s was different than the Army is now. Saturday was a work day. We would work. The only day off was Sunday, and usually Saturdays we'd leave about 4. But every other day in a tank company, in a tank battalion, 6 days a week.
And the 70s were definitely the Cold War, right?
Yeah, our mission was border patrol against East Germany. We were arrayed against the Fulda Gap. We had M60A1 main battle tanks, 105 millimeter main gun. We had a GDP, General Defense Plan rollout, where we would go in the middle of the Fulda Gap if the Russians came as the Great Horde. And we were doing fine. And one night in early October, Margaret was awakened in a great deal of pain, severe pain, and I happened to have made a contact while I was at Grafenwehr with the S3 section with the division surgeon who had also been at Grafenwehr, and his name was Dr. Forrest Tennant. And I happened to know him. He was down at Kitzigen. So I called him in the middle of the night, and I said, Dr. Tennant, I said, I don't know what's going on. My wife's in a lot of pain. He goes, put her in the car, bring her to Kitzigen, bring her to me. So we took her down there. She spent the whole night in the hospital. I slept in the lobby, and he came to me the next day, and he says, your wife has ovarian cancer. He says, it's not good. You got to go. We got to get you back to the States.
How long had you guys been in Germany?
June, July, August, September, October. So 5 months.
And she had been with you the whole 5 months?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We lived in the little town of Brebersdorf, which was just outside of Schweinfurt. We had the top floor of a German house, very typical of the time. They would build a house 2-story, rent the top story to an American family, and then over the period of time that would pay for the upgrade of the house. But very quickly, they decided to send us to Brooke Army Medical Center at Fort Sam Houston. And she was going to be a patient there, and they didn't know what to do with me. So Armor Branch basically just sent me there, and they assigned me to the 4th Recruiting District, which had a headquarters at Fort Sam Houston. And they made me a recruiting officer, a district operations recruiting officer. But the understanding was that I had all the time that I really needed to be at the hospital. And we were there for a month. We lived in an apartment, Tyrolean Village Apartments on Harry Wirtzbach. And for a month, she was there and going to appointments. And then in December, 1st of December, it got worse. And so she became an inpatient at BAMC, at the old hospital right there on the end of the parade field. And it got worse and worse. And I went to the doctor one day, and I sat down with him. I said, "Tell me the straight poop, how bad is this?" And he goes, "It's terminal." I didn't expect that. I didn't have a great appreciation because nobody had ever told me that this thing was going to be terminal. So he said the best thing you can do is make sure she's as comfortable as can be and be there with her. So in order to really take care of her, my mother and her mother both came to San Antonio. They lived in my apartment. I stayed in a BOQ room. And somebody was with her all the time. She was on the ward in the cancer ward.
Was her family there as well?
Just her mother. Her dad was still working. Her little brother was with her dad. And on the 1st of February, I had just left at 9:30 at night to go home and get some sleep. And no sooner than I walked in the door, my mother called and said, "You need to come back." And she's gone. So essentially, two things happened that really motivated my decision. The minute she passed, I was we took her to Memphis. She's buried in same cemetery with my grandmother. And Armor Branch was very, very understanding. Take what time you need. Do what you need to do. But when I got back, I'm still assigned to the recruiting command. They took away my off-post housing immediately. Very, very caring of the Army.
Yeah.
But it's the way things work, And so they put me in a BOQ room, which view out the window faced the room where she died. And I just was not. I didn't think I was doing anything worthwhile. And frankly, every day, all I looked at was a remembrance of all that had gone on. So I got on the phone one day and I called Branch and I said, "Hey, I want to go back to Vietnam." A lot of guys weren't doing that. They were a little surprised. Bo Bergeron was my assignment officer, major. He goes, "Okay." He said, "Would you like a school?" And I said, "How about Cobra? Let me go to Cobra school, and I'll go back as a Cobra pilot this time."
Were you well known in the aviation community?
No more than anybody else. No. So I get a set of orders to Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah, where my buddy Rod Willis is assigned. He's a Vietnamese company commander. He's training Vietnamese pilots. And this is the fun thing. I've kidded Rod for years about this. Rod cannot pronounce the word Vietnamese. He calls them Vietnamese. He cannot say Vietnamese. And I've kidded him about that for years and years. But I called Rod, and he's rooming with Bob Davis, another one of my scouts that's at Hunter, as a flight instructor. And I said, "Hey, I'm coming to Hunter to go to Cobra school. I need to sleep on your couch for 6 weeks." And he goes, "Come on." So I get in my car, load everything I own into a car, and I head to Hunter Army Airfield, check in with Rod at the Red Lion Apartments. We're all living in the same, and almost everybody living in that apartment complex was an aviator working at Hunter Army Airfield.
Did you know other people that were there?
Oh, yeah. I had several friends that were there. And so I check in to Hunter, and day one, I go over to Cobra Hall, which is the Cobra conversion complex. And I go down to the room assigned, and I get in there, and there's 3 other guys in the room, total of 4. Larry Massman, a captain, Bob Hartley, a CW2, and Ken Schreiber, a CW2, and me, a captain. And I thought to myself, this is kind of a small Cobra class. And anyway, the flight instructor comes in after a bit, and we go out on the flight line. There's a Cobra out there. It's all unbuttoned, and he's going around the aircraft asking questions. Mr. Hartley, what is this? Well, that's the intervalometers that cycle the rockets. And Mr. Hartley, what's this? Well, that's the control motion transducers for the SCAS system. Captain Massman, what's that? That's 42-degree gearbox. This thing on the side, Captain Mills, what's that? I have no idea what that is. Well, after about 4, I have no ideas, and they're all spouting all this information out. The Chief Warrant looks at me and he goes, how many hours you got in a Cobra? I said, I don't have any hours in a Cobra. I'm here for conversion. And he kind of looks at me with this delayed look, and he said, this is the Cobra instructor pilot's course. You're not qualified in the aircraft? I said, of course I'm not qualified in the aircraft. Armor Branch had made a mistake. They had sent an unqualified Cobra guy to the Cobra instructor pilot's course. And all of a sudden, there was a great gnashing of teeth. What do we do? What do we do? There was no class in residence for regular conversion. And they were looking at my flight records that same morning, and they said, well, you're an instructor pilot in the OH-6. Yeah. You've got an IP rating in the Huey. Yeah. Got that in Germany. You don't have any time in a Cobra. No, I have no qualification in a Cobra. So MOI is methods of instruction. It's how you actually conduct training. And he said, MOI is not going to be your problem. You already know how to do that. You're just the skills in the aircraft. So what they decided to do was teach me the maneuvers in the aircraft in the morning. And then in the afternoon, I would switch seats and teach back what I had learned in the morning session, while the other guys were doing methods of instruction for the Cobra and then gunnery. It was a 6-week course. Took me a week longer because by the time I finished the course, they had graduated and gone on. And so I still got to go through gunnery, how to shoot the 20 millimeter and the rockets and the turret and all that. So it's just me and a warrant officer and a Cobra.
Just so the listeners can understand, how uncommon is this to happen?
I'm the only person that I know that has ever done that.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
It's that uncommon.
Yeah.
So I get out of Cobra school with 45 hours in the Cobra, and I'm an instructor pilot. Now, I got 1,500 hours combat in the OH-6, but I got 45 hours in a Cobra and maybe 200, 300 hours in a Huey and H-13, but nothing, 45 hours in a Cobra. I get to Vietnam, and I'm assigned to D Troop 3rd of the 5th Cav up at Quang Tri.
Were your orders for that school en route to Vietnam?
Yeah. Well, that was the deal. I was going to go to Cobra school and then to Vietnam. And so when I got there, second tour, I went into Cam Ranh Bay. And we arrived at Cam Ranh Bay at 2:30 in the morning in a C-141. Spent the night, got up the next night, and flew to Da Nang at night. Got into Da Nang early in the morning in a C-130. And there's 40 or 50 guys on the aircraft, and we come filing off in the middle of the night, and there's an old grizzly captain and me, and there was a great big hulk of a guy, first lieutenant, and there was a young warrant officer. And everybody else was enlisted. And the staff sergeant, in the middle of the night as the ramp comes down and everybody's walking off, he goes, fall in. All these guys started falling into formation. I fell into formation. I got my duffel bag and my stuff. And the big first lieutenant falls in beside me, and the young warrant officer falls in beside him. And the young grizzly captain is standing over here. And once the formation gets going, he yells out in this gravelly, rough voice. He said, you officers get out of that goddamn NCO's formation. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, okay. So I go over there. And the captain turns out to be a guy named Jimmy V. Dobbs. Prior tour on the ground as an infantry company commander, now coming back as an aviator. Turns out the lieutenant's an aviator. Turns out the warrant officer's an aviator. We're all 4 aviators. As luck would have it, we're all going to the same place. Dobbs is going to be the platoon commander of Delta 3rd of the 5th Cav, Cobra. I'm going to be the section commander, number 2 to Dobbs. The lieutenant is a replacement pilot, and the warrant officer is a replacement pilot. The warrant is Dwayne Hartwick, who was a prior Huey crew chief, became a warrant officer. The lieutenant is Lewis Carl Brewer IV, Texas Tech All-American. Huge guy. And we wind up going to 3rd of the 5th Cav together and start flying together. We were at Quang Tri.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I build Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards. If I could back you up just a little, what was it like when your boots hit the ground for the second time in Vietnam, and who were you? You've seen all these things. You just came off a pretty, pretty personal loss.
I did it specifically because of that personal loss. I figured, this will give me a focus that I don't need to worry about the downside. I-Corps in 1971, totally different than 3-Corps in 69. It's very mountainous. It's very weathery. It's bad weather, overcast, rain, storms. We didn't have that in 3-Corps.
What did it feel like to be back?
It was different. It was darker. The American side in the very end, we got there in September of 71. The American side was standing down. Vietnamization was taking place. American units were placed in the field by Vietnamese units. The major unit where we were and that we were assigned to was the 101st Airborne Division Air Mobile. And they were at Camp Eagle. We were up at Quang Tri, which is an old Marine base. We were the Cobra platoon. There was a scout platoon that had OH-6s and a Huey platoon. The ARPs were different then. The ARPs were no longer an on-the-ground force. The ARPs were largely composed of the remnants of Lima 75th Ranger that had stood down. They were in the process of standing down. And they took all these LRP Ranger guys and they sent them over to us, and they would now ride in the Hueys. Generally 3 or 4 of them would ride in the Hueys as the immediate reaction force if we lost an aircraft. They were prepared to rappel in, hook us up, drag us out. But the ARPs did not go on the ground as a maneuver unit because of Vietnamization.
What was the culture like in 101st versus where you'd been before with the Big Red One?
It gets complicated, and it's not all that important to the average person, but Lam Son 719 was the incursion into Laos. D Troop 3rd of the 5th, detached out of the 9th Infantry Division, came up north for the Lam Son 719, as did Charlie Troop 3rd of the 17th Air Cav, call sign Charlie Horse. When Lam Son was over, because of a reorganization of forces in Vietnam, the 9th Division went home. The Air Cav Troop of the 9th Division, D Troop 3rd of the 5th, stayed in country. But they redesignated us as D Troop 3rd of the 5th Cav, quote, Charlie Horse. We took the call sign from 3rd of the 17th and we stayed 3rd of the 5th. We wore the 9th Division patch on our left shoulder when I first got there, and the 1st Division, or 101st, above our name tag, which was kind of convoluted to be a D troop, but the call sign was Charlie Horse, which is weird. But we were attached for command and control to the 2nd of the 17th Air Cav Squadron of the 101st Airborne. So that's who we got our missions from. And initially we started out at Quang Tri. We were at Quang Tri for a month or so. The most notable thing about the Quang Tri period was we had a little Vietnamese house girl in the gun platoon, and we had a water cooler that we had stolen from the Da Nang Air Force Officers Club. It's one of those vertical, big blue glass bottle you put in there and it would cool the water. Our house girl stayed home one period to have a baby. They'd take like a day or two and have a baby, then they'd be back. But on the day that she was home having her baby, she sent her daughter to work in her place. And the daughter, most of the house girls spoke pidgin English. The daughter didn't speak a word of English. And the water ran out in our water cooler, and we showed her we had a wagon that we carried the little water bottle in, and we showed her where the potable water point was down the end of the street and asked her to, go fill that and bring it back. So she goes down there to the water point. Unfortunately, not only did she not speak English, she didn't read English and didn't know the difference between potable and non-potable water. So she filled it up with non-potable water, which came out of the Quang Tri River. We couldn't tell the difference, and so we're drinking this for like a week, and all of a sudden, everybody in the Cobra platoon has amoebic dysentery.
Oof.
A more distasteful condition to have 20 guys flying aircraft with amoebic dysentery. We were all taking diarrhea medicine the flight surgeon had given us, and everybody took to wearing the one-piece K2B flight suit, which we could unzip real quick when bad things happen. And you'd be out in the aircraft, and you'd pull out of you'd shoot a target, and you'd pull out of a dive, and oh my God, there it goes down your pant leg. So the crew chiefs were mad at us because the aircraft were nasty. The hooch maids were mad at us because the flight suits were disgusting. And it took several weeks to get everybody cured from amoebic dysentery. Then we moved to Camp Evans. We moved south just a little bit to Camp Evans, and we moved into a thing called the Search Museum, Screaming Eagles Replacement Training Center Museum. It had been emptied out. It was just a tropical hooch directly across the street from the old Lima 75th Rangers. As they stood down, they started to send us their Rangers to be rescue guys. And so we flew out of during the monsoon season in December, really crappy weather. We didn't fly a lot.
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast. What was the mission that you guys were doing as a Cobra pilot?
Our principal mission was a raid against the DMZ, directly the bottom of North Vietnam, the demilitarized zone, which separated North and South. And to the west, the buffer area with Laos, which was called the A Shau Valley. That had been the principal AO for the 101st Airborne Division for years. Worst place I've ever been. It took your breath away. It was dangerous. It was chock full of everything from radar-directed guns to man-portable SA-7 shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. Lots and lots of bad guys. Major infiltration route into South Vietnam for years. So we were flying what was called air cavalry raids into the A Shau, and our reaction force was either us, what we could do with the guys in the back, or the reconnaissance company of the 1st ARVN Division were called the Hocbao, Hocbao. They were very elite reconnaissance company for the 1st Division. They were hardcore dudes. And if we got in trouble, we could always get the Hocbao to come out and they would go on the ground, kind of like the ARPs.
Mm-hmm.
But on the 31st of December, we had a team that was going out to the A Shau, and the weather was really bad. We would fly out up the Belong River Valley, and often the clouds would be down to the mountains on both sides of the river valley. It's like flying up a tunnel. And on occasion, you'd get out into the A Shau, and the clouds would close it out, and you didn't have a way to get home. So we were climbing above the mountain IFR and flying back to do a ground-controlled radar approach to get home. Dicey stuff in those days. But on the 31st of December, we had a cav pack, 2 Cobras, a Huey, and a Scout that were going out to the A Shau, and the Scout was leading, then the 2 Cobras, and the Huey was the last aircraft. And as they flew over the top of a mountain, they had about 500-600 feet between the top of the mountain and the bottom of the clouds, and the Huey was right in the middle. And sitting just by chance on top of that mountain was a 14.5 anti-aircraft gun. And they let the Cobras pass and the Scout, and when the Huey came along, they lit him up. So the Huey goes down, and it lands in the middle of a jungle area, right into the jungle. Everybody's okay, except the gunner, Ronnie Mickle, is hit in the head with 14.5. Glancing blow. It's the only reason he wasn't killed. Glancing blow. He's out of the fight when he hits the ground. He's out.
Like it knocked him out?
Knocked him out. Yeah, he was unconscious, still strapped in his seat.
Big round.
The crew chief on the left side bails out of the aircraft with his gun and goes about 6 feet. NVA soldier stands up and kills him. He's dead where he falls. I've got 3 Rangers aboard that aircraft. The squad leader was Fernando Figueroa, a former LERP who had a previous tour with the 173rd Airborne. And there were 2 other guys, 2 other on the aircraft. A lieutenant named Flynn, who's the Peter pilot, and Captain Harvey, who's the platoon leader of the lift platoon, a former infantry captain in a previous tour. These guys are now on the ground.
Are you flying in the Cobra?
I'm at home.
Oh, okay.
I'm still in the base. The scout pilot turns around, comes back, tries to land and throw munitions and survival gear to the crew. Bad guy comes up out of the bush, shoots up the Loach. It's flown by a warrant officer. His given name is Major Hartley. First name Major, last name Hartley. He's a CW2. We used to use Major as a way to get stuff out of the 101st because he could call across the runway and say, "This is Major Hartley," and they'd think he's a major. Get me a case of steaks. I'm going to send some guys to get it. But Hartley comes to a hover. He's immediately shot up. His crew chief is killed. His aircraft shot up. He maneuvers over to Quezon Strip, which is just north of where they went down, and he crashes. So now we got 2 downed aircraft. I'm in the rear, and we get scrambled, very rare troop scramble. Everybody go. Mm. So there were 2 Cobras out there. I launched with 5 or 6 Cobras, and I head out there. And
what's that scramble time? Does it take a while, or did the helicopter stay gassed up and armed up?
We're up and armed, ready to go. You had to run out. a reasonable scramble is if you've got guys on the location, you don't need to get information. You just run out, get in the aircraft, crank it up, and go. You contact your other team on radio, and you go to where they are. And that's what we did. We had 5 aircraft, and we're out there with Cobras, and we're now flying orbits around these guys to keep the bad guys off of them. Immediately, the immediate need is understood that we got to get the Air Force involved in this because the Army didn't have assets with hoists, and it didn't have an aircraft that could get 8 guys, off the ground. And so the mission is passed to the 37th Air Rescue Squadron at Da Nang, which had Jolly Green Giant HH-53Cs on strip alert along with their escort, which were A1H model Sky Raiders. And the FAC, Forward Air Controller, is the immediate on-scene commander, and he came out. He's dealing with a airborne command and control ABCCC.
Is he flying an OV-10 or?
He's in an OV-10, and he's dealing with an Air Force command and control center. Call sign was King.
So you got a bunch of air assets.
Got a bunch of air assets. Yeah. The FAC could bring fast movers. The FAC could get the Jolly Greens going. The FAC is getting all this stuff going. So the Sandy's launched first. Sandy 1 is the lead. He's the rescue coordinator, and Sandy 2 is his wingman. And then they launched the Jollies, and you got a Jolly low and you got a Jolly high. That's the way they come out. Each Jolly comes with 2 Sky Raiders. So Sandy's 5 and 6 are with Jolly 2. Sandy's 1 and 2 are with Jolly 1. They get out to where we are, and they're holding the Jollies at altitude. They're above the clouds, holding at altitude. The Sky Raiders come down between breaks in the clouds, and once they're on scene, we subordinate to them. I was Cobra lead, and I was talking to...
Sky Raider's a fast mover?
No, it's an A1 prop.
Oh, okay.
Korean War vintage Navy carrier prop fighter.
Oh, okay.
They're huge. They carry a bomb load greater than a B-17.
Damn.
So they're trolling around. They're carrying cluster bombs. They're carrying miniguns. They got 20-millimeter wing guns. They got Mark 47 smoke bombs. They got all kinds of soft ordnance that are made to protect the pilot until the Jolly can get in.
Where are all the helicopters? Because there was originally 2 Cobras that were in the flight, and then you guys all scrambled.
There are now about 7 Cobras flying an outer circle around the inner circle that has 4 Sky Raiders in it. And above the clouds are 2 Jolly Green Giants that are holding at about 7,000 or 8,000 feet.
And who's the C2 that's making sure you guys don't crash into each other? Or you guys?
Sandy 1. Sandy 1's in control. So we're softening the area up. We would go in. We were asked to hit assets that were on the road just to the north. He was concerned about some movement and some ground fire from the north, and he said, "Charlie Horse, can you take the road and soften that up?" I said, "Roger." He said, "I've got the survivors." So we're up on the road. We're shooting people on the road and vehicles and things. And after a bit in time, he says, "Okay," he says, I'm ready to bring Jolly 1 in." And so Jolly actually has to go offshore and come down through the clouds offshore and then come back under the cloud layer. And he gets up to where the guys are down. Jolly Green's a huge airplane. It's like a Winnebago with wings.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but what was you guys, they got a 14-5 shot them down. But was there a bunch of other NVA or VC soldiers in that area?
We didn't know because we were not getting a lot of ground fire. The ground fire that had occurred had been on the ground against the guys on the ground, and then the 14.5 went silent. It quit shooting. So Sandy decided that this was the time to get in and hoist the crew. And they came in and came to a hover and started the penetrator down, and the guys on the ground then opened up on the Jolly Green. And he takes a lot of ground fire. They've got the 2 PJs, one on the rear ramp, one on the left window, have got miniguns, and they're shooting up the bad guys. But he starts to limp off, and he's trailing smoke. That Jolly goes to Quang Tri and puts it on the ground. He's now out of the action. And when that Jolly leaves, the high Jolly comes down and goes with him. In case he goes down, that jolly will now get the first jolly. So all of a sudden now we got a Loach down, we got a Huey down, we got Jolly down, and we got nobody to get anybody. So we had a unit, Huey, come out from our outfit that landed at Khe Sanh and picked up Major the scout crew that was down. We picked him up, and the next thing we got to worry about is how do we get the guys out on the ground? So we got to soften them up some more. So the Jolly guys get a hold of their higher headquarters at NKP, Nakhon Phanom, and they ask for more Sky Raiders. And a bunch of 4 or 5 Sky Raiders come out of Thailand, and their call sign was Smoke. They were loaded down with Mark 47 smoke bombs, and they were dropping smoke all around to basically shield the guys on the ground and the aircraft from ground fire. And they worked and worked and worked, for another 3 or 4 hours. And then they bring out another set of Jollies, and they decide they're going to hoist them. And so that's how they got them out. The third Jolly that was employed came to a hover over the Huey, and they nobody went on the ground. They put down a penetrator with a Stokes litter on it, and they put the dead gunner from the Huey on the Stokes, and then they put one of the Rangers on top of him to hold the body. They hoisted them up, and then they put Ronnie Mickle on, who was wounded, and they put another guy on top of him to hold him and hoisted him up. They hoisted up Noel Harvey, the aircraft commander, and Flynn together. I've got some great pictures of that for you. And then the last 2 guys, the last guy off the ground was Sergeant Figueroa with another LRP on the jungle penetrator. So that was December 31st. We lost a dead crew chief off the OH-6. We lost a dead gunner off the Huey and a wounded gunner off the Huey. But everybody else made it out. We considered it an anomaly based on weather. We probably shouldn't have flown that close to the ground, but it was a necessity caused by weather. I mean, you can't fly around the mountains in the clouds because you're going to run into a mountain. So we were flying where we could see, but we only had, the ceiling was like 800 feet. Army flies in weather like that. Air Force doesn't fly in weather like that, but the Army does. And so on the 21st, the 25th of January, on the 20th of January, Charlie Horse 25 is out on a mission as part of a CAV team. 2 CAV packs are out on the north and south of the A Shau. I'm in one of those Cobras. And we're headed back to Quang Tri, and we get a call on guard from the Air Force that a Air Force fast FAC in an F-4 has been shot down in Laos just west of Khe Sanh. Call sign was Stormy 05, and both guys had punched out. And Air Force FAC wanted to know if Army could get there as quick as possible to put a cap on him. So we diverted. We were on the way back. We had just passed Khe Sanh, headed to Quang Tri for fuel. And so we diverted and turned and headed toward Laos. We probably were 15 minutes into the flight. We had just crossed into Laos and we're headed to where these guys were last seen when we got a call from ABCCC on guard that says, disregard Charlie Horse Air America apparently just grabbed these 2 guys. And we said, okay, so the survivors are good. So we turned around. It's now dark. We turned around and we're headed toward Quang Tri. So the scout was in the lead. There were 4 Cobras and there were 2 Hueys. And as we crossed over Khe Sanh, the last Huey was taken under fire from the high ground, just like December 31st. The Huey was hit, and it burst into flames at altitude, and it's now descending out of the formation. And the aircraft commander of that particular mission was the scout platoon leader who was flying in a Huey that day, and a chief warrant officer named Frank Angotti. And Bill Allen was the aircraft commander. Frank Angotti was the co-pilot. The Huey that went after those guys, the number 2 Huey that wasn't hit, starts to descend behind the Huey on fire. The Huey on fire is about 100 feet off the ground, and a figure jumps from the aircraft to get away from the fire. Aircraft lands in the stream, rolls over on its side, and continues to burn. Huey number 2, flown by Joe Hogg, captain, lands. His crew chiefs jump into the little river. It's about 2 feet deep. And they pull out Walter Morris, who's the gunner. He has lost his leg. His foot and leg on the right foot, I believe, is gone. He gets Angotti and Allen both out. They're both burned, but not terribly so. But everybody else in the aircraft, the gunner on the right side of the aircraft and 2 of the ARPs are not recovered. One of those guys is Sergeant Fernando Figueroa, who had just saved everybody on the ground on the 31st of December. He's now he's consumed in the fire. And with him was a young ranger named Walter C.B. Moran. And Moran was from Nevada, Missouri, just south of where I live, and also a second tour ranger. So they load those guys up in the Huey, and they start for Quang Tri. At the same time they're heading for Quang Tri, the Jolly Greens, which had launched in Da Nang, that were headed to Laos, but were diverted because Air America got the 2 pilots. We get those guys on guard and we say, divert to Quang Tri. We got burned aboard. We got Figueroa aboard and Walter C.B. Moran aboard, horribly burned. Angotti's burned and Bill Allen's burned. Walter Morris is not terribly burned, but he's lost his foot.
What happened to the dude that jumped out?
We're getting to that. We're getting to that.
Sorry, you.
When Joe turned around to depart the landing zone, this is dark. It's pitch black now.
And you guys don't have night vision back then?
No, night vision didn't exist. He turns on his landing light as he takes off to keep from hitting a tree, and his crew chief happens to look out into the river and sees a guy waving. His name was Dennis Trimble. He was one of the ARPs. And to avoid the fire as it got into the cockpit where he was, he just said, screw it, I'm jumping. And he jumped, but he hit the river. Broke both his legs and his pelvis because it's only 2 feet deep, but it didn't kill him. And so Joe turns back around, lands, they get down in the river, they get Trimble, they put him aboard. Now we have everybody accounted for. We have one LERP that's missing, still in the aircraft, and the crew chief on the right side of the aircraft, the gunner on the Huey is never recovered. So 2 guys are not recovered. So as we're flying to Quang Tri, we get the Jollies to divert to Quang Tri, and we tell them, look, we need blood, and we got guys aboard that are burned. Dust off for the 101st area also is airborne, and they come to Quang Tri. So they put the burn patients aboard the Jollies because those guys, the PJs, parajumpers, wonderfully trained medics.
We just released a PJ episode there in Love.
Those guys are great guys. And so they come to Quang Tri, and the dust off comes to Quang Tri, and the dust off takes Walter Morris, who's lost his foot, and the PJs take the burn guys, and off they go to the 85th evac. We shut down. We are back to base. We just shut down. The Cobras are now out of the mission. Everybody else goes to the 85th evac, both dust off and Jolly, and offload their people. So the result of that mission, Walter Morris lost his foot but survived. The two Rangers that were burned, Figueroa and Moran, live for a day or so each, and then they expire. We've lost two, an African American and a white soldier, that are still in the wreckage. The wreckage burns to the ground, and they are never recovered. You now fast forward to the 30th of January, and I'm out in a Cobra team. It's myself with Blue Brewer flying on my wing with Bob Smith. And in my front seat is a brand new, relatively new, a guy with about 3 months or so experience with us named John Bryant, young warrant officer. And we're out flying in the south end of the A Shau, and a fact comes on the radio and says, any aircraft vicinity, the A Shau, your radio. And I pop up on guard and say, this is Charlie Horse 38 with a flight of 3. And he goes, are you gunships? And I said, Roger, 2 of us are gunships. And he says, I got a AK or a anti-aircraft gun on the side of a mountain that's shooting at me, and I don't have any fast movers to put on him. So I said, okay, roger that. I said, we'll come to altitude, and my gunships will join you, and we'll service that target for you. So I bring everybody to altitude, and Bob Smith and I launch off. Lou Brewer's in the front seat with Bob, and John's in the front seat with me. And we get over there, and the Covey FAC is flying around, and he goes, if you look down on the side of this mountain over here, there's a 14.5 on a tripod, and every time I make a circuit, he shoots at me with these great big tracers. I'm looking, I got a real good idea. I can see where I'm pretty sure the gun is. So I told Bob, I said, what we're going to do, I said, I'm going to zero out my airspeed, and I'm going to roll over on my back, and I'm going to come in vertically. The more vertical you are, the more constricted your circular error probable, CEP, is, the closer together your rounds are going to hit. If you shoot at an angle, they're going to spread out in an oval. But I wanted to concentrate on one point. And I said, when I break, you come in behind me and cover me with fire. He said, roger. So I'm at about 5,000 feet, and I rolled it over on its back, zero airspeed, and head down and roll out. And I'm at about an 80-degree dive. And I'm in a 20 ship. I've got a Vulcan cannon on my left wing, 6-barrel, 20-millimeter Gatling gun, 950 shots a minute, rotary fire. And my pipper settles in on the target of the anti-aircraft gun. I hit the trigger switch, and I got 20-millimeter dancing all over him. And as I passed through about 3,000 feet, I reached down and flipped the weapon system to wing store. And on my right inboard pod, I had a 7-shot pod with flechettes. And my intent was to, each time I pulled the trigger, it was set on single fire. And each time I pulled the trigger, it would shoot a rocket. And a flechette rocket leaves the tube, goes a certain distance, arms, and then it blows open. And we got thousands of darts, little steel darts come out of that. So as I'm passing from 5,000 through 3,000, I go to wing store. I arm that. I hit a rocket. Flechette goes out, bursts right on top of the gun. Nailed them. I then fired the second rocket, and that's when the world went very, very, very bad for us. The rocket fired in the pod, but it did not leave the pod. It was called a hang fire. I'd never even heard of a hang fire before. I'd certainly never seen one. And all of a sudden, I'm in an 80-degree dive at like 170 or 80 knots, pointed almost straight down, and I've got a rocket assist now on my right wing. That rocket is burning, but it's still in the pod. So the aircraft tilted severely to the left. I tried to counter with left pedal, and I've got the stick pulled all the way back into my crotch. And all of a sudden, I hear an explosion. And what had happened is that burning rocket motor set the other rocket motors, the other 5 that are still in the pod, they exploded. The debris went through my tail rotor. So the tail rotor left the aircraft, which took the 90-degree gearbox, which took the 42-degree gearbox, which took the 60-degree gearbox, and that then tears the tail off. So everything aft of the exhaust is torn off the aircraft in a 80-degree dive at 180, now 90 knots. So I lose all tail rotor authority. The aircraft starts to spin. I'm holding the stick back for everything I'm worth because my fear was if I roll over on my back, we're done. We're dead. I had no control. I was spinning. I was now below the mountains on my horizon, so I had no horizon that I could maintain. It was all spinning green. And Bob Smith is coming down behind me. Lou Brewer is in his front seat. And Lou keys the mic, and he goes, "Pull it now, pull it." I figured that was for me. And so I pulled collective, and the rotation stopped just as I hit the trees. The aircraft rolled on its right side and went through the top of the trees, and we had another 150 feet to go through triple canopy jungle. The world goes black. A period of time later, I come to. I'm in excruciating pain. My leg is absolutely killing me, and something is impacting on my face. And I reach up to feel my face, and it's my right boot, and my foot is completely twisted up, and it's in front. The instrument panel has come forward, and it's now on top of me. And my instinct was to reach down and pop my seatbelt to get out, not realizing I was in the aircraft about 4 feet off the ground, upside down.
Oh.
And I hit my seatbelt and fell out of the aircraft. And the pain was blinding at that point in time. So I'm laying on the ground, and I start to take, evaluation of myself. And I look up, and there's the scout ship above me. The scout had come down and was hovering over the top of me, and it was a kid named Mike Deedy. And his crew chief, a young Spec 4 named Rip Smith. Rip Smith was the son of an Army Major General, and yet he flew as a scout gunner in the 101st Airborne. But Rip Smith is holding up his survival radio, PRC-10, for me to see. I went, "Oh, yeah, I've got one of those." And I get out my survival radio, and I turn it on. 243 zip was the frequency, and I'm talking to Dede, and he goes, "Are you guys okay?" And I said, "Well, Bryant's trapped in the airplane. He's in excruciating pain. I've got a busted leg, head injury. I'm going in and out of consciousness." And he says, "Okay, we got guys coming." His Huey came down, dropped their ropes, and the ropes weren't long enough to get to us. So they had to rethink, and they said, "Okay, we can't." There was about 100-foot drop beyond their rope capacity. So they called for another bird to come from the rear with longer ropes.
Is that because of the terrain? They couldn't.
We were on the side of a mountain with 150-foot trees, and so the distance they could get down was 100 feet too short. You can't free fall 100 feet and walk away from it. So in the rear, all of a sudden, they get a Huey together with longer ropes, but they got no Rangers. So they're scouring around the troop area to try to find a reaction force, and they find 2 Rangers, and in the orderly room is the brand new medic that's checking into the unit for first day. And he'd never rappelled from a helicopter in his life. The 2 Rangers were very capable guys. So they grab him and his aid bag and the 2 Rangers, throw them on the Huey, bring them out there, and they're trying to teach Woods, the medic, how to rappel in the aircraft on the way to rappel. He'd never rappelled a day in his life. So he's got an M16 in his med bag on his back. The two Rangers got their gear and their M16s, and they get to the point, throw the ropes out. The ropes are long enough, and they're trying to tell him, okay, lean back. This is your brake hand. Your brake hand's behind your back. Release it. Go. When you're ready to brake, put it in your back. You'll stop. He had everything right except you got to hold on the whole time to the rope. He leaned back on the rope. I'm laying there on the ground looking up at this guy. He kicks off and throws both hands up in the air. He's not on the rope at all and just free falls right down the rope, goes through the top of a tree, and is the first man to me. The only thing that saved his life was he went through the top of a tree. And this short little pudgy medic comes crawling up the hill to the side of the aircraft where I am. And then here come the two Rangers. And
that kid didn't break a back?
Didn't hurt him at all. It's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. So I'm laying there, and the Rangers knew what they were doing. They two of them went uphill, one to the right, one to the left, and set up a position. The gun I was shooting at, the gun was on the top of the same mountain. So we knew they're going to come down the hill toward us. I wasn't entirely sure how far up the mountain the gun was, but I knew I was on the same terrain feature with the enemy gun. So they basically, same thing that we had done on the 31st of December. They called for the Jollies, and out come two Jollies and four Sky Raiders, and the two Rangers are up on the side of the mountain, about 40, 50 feet away from me, and the medic is trying to get John Bryant in some deal of comfort. John had a busted back and a busted neck. He was still in the aircraft. He was terribly twisted. Several times before the Rangers got to us, he said to me, he said, shoot me and evade. I said, John, I'm not going anywhere. I got a busted leg. So I'm not going anywhere. And I'm laying beside him with my Car 15. And
Did you get him out of the helicopter?
No, I couldn't. Oh. I got a busted leg. I can't even stand up.
But the helicopters, it came through the trees and was on the ground.
Yeah. I got pictures of it. I can show you what it looked like. But he kept saying, shoot me and evade. Save yourself. And I'm trying to say, John, I can't go anywhere. It's you and me. We're here. This is it. Finally, about the third time he said, shoot me and evade, I said, God damn it, John, I'm going to shoot you if you don't shut up. I was worried. He was making a lot of noise. And anyway, about that time, the other Huey got out there and the other guys got on the ground. Eventually, out comes Jolly 364. They come to a hover over the top of us. I had never really appreciated how big a Jolly Green was until it comes to a hover on top of you. And I look up, I'm laying on the ground, and I look up and I can see the hoist operator, the flight engineer, with his head out the right door, and he's got his hand on the cable for the rescue hoist. And the next thing I see is a guy steps out onto the jungle penetrator. He's wearing camouflage fatigues. And he gets on the penetrator and he starts down. And as he got close to me, the things you remember are unique. Spit shine jump boots, first thing I saw. Camouflage fatigues, and as the body comes down, I look on his waist, and he's got a beautiful, bright blue Smith & Wesson Model 39 9mm pistol. I saw it. I said, wow, that's cool. And it's the PJ. And his name was Sergeant Harvey J. Picklesheimer. And he unhooks from the litter. I'm laying by my cockpit, and I point to John, and I said, get him out. He's talking to the aircraft. They lower him some equipment. He's bending stuff. I'm in and out of consciousness. And he gets John out of the aircraft along with the Army medic, and they lower a Stokes, and they put John in the Stokes litter, and they take him up. it's now my turn. So a couple of times when he was working on John, I tried to stand up and help, and he kept saying, "Captain, sit down. Captain, sit down." Third time he said, "If you don't sit down, I'm going to put you down." So I sat down. Well, when it was my turn to get in the Stokes, it occurred to me that my KY-28 crypto gear was still in the aircraft, and the control head, which had our frequencies in it, was in the cockpit. And so I stand up and I pull my 45 out, and I'm going to shoot holes in my KY-28. That's what my brain is telling me. The PJ hollers, "No, no, no," because I haven't realized that the area is saturated with JP4 jet fuel. I didn't realize it because of the head injury. And I said, I got to have that. I got to have that. And he reached down with his knife and popped the 4 Zeus fasteners and pulled the head of the KY-28 out and gave it to me. They put me in the litter, and I put my flight helmet back on, and they start to hoist me up. And so when you look at the picture I think you've seen that. If not, I've got it. As I'm hoisted up, I happen to look up, and there's a guy's head sticking out from under the hoist operator's legs, and he's got a camera, single lens reflex, and he's taking pictures of me coming up the hoist. Under my left arm, my crooked left arm, is the KY-28 head. I've got my CAR-15 across my shoulders. I've got my helmet on with the visor down, and I'm getting lifted into the Jolly Green. They pull me in. They pull the Stokes on the inside. They put the penetrator down now without the Stokes, and they pull up the medic and one of the Rangers. Pull them into the aircraft. Now on the ground, we got Johnny Slater, the last Ranger on the ground, and Sergeant Picklesheimer. They both step onto the penetrator, and they pull them up, and off they go. I go out at that point. I'm out of it. I remember the acceleration of the Jolly taking off, but I've got a head injury. They call it TBI now. I had a concussion, clearly. And I wake up on the exam table of the 85th Evac Hospital. They pull me in on a gurney, and they throw me up on the table, and they start to make you naked quickly with scissors. They're cutting everything off. And it occurs to me that I'm wearing a pair of Australian flight boots that I got from a guy at Vung Tau. And they're the coolest boots in the world. And I'm hollering at the nurses, "Don't cut my boots. Don't cut my boots." And they reached down with those shears, and they sheared the laces, but they didn't cut the boots. They pulled my boots off. But my flight suit was cut completely off. And I'm laying there starkers on the bed while they're checking me and looking at this and looking at that. And come to find out, I got a green stick fracture of my leg. Oof. And they give me a painkiller, and I'm out. I wake up in the ward, and I'm in a bed, and I've got an IV in my right arm, and I have an overbearing need to have a bowel movement. And so I reached down and I hit my little button on the bed. The nurses were all the way at the end of the ward watching what I later found out was Gunsmoke on AFVN. They were all down there watching TV. And the nurse came to me and she said, "What can I do?" And I said, I gotta go to the bathroom. And she said, "1 or 2?" I said, 2. She comes back with a bedpan and puts a bedpan with me. And I said, I'm not going in a bedpan. I've never been in a bedpan in my life. And she just basically said, "Well, suit yourself," and turn around and walk back to the end of the ward. And I looked at the bedpan, and I looked at my IV stand, and I said, I can make it. I can make it to the bathroom. The bathroom is about 40 feet to the right. My leg is splinted but not cast. And so I swing over in the bed, and I'm wearing the hospital gown, and I put my hand on the IV stand, and I push and hop, and I get over to the men's room. I go inside, go to a stall, and there's a cross member on the top of the stall, which is lower than the height of the IV stand. So I think about that for a second. I just take the IV bottle off and go in, sit down on the stool, and I put the IV bottle on the floor.
Filled up full of blood, probably.
I do what I got to do. I'm very proud of myself. I get back in the bed. I hook my IV back up, and I'm very happy. 4 or 5 minutes later, my arm starts to pound. It's hurting, and I look down, and the whole IV line is full of blood. I'd put it below the heart. So I hit the button again, and here comes the nurse, and she's not very happy with me, and had to clear the line and all that sort of thing. So I'm there overnight, and the next day they came in the morning, and they said, "You're going to Okinawa." I said, "How's John Bryant?" "Well, he's already been evacuated. He's gone to Okinawa. But you're going to Okinawa today, and so you'll be evacuated out." And I said, "I ain't going to Okinawa." I said, "I got a unit. I got to get back to the unit." And the nurse, again, suits herself and went back to doing whatever she was doing. So I'm thinking, I got to do something quick or they're going to put me on an airplane and get me out of there. So basically, I did my bathroom trick again. I went back into the bathroom, but this time I took the IV off, took it out of my arm, left the stand and the IV in the bathroom, and I kind of peeked out, and when the nurses weren't looking, here I am in a gown and barefooted. I skinny out the door real quick and go down the hallway to find the quartermaster that has all my gear. And so I walk up, I find the quartermaster guy, and I said, "I'm checking out. I need my gear." And he said something about the order, the discharge order, and I said, "I don't know, that's coming, but I got to get dressed." And he hands me my stuff, and I'm looking at my flight suit, which is a 2-piece Nomex, but it's been cut to shreds. And I said, "Have you got anything I can do to help put this back together?" And he goes, "Well, I got these big safety pins." We safety pinned my pants and my shirt. So I've got safety pinned Nomex, pants and shirt. I've got my gun belt with a 45 in it. I've got my CAR 15. I've got my flight helmet, but I don't have a hat. I'd lost my hat in the crash. And so I put all that stuff on, and I hobble out the front of the hospital, which is right in front of 24th Corps headquarters. And across the street from where the bus stop is 24th Corps headquarters. And I'm standing out there trying to figure out how to get a bus over to the Jolly Green base, get a ride home. So while I'm standing there, these 2 Army MPs, jackasses, you know how MPs are. They're standing there watching me, and they're looking at me, and they're taking a lot of time to examine me. And finally, one of them comes across the street and walks up to me, and he doesn't know what I am. I've got my survival vest on over my safety pinned clothes. And he walks up to me, and the first thing he said to me is, "Where's your hat?" And I looked at him, and I said, "My hat is somewhere in Laos. It's inside my aircraft, which is somewhere in Laos. And I'm leaving to go to the airfield to catch a ride home." And he starts to tell me all the violations of military protocol that I've committed. And when, thank God, the bus drives up, and I just said, and I whipped out my collar, and I said, "It's Captain, by the way." And I got on the bus and said, "See ya." And the bus took me over to the Jolly Green pad, who put me in a Jolly and took me back to our base and let me off. I laid in bed in the base for almost 4 days. My leg hurt bad.
What does your unit say when you showed up?
I didn't really tell them I'd left against medical advice. I was AWOL from the hospital. They didn't know where I went. They had no idea where I went.
And you had a full-on fractured leg.
Yeah, I had a green stick fracture of the leg.
Oh, God.
And so I had this splint, this air splint on it. And I left that on there for 3 or 4 days, and I basically lay in bed for 3 days and moaned and was miserable.
No pain meds or anything? Huh?
No, we didn't have anything. We didn't have any medics at that point. And so I started flying again after 3 or 4 days. I flew for about a week. Nothing heavy, nothing exciting. And then we got the order to stand down. And I went to see Major Seary, the troop commander, and he said, "You're a second tour guy, so you're going home. And the other guys will be split between units here and in country." He knew why I had come back. And I said, "Boss," I said, I'm not going home. I'd just soon stay. And he looked at me and he goes, "Well, go find a job." Best order I was ever given in the Army. Go find a job. And so with that, I got on the phone, I called Dark Horse that was now down in the Delta, and got a hold of Rod Willis, my buddy from Savannah and my first tour. And he put me in touch with Tom Woods, the troop commander. And I told him, I said, "Look, I'm looking for a job. I can do Cobras, I can do Scouts." And he goes, "Well, the scout platoon leader got shot 3 days ago. I could use a scout platoon leader." And I said, "I'm on the way."
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today. Did you ever talk to John Bryan again?
Again, yes. Recently after that, no. John was evacuated. His military career ended. I would later talk to John in about I could tell you because it's the date of my third Purple Heart. I got a hold of John and found out much later. I'm trying to find John for years, had no idea where he was, and ultimately is the ability to check for people on computers got better. I ultimately found him, and I said, "How did it turn out?" And he said, "Well, I lost my military career." And I said, "Well, at least you got a Purple Heart for it." And he goes, "Well, no, I didn't get anything." I said, "You were medevaced out to Okinawa and you never got a Purple Heart?" "No, I never got anything." So I wrote Department of the Army and wrote up a request or a recommendation for the Board for Correction of Military Records to get John Bryan a Purple Heart. And they wound up giving me one too. And so we went to Fort Rucker and I met John. And in the audience was the combat photographer from the aircraft that shot that picture. And he gave me an 8x10 glossy of my rescue picture. That's how I got it. And it was me, John Bryant, and the photographer from that mission. Years later, I was invited to go to the PJ reunion that was in Herman, Georgia, a German kind of village north of Atlanta. And I had reached out to them and said, "I'd really like to find Randy Picklesheimer and thank him for saving me." And they said, "Well, Randy's going to be at this reunion at Herman. Why don't you come?" So I did. I found out when I got there that Randy, through injury and illness, had lost his sight. He was older at the time. He was old when he rescued me. It was the first time he went on the ground in combat to rescue somebody, but he was older. He was hard of hearing and he was blind. And he's sitting on the front row, and they said, we have one of our survivors that's going to tell us a story. He had no idea it was me. And I started describing this rescue mission when he is telling me to sit down or he's going to put me down. And he turns to his wife. I'm right in front of him, but he can't see me. And he turns to his wife and he goes, "That sounds like a rescue I did." And I said, "Randy, it is. I'm 701. So Bryant was the first one hoisted. He was rescue number 700 for the 37th. I was rescue number 701. And so I got to spend that weekend with my PJ. Tragically, he lived about 2 more years and passed away. John Bryant's still alive. He lives in Brazil, I think Brazil or Argentina, most of the year. It comes back and forth to Alabama. So John survived. All the guys that rescued me from the Ranger group are gone. The only person from my Jolly crew that is still alive is the hoist operator, who's I've never been able to find him, but I suspect he's probably still alive. But that's the guy I've never been able to.
What's his name? Do you remember?
Find. Yeah, it's on the picture. I've got a picture of the crew.
We'll find it. We'll make sure we put it up, because the internet, when we put these things out, you'd be surprised.
I've got his name in the aircrew picture of the rescue.
Well, if you're listening to this and you hear the story, make sure you check the description. We'll have his name, and if somebody could post it, that'd be great.
The aircraft commander. It was his first rescue as an aircraft commander. His co-pilot and he was a captain. His co-pilot that day was a major named Jackson Scott. Captain Chapman was my rescue operator. The PJ was Picklesheimer. The number 2 PJ, the guy that lost the coin toss and stayed aboard the aircraft to man the minigun, I've got his name too, but he was aboard the Jolly Green that went in to rescue Bat 21 in that huge, well-known rescue, and they were shot down and killed. So he lived another, this was January, he was shot down in April, and so he was killed. So everybody on my rescue group is dead except, I think, the hoist operator, who I've never been able to contact.
So you get told to go find a new job, and you said it was the best thing that ever happened to you.
We had turned in our aircraft at China Beach, and all the guys were dispersing. And so I packed up my gear and my Car 15, and I said, "See you guys." And I went down to the airfield, and I got a C-7 Caribou ride to Da Nang, and or Cam Ranh Bay. I think it was Cam Ranh Bay. And then I hooked up with a C-130, went to Saigon. And got to Saigon, I was at a big Army helipad there called Hotel Alpha. And I was trying to find an aircraft that was going to Can Tho, which is the unit I was going to, was located at Can Tho on the Mekong River. And I'm sitting there for an hour or two, and I see this Loach come flying in, and it's got shark's teeth on the front of it. And I said, "Wow, that looks like a dark horse bird." And when he came in and turned sideways, I saw the outcast patch on the engine cowl. And the kid shut down and came over. It was a young warrant officer named Rusty Rice. And I said, "Are you going back to Dark Horse or Can Tho?" And he goes, "Yeah, I got a parts run, but in a couple of hours, I'm going to be headed back. If you need a ride, you'd be glad to go with me." So I stowed my gear in his aircraft, and I waited till he came back. And we take off, and we're 1,500, 2,000 feet flying back to Can Tho from Saigon. And he goes, "What brings you to Can Tho?" And I said, "You're in the outcasts." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm the maintenance officer for the scout platoon." I said, "Well, I'm your new platoon leader." And Bob Todd had been shot before that, and so he was gone. And that's how Rusty Rice met his new platoon leader, was in the aircraft. And he goes, "Oh, that's cool. You want to fly?" I said, "Yeah, I've been flying Cobras. I hadn't flown a Loach in a long time." So that was my first Loach ride back in country on what would be my third tour. And roomed with Rod Willis.
You did tour 2 and 3 back to back?
Back to back, yeah. And so we get to Can Tho, and after about 2 weeks, a Cobra pilot from the 101st transferred in, and it's Bob Hartley, one of those W-2s that was in my Cobra class.
That's funny.
He shows up, and he's rooming with Rod and me. And then a week later, another group of pilots is infused, and one of them is Ken Shriver, who was the other warrant officer in my Cobra class. And both of those came in to fly Cobras when I was back as the scout platoon leader again. So it started all over. I was the scout platoon leader for the second time, same call sign, Dark Horse 16. And we flew in the 4 Corps Tactical Region region, primarily in the U Minh forest and the Cambodian region. We did a lot of operations in Cambodia, escorting river convoys from Saigon all the way up to Phnom Penh, Cambodia. So we did a lot of flying out country, and the rest of it. The U Minh forest was another very, very bad area. Not as bad as the A Shau, in my opinion, but equally formidable.
Your third tour in 72, you guys had really transitioned to the Vietnamization.
Yeah.
No more real Americans on the ground except advisors.
Correct.
What was that tour like?
The Vietnamization was in full force. There were no American ground units in 4 Corps. The only people we ran into up at Chi Lang on the Cambodian border, there was a New Zealander training battalion that had New Zealand NCOs and officers training ARVNs in infantry tactics. And we had the various ARVN units around the Delta had 1 or 2 American advisors with them. And it was totally different. In the Delta, my experience was different than the ARVNs and I Corps. The ARVNs and I Corps were pretty hardcore guys. They'd hit the ground running and they would attack. They were good soldiers. In the Delta, time after time after time, we would insert the ARVN in an operation, and the minute they're on the ground, they whip out their cooking pots and they start making supper. So they would sit. A cynic would say they were giving the enemy time to move away. And they didn't have the same operational objective that perhaps I had. So we supported the ARVN to a degree. We did the same scout missions. We did a lot of BDAs, bomb damage assessments for B-52s. We'd go and scout an area and say, we got a lot of bad guys here. The next day, they would obliterate the area with B-52s, and then we'd come back in and do bomb damage assessment. The Delta was wide open. Tactics were totally different in the Delta. It was like flying on a pool table. There were huge open rice paddies cut by dike lines that had nipa palm trees in it. And the enemy would build the bunkers down in these nipa palms. They're very hard to see. And we worked with the Navy riverine guys, the PBRs and the swift boats up and down the Mekong River. A lot of those were also ARVN. But because it was so wide open, we started flying with a wing scout. The lead scout did the scouting, and the wing scout was trailing behind him to cover us. If we broke from fire, you're immediately covered by your wingman who's now behind you. So it's 2 scouts, 2 Cobras, and a Huey. The Huey had no rescue force aboard, but we did have an ARVN officer who was our clearance to fire and our coordinator with the guys on the ground. They spoke English. They coordinated with the guys on the ground, gave us clear to fire when we could or couldn't. But the wing scout was a new thing for me because you're basically trailing behind the lead, kind of S-turning behind him. And if the lead broke, then you attacked his source of fire and then broke inside him. So that's the way we worked. And we did the same thing we'd been doing. We were scouting for enemy units. If they'd hit a base, we'd move in and track them back to wherever they came from, usually Cambodia. We did a lot of operations in Cambodia as deep as 25, 30 kilometers. That was not advertised. Officially, we were not supposed to land. We could go in 30 kilometers and work, but we came back out to Chi Lang or Mukwa or the 44th Special Tactical Zone before we touched down. So theoretically, we were never in Cambodia. We were kind of over Cambodia. But when we'd land and take off, we were always in South Vietnam.
You told me some interesting stories yesterday that, you ended up, there was a commander that you had in Vietnam. I think that you had 2 different, I think one time you shot the garrison flag, and then the other time you went into.
That was in Cobras.
Yeah.
That
You gotta tell those stories because you end up running into that general later on in an aircraft.
Yeah, and I wouldn't tell that story except he has passed, and so I can safely do that. This is back 3rd of the 5th Cav when I was flying Cobras. We were out by Quezon one day, and a covey comes up on the air. There's a frequency in aircraft called guard, and it's a common frequency. And you tune your radio to transmit and receive plus guard. And then whatever frequency you're on, if somebody transmits on guard, 243 zip, you can hear it in your headphone, and you can turn your radio over to guard, transmit, and talk back on the same frequency to them. So we're flying around in the area southeast of Quezon one afternoon, and this Covey Fac, who's over in Laos, comes up and says, any Army aircraft vicinity, Quezon, your radio. I pop it over to transmit and receive plus guard and said, this is Charlie Horse 38 with a flight of 4, what do you got? He goes, well, I got a bunch of trucks on the road over here, and they got some anti-aircraft guns. They're shooting at me, and I don't have any more fast movers. I'm about 17 clicks inside Laos. Can you come service the target? I said, yeah, stand by. So I got the grid from him, the map grid, and I pop up on troop uniform, and I call back to Bob Fairchild, who was our operations officer back at Quang Tri, and I said, hey, I got a mission request from the Air Force. I need to go attack a target. Grid X-ray Tango 1 2 3 4 5. I need approval for that. And he looks at it on a map, and he sees that it's 17 clicks into Laos, and he comes back on the radio, and all Bob said was, check your grid. I knew what he meant. What he meant was give me a grid inside Vietnam and then go shoot in Laos. So I did. I said, oh, correction, X-ray Tango, this, which was just inside Vietnam. And I left my Huey and my Scout over Quezon at altitude. And Bob Smith and I penetrated Laos, and we went over and found the FAC, and he showed us where these trucks were pulled over under the road, and we were shooting the poop out of them. And we got trucks burning, and we got guys running everywhere. And when we're expended, he said, thanks a bunch, see you next time, and we turn and head back into Vietnam. And as we're coming out of Laos into Vietnam, my Huey is up about 5,000 feet with my Loach following him. And off in the distance, I see a Huey coming toward us, also about 5,000 feet, not one of us. And as I come out of Laos with a flight of 2, I grab my Huey and my Loach, and we're headed back toward Quang Tri, and this Huey passes us at altitude. And all of a sudden, on our troop frequency, this voice comes up and said, Charlie Horse 38, this is Red Devil 5. What's your status? And I said, it's Charlie Horse 38. We're expended. Troops in the open. We're headed back to Quang Tri. Roger. That's all he said. So we headed back to Quang Tri and landed. I'm sitting in the revetment, and I flip over to VHF, our troop internal VHF frequency, and I'm talking to my wingman, and I said, hey, who's Red Devil 5? I'd never heard that call sign. I said, who is that? Before Bob could say a word, this voice comes out of my troop VHF, my frequency, and says, I am your assistant division commander. Oh, shit. It's General John Hill. Brigadier General, had commanded the 5th Brigade during Lam Son 719. He gave up command of 5th Brigade to become Deputy Commanding General of the 101st. And when I got to operations, Fairchild said, General Hill's office called in, you need to go see him. So I did. I went over to the other side of the runway where General Hill's office was. And they made me sit in the hall for about 30 minutes and think about all the transgressions I'd made. And so I reported into him, very snappy salute, sir, Captain Mills. And he goes, why were you in Laos? He said, I saw your flight leave Laos. You're not supposed to be in Laos. I said, well, sir, I got a mutual aid request from the Air Force. He was being fired upon, a defensive mission. I went in to do a defensive mission on trucks in the open. He was not terribly impressed with my explanation, but he was not overtly cynical about it. And he said, you don't need to be violating international airspace. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. And back I go over to the unit. Well, probably a month later, I'm up north on the DMZ. I'm flying with a W-4 named Mac Cockrell, who was clearly one of the best Cobra pilots we had. He's in another ship. We're flying together as a flight of 2. And all along the DMZ, there were 4 Marine Corps bases, Charlie 1, 2, 3, and 4, that were Marines posted on the DMZ. And this was in, this was in December of either December or early January of 71 into 72. And I'm up there, and the North Vietnamese had a flag in the middle of the DMZ that was a huge 1,000-foot flagpole with a huge North Vietnamese flag on it. And it always irritated us that they would fly that thing, but it was fairly well covered by anti-aircraft fire from the ground. So you didn't want to get over there and get close to that flag because they'd shoot you up. And I came up on Victor, our internal frequency for the Cobra platoon, and I told Mac, I said, what if we went around the rock pile, which was a terrain feature to the west? What if we went around the rock pile and went low level and then came back around through North Vietnam and attacked the garrison flag from the north? They'd never know we're coming from the north. He was up for that. So we penetrated North Vietnam, went low level, came around the road, and we're hell-bent for election down the road southbound. We get to the vicinity of the flag, pop up, nose over, and salvo on the garrison flag, and then just keep going.
Both of you guys shoot?
Both of us, yeah. And we kept going.
You shoot rockets?
Oh, yeah, all rockets. like each pod was, each interior pod was 19, and the exterior pods were 7 each. So 38, boom, gone. 14, boom, gone. We just kept going. And at that point in time, we were at Camp Evans.
Did you guys take everything out? The flag and the bunker?
The bunker, I don't know. The flag didn't come down, but the whole area around the bunker was blown up. And we just kept going and back to Evans and shut down. And I walk into flight operations, and Bob Fairchild is looking at me, and he goes, what have you done? I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, Division just called, and General Hill's office called and said, when Captain Mills gets back, have him come back to my office. And I'll be danged, the Marines at Charlie 2, which is closest to that flag, called 101st Airborne and said, hey, 2 Cobras just attacked the garrison flag out of North Vietnam and skinnied out to the south. What's going on? He assumed it was me. And he was right, it was me. And so I had to go back over there. This time he was a bit more verbal. A brigadier general adjutant of a captain is not something you want to. I figured I'm probably in serious trouble over this, but I truly never heard another word. He chewed my ass pretty bad about penetrating international airspace again. And years later, the war's over. I've gone through the advanced course. I've gone through 2 years of degree completion to get a degree. The Army gave me 2 years to finish my degree on degree completion. And I've gotten married again, and I'm headed to Fort Hood, and I'm at Fort Hood. I'm the troop commander with the 2nd of the 1st Cav, and I'd been somewhere. It was official because I was wearing greens, but I don't remember why I was away from Hood, but I was coming back into Hood on Rio Airways. And as we're making the approach into Killeen, I happen to look over, and there's a guy sitting in the aisle next to me, older gentleman, civilian clothes, and he's looking at me, and there was a moment of recognition but I couldn't place him. I thought maybe I'd seen him before, didn't know him. We get into the terminal at Killeen, and I'm waiting for the baggage to come off the aircraft. My wife is standing with me, and this gentleman walks up to me and very clearly looks around to see my name tag. And when he does, he starts to smile, and he said, "Captain Mills." I said, "Sir." And he goes, "Lieutenant General John Hill." I said, "Sir, it's been a long time. How are you?" And he goes, "Well, I'm coming into Fort Hood for some function." And he said, "What are you doing now?" I said, "Sir, I'm commanding a cav troop here at Fort Hood." And he looks me straight in the eye and he goes, "Can I trust you this close to the Mexican border?" And I laughed. My wife didn't know what was going on. She didn't know any of this. And I laughed and said, "I promise you, sir, I'm not going to Mexico." But that was the last time I saw General Hill.
That's wild. Back on your third tour, the Easter invasion, April 1972, the SA-7 Strela arrives. It's a heat-seeking shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile, Soviet-made. No heat suppression kits available. Walk us through the moment you understood what that threat was.
Well, we knew the Strela was out there because we'd lost a couple of VNAF aircraft and actually a couple of fast movers to the Strela down in the Delta. So essentially, they basically said, "Everybody go low level. Altitude is the killer now. It used to be the defensive realm from the 50, but now standoff is the killer. So get low." And they called us all into the cafeteria at Canto one day, and this special group was there to talk to us about counter Strela tactics. They said, "This is what's coming," and they showed a picture of the back end of the Huey with the toilet bowl diffuser system that would diffuse your exhaust up into the rotor wash. And then they showed a picture of the toilet bowl diffuser for the Cobra up into the rotor wash. And then he started talking about counter Strela tactics. And I raised my hand. I said, "Excuse me, what about the Loaches?" He said, "Well, we don't have the fix for the Loach is not yet concluded. However, we are providing you guys with Very pistols and green and white star clusters, and you're going to carry it in the back end. And when you see the Strela launched, you take your Very pistol, cock it, stick it out the door, and shoot a pistol to divert the missile." And I raised my hand again. I said, "You just told me that the missile was supersonic." And he said, "Well, yeah, it is." And I said, "So by the time I see it, it's already hit me." And he didn't say anything to that. There was no real comment. So they gave us these Mark 19 or so big, huge Very pistols from the Navy, I think, that had green and white star clusters, U.S. Ordnance 1943. And we were up at Muckwa one day, and that Very pistol was sitting in the back where the crew chief was, and I just picked it up. I just wanted to see what they looked like, and so I cocked it, and I aimed it up in the air, and I pulled the trigger, and it goes pop and doesn't fire. I take the second one out of the box and put it in there, and pop, it doesn't fire. The third one did fire, green and white star cluster. I said, this ain't going to work. But ultimately what we were given, they came in with a mod kit for the OH-6 that basically diverted the tail exhaust up through the engine cowling, pointed straight up, not from the exhaust, but diverted back up through the top of the engine compartment, which gave us diverted exhaust up into the rotor system. What it also gave us was a crackerjack way to make Jiffy Pop popcorn. Because those exhausts were sitting at about 4 feet off the ground, and we could get Jiffy Pop at the PX, and you could take it out and put it on top of that exhaust in the field and shake it, and it would make Jiffy Pop. But we never lost an aircraft to the Strela. However, toward the very, very end of the war, a bunch of our area guys were flying up to Saigon to rotate home, and they were in a Chinook, and that Chinook was hit by a Strela and went in and killed everybody on board. But while I was there, we lost no aircraft to the Strela, but we captured some and turned them into intelligence for evaluation. But everybody at that point in time, October, November of 72, everybody was nap of the earth. Everybody was low. Chinooks were low, Cobras were low, Hueys were low, Scouts were low, because of the danger of the missile. And that was the first it's Russian SA-7, heat-seeking, shoulder-fired aerial missile, copy of the Red Eye. And that was the first dedicated missile threat that we ever faced.
Air America, Ed and Ebby, and the Swedish K. On your first tour, Scout pilot Ed and Ebby turned up on your third tour flying for Air America.
Yeah.
The CIA's unarmed supply outfit. Their pilots couldn't even carry weapons. You met with Ed, and you ended up giving him either a Swedish K or an M2 carbine.
Yeah. The Ed Innabo was Dark Horse 19 on my first tour. And if you read about him in the book, we refer to him as Weird Eddie. He made Rod Willis look like Mother Teresa. He was that guy. And of course, at the end of the first tour, we lost track of him. I didn't know where he went. And then on third tour, he shows up at Canto, this Air America Huey silver with blue trim, lands on our pad and shuts down. And we walk out to see who it is. It's Ed Innabo. And he says, "Hey, guys," he said, "I didn't know you two were here," talking to me and Rod. He said, "I need guns. I need some guns. They won't let us have guns." We had a lot of guns. We had a Connex full of all kinds of guns. I said, "What do you want?" We got Thompsons, we got Swedish Ks, we got M2s. He said, "Swedish Ks 9mm, M2 is 30 caliber. The Vietnamese have a lot of 30 calibers, 30 caliber carbines. Let me have an M2, fully automatic M2 carbine." So he stayed, partied with us for a while, and then back in his Huey, and off he went. Theoretically, Air America was the aviation asset of the Central Intelligence Agency. There were other organizations that flew in the Vietnam area that worked for CIA, but Ed is the only guy that I personally knew that flew for Air America, and they flew all over Laos, Cambodia. They did a lot of clandestine stuff, but they were essentially a civilian airline. They weren't allowed to carry weapons. They weren't protected as combatants. But I was led to believe that most of their guys had access to weapons if they needed them.
You and I had talked as we kind of bounced the interview plan back and forth. One of the questions I'd asked you if there was, anybody that you had never talked about publicly, and one of the names that came up was Bruce Gibson, and it's something I know that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I'm comfortable doing that now. Bruce Gibson was the Loach platoon leader for B Company, 1st Aviation Battalion. 1st Aviation was the organic aviation battalion for the 1st Infantry Division. And they had Cobras and Charlie model gunships, and their call sign was Rebel. Terrific gun pilots, just absolutely terrific gun pilots. Whether it was the Charlie model Hueys with the low combat profile, or the Cobras, the higher combat profile, the Rebels were great guys. Their sister platoon, and they called the Ponies, flew OH-6s, but they weren't scout pilots. They flew brigade commanders around. They did ash and trash command and control. They weren't scouts. The division figured if they could take the Pony platoon and train them as scout pilots and team them up with Rebel gunships, we could have another air cav asset like Dark Horse. And the concept was called Light Horse. And so the first step of that was to train the platoon commander of the Pony platoon in scouting techniques. And that guy was Lieutenant Bruce S. Gibson, infantry guy, good guy. I liked Bruce. I knew him for some time. And he came over and was flying with us. And I gave him one of my most experienced crew chiefs to fly with him. He essentially was flying with Dark Horse gunships to learn the scout mission. And I gave him a gunner named Red Hayes. And Bruce was out flying one day and had a target, and he kind of got fixated on it, and he kept going back in the same way. And Hayes was saying, "Hey, sir, change your azimuth. Don't go back in the same way. Don't get slow. You're slowing down. Don't get slow." And several times he didn't immediately react. I was not there, but this is what I was told. He didn't immediately react to Hayes's guidance, and suddenly ground fire, 50 caliber through the groin and out through the top of his body. He's killed instantly, and the plane crashes with Red Hayes in it. And big mission to rescue Hayes, and thank God we got Red out, but Bruce was killed. And when I wrote Low Level Hell, 1992, I did not want to write Bruce Gibson got killed because he didn't listen to what people told him to do. And so in writing the book, there is a memorial page to all the guys that died in Dark Horse while I was there on that tour in '69. And one of the names in the memorial list is First Lieutenant Bruce S. Gibson. But when you read the body of the book, you never see the name Bruce Gibson. What you see is Pony 16. So what I've always used as kind of a mind twister thing with folks, I always tell them once you read the book, I've got one question for you. Who was Pony 16? And people go all over that book trying to find who Pony 16 was. Very few people have been sharp enough to come up to cross-reference. They see Pony 16 is killed in the book, but they don't go back to the memorial page to see a name that's there that was never mentioned in the book, and that was Bruce Gibson. Bruce was inducted into the U.S. Infantry Officer OCS Hall of Fame at Fort Benning. His flight suit from flight school is there. I just didn't want the family to see a reference that would make them feel badly about how their loved one was killed. So I didn't put his name in the book for that reason and that reason alone, but he is memorialized on that page, and that's the story of Bruce Gibson.
Yeah, I just, it's one thing as I've gotten to know you, you just have like this, you're just a very respectful person about all the people you serve with. There's things we've talked about off camera that, we decided what we weren't going to say on camera just because you have this just, I don't know how to explain it. You just really care about all the people that you serve with.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to read a book that, hey, your relative got killed because he didn't follow simple instructions, which is an oversimplification of what happened. But my attempt to protect the family was to simply not put his name. And in the chapter on how Gibson was killed, I referred to him only as Pony 16 from across the runway. Hayes survived it. We were able to rescue him. The ARPs went in and got Hayes out and recovered Bruce's body. But I was not comfortable describing, and how he died is exactly how he died in the book, but I just wasn't comfortable putting his name in there, which might cause some negative impact on the family. And I think it's been long enough now that that probably is not an issue I have to worry about.
Thanks for sharing that. What was your call sign? I don't think I've ever asked you. Did you have like a nickname? Well, I mean, you had obviously your call sign when you flew, but did you?
Yeah, the call sign was Dark Horse 16. Mm-hmm. In Cobras, it was Charlie Horse 38. But as far as a personal call sign, it was Captain America. I had a warrant officer on my second tour when I was flying Cobras. I had a warrant officer named Ron Dabella, who was a first lieutenant named Ron Dabella. He was kind of an irreverent little shit. Good Cobra pilot, short, curly black hair, good-looking kid. But he was a little too irreverent for me. And we were in the club one night, and he had been drinking, and he made a couple of comments. He was wearing a pair of cutoff jeans shorts with an American flag sewn on the butt.
Is this the O Club in Vietnam?
Nah, it wasn't the major. It was our little club.
Okay.
It was the troop club. And it offended me. It offended me that he was wearing the American flag on the butt of his shorts. And I said, Diabella, you got to get that flag off your shorts. And he looked at me. He was intoxicated. He'd been drinking it. He made some flippant comment, why don't you take it off of me? And so I did. I slammed him down on top of our pool table, and I reached down and grabbed his American flag patch with my teeth, and I ripped it off his shorts with my teeth. And my guys were shocked. They didn't know what to think when I did that. Diabella was equally shocked, and when he kind of sobered up a little bit, he said, I didn't think Captain America would do that to me. Well, boom, that stuck. And so as kind of an acknowledgement of my straighter than some guys, depending on the activity, perhaps flying outside the country was not one of them, but I was a teetotaler. I didn't drink. I never have been a drinker. And so as kind of an acknowledgement of my rather straight-laced nature as a young captain, they call me Captain America. That stuck. That stayed with me my whole career.
You had a Captain America helmet, like your flight helmet.
I did. Yeah, I had and interestingly, Ron Diabella is the guy that painted that helmet. I had a green SPH-4, and I've always had a little bit of a sarcastic sense of humor, and I told Diabella, who was an artist, I said, I want war, great big letters across the visor of my helmet in gold. And on the left side, I want you to write in text, smaller letters, is hazardous to your health. And then on the right side was the Captain America logo, the Captain America with the shield and all that. So in the picture of me getting hoisted into the Jolly Green, what you see is the visor on my helmet that says war in great big letters. And everybody says, gosh, that's a testimony of aggression, war. No, it was a fallacious statement that, war is hazardous to your health. Nobody has ever seen that side of the helmet. And then you can see in a couple of pictures later on my third tour, you can see the Captain America figure on the side. But Ron Diabella painted that helmet for me. He got out very quickly after the war was over and was tragically killed in an automobile accident. So we lost Ron. Ron was probably one of our first guys that went, all because of a accident in a car.
Where can people see that helmet today?
People can see that helmet today in the library of my outbuilding in Kansas City, but it's a replica. It's not the real one. The real one's long gone. And there's another replica that resides in the MacArthur Military Museum in Little Rock, my home, Arkansas. And there's a little display down there that's got some of my awards and a flight suit and a cav hat and a replica, a perfect replica of that helmet is down there in Arkansas.
Super cool. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to.
Yeah.
Anything else from your Vietnam tours we haven't covered? I've taken you for a jog through all kinds of stuff. I didn't want to pull out every story from the book because I really want people to go read that book. It's such a great book.
No, when I left Vietnam, I left in September of '72 to go to the Armor Advanced course, the captain's course for armor officers. And I left there and went to Fort Knox. Had a great year. My table mate in the advanced course was King Hussein of Jordan's nephew, and his name was Prince Ali bin Naif, not the crown prince who was Abdullah, but the nephew of King Hussein. And he was my table mate, and had a great year with him. A lot of extracurricular time off the clock, traveling with Ali, who went all over the country in the area around Fort Knox buying stuff, but in large measure, complete water wells, complete various kind of cars, pickup trucks. He loved pickup trucks. And all this stuff was shipped somewhere and sent back to Jordan. I enjoyed very much the Armor Advanced course. My roommate that particular year, we shared an apartment in Elizabethtown, was a guy named Carl Sitkovich. Carl had been a company commander at Con Barracks in Schweinfurt, where I had gone to command my tank company. I commanded B Company 264. He commanded C Company 364. And we knew each other in Germany. And so when we got to the advanced course, we hooked up together and got an apartment in E-Town, and we both were there for the course. At the very end of the course, I think we had a week maybe before graduation, the Army made an announcement, and they said all officers on the posted list shall be in Boudinot Hall at 1500 for a briefing. And we went down and looked at the bulletin board, and there was a big list of guys, and my name wasn't on it, but Carl's was, and my friend David Nee was. And this was the first big RIF, reduction in force. The war was over, the Army was oversized, and this was the first notice that all you guys, thank you for your service, but you're gone. You're done. At that point in time, I had no degree. I had a 2-year associate's degree. But the thing that saved my career, I mean, clearly, I full well accept it. My awards saved my career. And the Army did not RIF me. I didn't have the education I needed, but I had awards that had bought me a consideration, I think. And so my dear friend Carl and my dear friend David, boom, gone. Your careers are gone. One of my scout pilots, a captain from Vietnam, Mac V. Sog guy, boom, gone, out. But it was at that point that the Army reached out to me and said, there's a program called Degree Completion, and we will give you 2 years to go back to school, all expenses paid by the VA, full pay and allowances for your military pay, but you're going to be a student for 2 years to finish your degree. And you've got 3 options. As an armor aviator, you can go to University of Mississippi, Hattiesburg, you can go to University of Nebraska, Omaha, or you can go to Embry-Riddle University in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I immediately suspected a trap. I said, that cannot be possibly where they would go. But I cautiously said, how about Daytona Beach? And sure enough, they sent me to Daytona Beach. VA paid tuition fees and books. The Army paid my full salary, flight pay, regular salary, the whole thing, quarters allowance, all that was paid. I lived in an apartment on the St. John River in Daytona Beach, joined the Sigma Chi fraternity, had a great experience with those guys, which endures to today. I was at my apartment one Saturday, and I happened to be standing on the railing of second floor apartments, very nice apartments on the St. John. And these 2 good-looking young girls are walking down through the parking lot. And I zero in on one of them. She is gorgeous. And I basically say, hey, guys, where are you going? And they said, we're looking for the manager's office. And I said, oh, it's right down here go through that little archway, and his is the apartment on the left. And I said, if you want some more information on the place, come on up. I got a pot of coffee on. And I went back in my apartment. They were talking to the manager about an apartment. They couldn't afford where I was living. And so essentially they started to leave. And one of them, the other than the gorgeous one, said to the manager, "Who's that guy up there in apartment 31? And the manager said, "Oh, that's Captain Mills. He's a pilot." They thought Captain Mills pilot airline. And so the gal, whose name I won't mention, said, "Let's go up and see him." Well, the other girl, the really good-looking one, said, "Nah, I'm not really interested." But she went. And they came up to the apartment. We met. We drank coffee. I talked about Daytona a little bit, some of the places to go. Found out they had just come from Florida State. They were both speech pathologists who had come out of Florida State and were assigned to Daytona Beach as their first job in the school district. And I had no interest whatsoever in the one that had some interest in me, apparently. And the other girl, the one that I really thought was something else, had a boyfriend back at Florida State. And after a while, we hung around for a month or more, and it didn't seem to be going anywhere for me. So I just kind of stopped going over there. And then one day she comes over to the place without the other girls, just her. And she's my wife of 52 years.
Yeah.
So, we got married. That was June of 70. What was that? 73. We got married in April of 74, and then took off and went to Fort Hood for our first assignment together.
Did she know your background? Did she know
Nah, she did. Well, she figured it out. I mean, after.
But did she know everything you'd been through in Vietnam?
No, she didn't. No, she knew I was up front. I told her, "Look, I've been married. I'm widowed." Didn't seem to bother her, but I figured she had a right to know that. She knew I was in the Army. She knew I'd been in Vietnam, but I didn't talk a lot about it. I didn't certainly not in the detail that I've talked in this interview. But you get lucky twice. And 52 years, this last April will be 53 next April. And
give us, those of us that haven't been married 52 years, there's a lot of divorce in the military community. What do you think are, other than your wife putting up with you, what do you think are some of the secrets to staying married for that long? What are things you think that you guys have done, or what? That's a long time, and it's awesome.
The thing that I think was most important for us in the beginning, two very independent people. She was a very independent, headstrong, Sharon, my wife, independent, headstrong, self-confident, had her own career, didn't depend on me for everything in her life. If I was facetious, I would say give up early and just say, "Yes, dear," and do whatever they say, which is really kind of the truth. But we just got along great, and she didn't mind going to the Army. She could take her career wherever I went, which hurts a lot of military guys if their wife is a career person. Often in the Army, the military wife, especially of a commissioned officer, is expected to be the go-between, if you will, for all the other wives. And back in the older days, the wives' club did all these things like white glove teas and all. My wife was not into that stuff. My wife's idea of a fun outing was to get a bus for all the girls and put a keg of beer on it and go to a pottery factory. White cotillion teas, never, ever once did that. And
some officers' wives are really into that.
A lot of them, candidly, in the older days, the some of the wives who had very little to stand on their own personal merits wore their husband's rank.
Well, that's still a thing today.
And I can tell you that never happened with my wife, who was far more into being fun and friendly and whatever she could do for the other women, she would do. But she didn't worry about all this. You got to spend so much time working at the community, this or that, and you got to go to. She didn't do any of that. She just, let's go drink beer and visit a pottery factory, or let's go on a tour, and let's go to Amsterdam, or let's go to Paris, or whatever. But she always had her own career up until she retired about 2023. Speech pathology, law enforcement. She was a vice detective with Kansas City, undercover for many years. Very capable, self-sufficient woman, and not one that sat at home and worried while I was in the field. And that, so many military families have to be self-sufficient because sometimes the guys are gone, or the military spouse is gone. That's never been an issue. But thank God I didn't have to do that in combat. I would not have done the things I'd done if I had to worry about her at home.
Yeah. Kind of going back, coming out of Vietnam, what was that transition like that, on twofold? One, the war's over and that kind of life is, somewhat left behind you. You stayed in the military, so you didn't get completely away from it. But I mean, war is a very adrenaline filled, especially the job that you did. Just being up close and personal with the enemy, tons of engagements over 3 years. How do you balance that to go back to like a more mundane lifestyle? Or did you crave that and were you done with it?
I left combat to go to the Armor Advanced course. That consumed me for a year. That was not a walk in the park. That was an academic struggle. Not struggle. It was an academic
but it's busy.
objective,
You're busy.
but it focused me. After that, I went 2 years, and I was totally absent from the Army for 2 years. I was a captain on active duty, drawing pay, but nobody around me really knew that. You couldn't tell. I didn't wear a uniform. It was a period of decompression for me. I loved Sigma Chi. Sigma Chi was a great fraternity. You hear today so many of the problems male fraternities have with hazing. Half of my fraternity were veterans. We didn't haze anybody. Everything about the initiation into Sigma Chi is far more mental than it is physical or hazing. Can you imagine hazing a combat vet? You draw back a bloody stub.
Good luck.
Never happened in Sigma Chi. There was a process. You had to follow it. It was not necessarily easy. There was some commitment required and some philosophical challenges, if you will. But I really enjoyed Sigma Chi and still do today. I still am associated with the fraternity and some of my fraternity brothers. The guy who was the director of photography and one of the people that went back on the trip to Vietnam in 2015 was Embry Riddle fraternity brother who is a professional photography guy now, retired captain from American Airlines. So all of those things allowed me to decompress a little bit for a couple of years, and then in January of '75, we head back to Fort Hood. Sharon's first exposure to the Army. That was kind of fun.
Bless your heart, Sharon. Killeen's a tough place.
Killeen, Texas, and she was a speech pathologist with the school system, and I was a gun platoon leader in an air cav troop for a year, XO of an air cav troop for a year, and then commanded a ground cavalry troop, all in the same squadron for a year. Went off to Canada for an exchange tour, came back, and from Fort Hood, we formed an attack helicopter company at Fort Hood within the 6th Cav Brigade in late '77. and took it to Germany with the new S model Cobra. And I was the XO of that outfit. And we took that to Germany to form the basis of the 8th Aviation Battalion at Fenton Army Airfield in Mainz, Germany. So now Sharon's going with me. We're now overseas and never been to Germany. I think she had a great deal of fun with that. We lived on base at Fenton where I worked. I could walk through the woods and I'm at my unit. She still did speech pathology. She taught in the University of Maryland School District, speech communications and other skills that she was able to teach soldiers. She became a world-class racquetball player. Women weren't playing racquetball. She loved it, so she only played with men, and she got really good. I mean, her skill level was far better than mine. But we enjoyed Germany. We had a great time, and then we left Germany after command of an attack company to go to the Command and General Staff College. We were at Leavenworth for a year, and then off to 3 years of ROTC duty, which I was not terribly fond of. It had its moments, but I was not really all that excited about ROTC. I taught at a military junior college, Wentworth Military Academy, and it was a good assignment. I enjoyed it. It was one of the requirements. You had 3 options when you came out of Command and General Staff in those days. You were going to ROTC, Readiness Region, or recruiting. And of the 3, probably ROTC is the best. Recruiting is not something I wanted to do again, and Readiness Region was work with the reserves, and I didn't really want to do that. So all things considered, it was a sacrifice I had to make for 3 years in order to go somewhere else. And I wound up back at Leavenworth, promoted to lieutenant colonel, and was a deputy chief of staff for operations for Fort Leavenworth. And then after that, 6 years as the Army representative to the FAA, based in Kansas City, but a wide range that covered most of the United States in requirements.
How was that job?
That's cool. I basically handled special operations in the National Airspace System. Had a lot of tangential connection with the then Task Force 160, a couple of other units that were a little darker than 160. But wherever they would go, we would go ahead to prepare the National Airspace System to accept them, either through air traffic control requirements or after the special ops guys would do what they did. Occasionally, we had to go back around behind them and pay for the damage to facilitate the payment of damage. When a flight of MH6s overfly a mink farm at whelping time, and the mamas get crazy and start eating all the babies, there's a price to be paid for that. When a cow kicks down the barn door because a special ops Chinook flies over the building at night. I enjoyed it. I had a great time. Worked in the Central Region headquarters. I had an office in Kansas City. I had an office in Chicago. But it was a good assignment. And I retired from that assignment, and we decided to stay in Kansas City, and that's where we are today.
You know, you and I have talked a bunch off camera. I think I've probably asked you a couple questions about it, and there's this kind of thing with Vietnam vets, at least the ones that I've met so far, is you guys haven't been eaten up with the suicide rate that we've seen from my generation. And there's a common theme that I kind of picked up as we've been talking and through our prep, and you get together a lot often with the guys that you served with, and you found this fraternity when you went to college. And, I noticed a theme that you never really worked hard to isolate yourself. Do you think that contributes to some of the reason, or is it just a different generation and you guys were more resilient? I find it super fascinating.
I'm not 100% sure, but here's my thoughts on that. When I came out of Vietnam, I stayed in the Army. Everybody that was in the Army that did what I did had the same commonality of experience that I had. I've always thought if you're and I've used this exact analogy, if you're the only kid from Toadsuck Ferry, Arkansas, that went to Vietnam and you came home and there was no commonality of experience, nobody to talk to, then you wall that up inside you and it festers, and sometimes that's a problem. When everybody in your environment has the same experience you had, if there's a need to talk or a need to share, you are comfortable sharing with a guy who's done exactly what you've done. When we formed that unit at Fort Hood to go to Germany, we had 38 pilots. 37 of them were Vietnam veterans. One, poor W1 Lee Chambers, was assigned to our unit when one of our guys couldn't make the transition because of a medical issue. And so we had 37 combat veterans and one poor W1 that had 200 hours of flight time. Everybody else had 1,500 to 3,000 hours of time. But I have never had an acquaintance that committed suicide. I've never had an acquaintance that had PTSD, debilitating issues. Some, I'm sure, had concerns and worked through it, but our group didn't commit suicide. We have stayed close. The Dark Horse pilots and crew chiefs and ARPs, we get together every year. As I said before, not necessarily at VHPA, but at the Crew Members Association. We want to be with the guys we flew with, our gunners, our pilots, our Hueys, our Cobras, our Loach guys. We take care of each other. My friend John Loftus, who just was tragically killed by accident, is going to be buried at Arlington in the near months. And I guarantee you a slug of guys are going to be there. It's what we do. We take care of each other. We're all, everybody in that group now, at 78, I'm probably the baby of a lot of the guys. I was very young. Most of the warrants were older than me. Most of the guys that I commanded are at least 2 years older than me. But we take care of each other. We look out after each other. We stay in touch with each other. We know within a day, when we lost John, within a day, everybody in my circle knew about it. I was getting side letters, side texts from people going, "Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear?" That started with one phone call from one of my dear friends who's in Alaska, called me after the widow called him. He called me. I called some guys in Dallas. Boom, the word was out. Crew chiefs know. ARPs know. Cobra pilots, Scout pilots, Huey pilots, we all know. And that, I think that degree of love and compassion for each other. I had a guy ask me one time in a public setting. He was a jackass. He said, "Why do you guys wear those hats so you want me to know you're a Vietnam veteran?" And I said, "Partner, we don't wear the hat for you. We wear the hat for each other. I don't care whether you know I'm a Vietnam veteran, but I want to know where the other Vietnam veterans are. And we wear the hat for each other." But when I was coming down here on this trip, getting on the airplane, there was a Marine Corps veteran, Vietnam, that was on the airplane. There was another guy with him that I have no idea what this is, I'm ashamed to say. His ball cap said Baltic War veteran. I don't even know what that is. I don't know if that's Kosovo or whatever that is.
Maybe.
But
I've never seen that.
I don't know. Baltic War. We don't wear it so you know we're Vietnam vets. We want it to know who the other Vietnam vets are. We're proud of our service. Nobody ever called me a baby killer. Nobody ever spit in my eye. Nobody ever did any of that stuff to me. I think that's overly hyped. But we are proud of what we did. I have no regrets about what I did. I have regrets that I lost guys that I truly cared for, but I don't have any regrets about the way I conducted myself. The enduring The enduring negatives of the Vietnam War include the My Lai massacre, where a lieutenant named Rusty Calley had no control over his men, and he allowed them to commit atrocities against men, women, and children. I would never, ever have tolerated that had I been present at such an event. And neither did Hugh Thompson, a helicopter pilot, who saw what was going on, and he landed. He was flying a 23, I believe, and he landed and basically directed Calley and his men to quit killing civilians, and told him if his crew chief would fire on them if they didn't stop what they were doing. The real hero of the My Lai massacre was Hugh Thompson, an Army helicopter pilot who saw fit to stop it. The company commander, Medina, the platoon commander, Calley, they got off easy. I would never have tolerated massacre of civilians. Not then, not now, not ever. But you don't know who Hugh Thompson is. You know who Rusty Calley is. He survived his court-martial. He opened a jewelry store in Columbus, Georgia, and he lived a good life. The people that he killed lost their life. Nobody knows, for the most part, who Hugh Thompson was. That was the hero of My Lai. 99% of the Americans that went to Vietnam conducted themselves as professional soldiers. Anytime you got a war, you got guys that do stupid things. And I wouldn't tolerate it, and God bless you if you don't tolerate it either.
You know, and that's a great segue too, because you and I both spent a lot of time in law enforcement as well. And, you know, we talked about yesterday at length, you know, the George Floyd incident and some of the other incidents. And it's like, you know, a couple cops, and I'm not even referring to those cops, just a couple bad cops, you know, throughout the years have done one or two things, and, you know, you see a national outrage, whereas 99% of the police officers are working hard, doing the right thing.
You cannot paint with a broad brush.
Yeah.
I think you need to police your own ranks.
100%.
When you got guys that are outside the reservation, you need to fix that. But certainly 99% of the military guys conduct themselves honorably. Same thing with law enforcement. But you got to police your own ranks. You have to do that.
You know, you talked about a couple things, and I'm just going to weave these in kind of broad arcs because they kind of go back to different parts. I think you and I were talking yesterday, and I was trying to take notes in my phone because there's no way I can fully capture your life story. But I've tried to pick highlights that I think, one, are interesting, or talk about things that maybe people didn't know. I learned so much for you. I learned as I was doing the research, and we've had another Mac v. SOG. I learned a lot about Vietnam, and I don't know if fascinated is the word, but I grew up. That was the thing that I looked into and read about, and it's what pushed me into my military service. But you had a couple interesting things that we talked about. One of which was Ho Chi Minh. There's a lot of things I didn't know about Vietnam that you taught me. You know, his origin story, why we were there. Could you explain just a little bit of that?
Yeah, it was an eye-opening experience to me as well. When I was working on the sequel, I'm still working on the sequel to Low Level Hell,
which I can't
to cover 2 and 3. I was talking about the shoot downs that occurred the 31st, the 20th, and the 30th. And I called an acquaintance of mine who's a well-known Vietnam author and a former translator for the Central Intelligence Agency. And his name is Merle Pibenow. And excellent book on the Easter invasion that he wrote. So I got a hold of Merle and I said, hey, this is what I'm doing. Is there any way you can help me identify the unit we were fighting at this particular time at this particular place? He said, give me a little time. Calls me back in about 3 days and says, the unit that you were fighting was the 10th Company, 8th Battalion, 241st NVA Anti-Aircraft Regiment. And the guy that shot down Charlie Horse 26 was named Pham Ngoc An. I thought, holy mackerel. How do you know that? And he kind of laughed and he said, well, I translated their unit history for the CIA. Here it is, by the way, in English. And he sent me all that. There's a picture of Pham Ngoc An, who was awarded Hero Killer of American Helicopters for shooting down Charlie Horse 26. But as I went back to Vietnam, we reached out through another expatriate CIA guy who lives in Hanoi. We reached out to him, hired him, contacted these members, the survivors of the 241st Anti-Aircraft, all of whom lived up kind of close to the Chinese border. And we had a film crew, and we flew to Vietnam and Hanoi, and we met these guys in a cafe one night. And the first thing they wanted to know, I had a little interpreter who went with me to interpret, and they wanted to know, how old were you when we fought? And I said, I was 24 when I fought your group. And I said, how old were you then? And they all said, well, we were about 18. So I was older than them, and there is an appreciation for that in the Vietnamese culture. And they treated me with absolute honor and respect. They were overtly respectful to my wife. They called her Madame. When we were walking, and many times in the 3 weeks we were there, they would actually flag down a moped and put her on the back seat, side saddle, and ride her so she didn't have to walk. Many of them were married, and several of the functions we went to, they brought their wives, and all their wives are about 4 feet tall max. My wife is 5'7", 5'8", and John Bruno, the Academy Award winner, who went with us to ramrod this documentary, which is yet to be finished. But anyway, John Bruno's wife is about 6 feet tall, gorgeous blonde. The Vietnamese don't know what to think about Lori Bruno because they're 4 feet tall and she's 2 feet taller. And one kid walked up to us and made a comment in front of Zoe, my little interpreter. And I asked her, I said, what did that kid just say? He was looking at Lori Bruno. And he said, that's the tallest white woman I have ever seen. They're friendly, they're inquisitive, there is no animosity. Vietnam veterans that have not been to Vietnam should not be afraid to go back. They have forgotten the war. The veterans want to be friends with each other. And we went up to the camp, the area close to the Chinese border, where Ho Chi Minh had been fighting the Japanese. The Japanese occupied what was then called Cochin, China. We now call it Vietnam. But the Japanese occupied and ran the French out. The French fought the Japanese in Indochina, and they were essentially run out. And Ho Chi Minh was assisting the United States and the British through assistance from the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, in recovering downed air crewmen in Indochina, Cochin, China. And so we sent a DEER team, essentially a special forces team, early in their existence, to link up with Ho Chi Minh. The guy that commanded that team was named Archimedes Patty, and he wrote a wonderful book years ago called Why Vietnam. And a lot of this I learned from that book. But Ho Chi Minh was stricken with malaria or dengue fever or some terrible disease and was near death in his camp up on the Chinese border. And the medic from that DEER team gave him sulfa drugs and quinine and whatever, and actually saved Ho Chi Minh's life. Had he not been there and Ho Chi Minh had died, would the communist revolution have occurred? Would the French have been triumphant in Southeast Asia? But when the Japanese capitulated, Ho Chi Minh rode into Hanoi on a horse with the DEER team, right with him. and basically declared Vietnam an independent country, which didn't fit with the political objectives of the United States. Roosevelt and Truman were more interested in reestablishing the French in control of Indochina. And so we returned the French to Vietnam in American Liberty ships. And of course, that set in motion what I believe was the communist revolution in Indochina, which would ultimately culminate in the wars in Vietnam, which went from 1945 all the way to 1973, almost unending. And I think about what would have happened if the Deer Team hadn't been there and Ho had died.
Well, it's funny because when you told me when Ho Chi Minh retook Hanoi, he was wearing a shoulder holster.
Yeah, he had. He was enamored of Major Patty's and the team's .45 pistols. He wanted a .45 pistol, and Patty describes in his work that he wired his headquarters in India and had an aircraft come in and drop a parachute with a pair of .45 pistols that were sent by the president for Ho Chi Minh, and that's what he was wearing when he went back to Hanoi. But we were pulled out very quickly. The Americans were pulled out. The French were reinserted. The Viet Minh, the insurgency was essentially established. And we may have missed an opportunity there, but he was a communist. He was a revolutionary, and our objectives lay with France. And so years later, we fought a war there against Ho Chi Minh.
I'd love to get your thoughts because, a lot of Afghan and Iraq vets, but especially Afghanistan vets, those of us that went and fought in Afghanistan, and then we watched, what happened and Biden's handing the country back and the way he did. What was it like for you to watch what happened in Vietnam towards the end and our pullout and it all kind of, I don't want to say it's all for naught because I don't think that's fair to people that serve.
We left in 73, early 73. The International Peace Commission came in and basically negotiated the truce, and they released prisoners, we released prisoners. And then Vietnam was on its own for, from 73 on till the fall in 75. And the American government did not, in my opinion, support the Vietnamese to the degree that I think perhaps they should have or could have. I see some parallel perhaps with Ukraine. We're not fighting Russians. The Ukrainians are, and they have exposed what I consider to be the great fallacy of the prowess of the Russian force. The Ukrainians have said, no, not here, not today, not on my watch, and the Russians have largely been unsuccessful in Ukraine. I spent a career in Europe as a border kind of guard, preparing for when the Russian horde came down the Fulda Gap. I had a totally different opinion of the Russian army than I do today. Our enemy is not as much Russia as it is other large communist countries, but I think politically people make concessions that sometimes don't hold water and maybe are not well thought out. America has a problem with continuity of obligation.
Yeah, that's a great point. Especially because we're only thinking 4-year cycles.
I look at, we left the Vietnamese high and dry.
Just like
whole communities.
Left the Kurds too.
Well, hadn't got to the Kurds yet, but you got the Hmong, the mountain people, the indigenous people who were so deeply embedded in our SOG operations. Montagnards, Bru, and Hmong and Nung mercenaries. We left those guys high and dry. We did it to the Afghans. We did it to the Kurds. All folks that had supported us. And I think you got to consider what's what's the worth of an American promise? We've got to have continuity in our government. And you're right. Every 4 years, our word changes.
Yeah.
That which we will support theoretically changes every 4 years. And that's very bothersome to me.
And our adversaries know that as well.
Oh, of course they do. Of course they do. The countries like Persia, Iran, have been around for thousands and thousands of years. They were a civilized country before we existed. I think they're perfectly willing to wait us out. Everything I know about foreign policy right now is what I watch on television. But if they know they can wait out 4 years to them in a 1,000-year dynasty is infinitesimally small.
Same with China. I mean,
yeah, you said that. I didn't say that. But the enemy knows that they can wait us out, and they're prepared to wait for perhaps an administration that's willing to look the other way. And that's, I look back. I count America's word in the names of the guys that I personally know that gave their life for American freedom.
Amen.
And the American objective. When you lost all those guys in Vietnam, 52,000, and then you look at a country that's willing to turn their back on them and let the ultimate demise of Vietnam be the collapse of government and the onset of a communist takeover. Exactly the same thing in Afghanistan.
What do you want people to know about the Vietnam War and those who served?
All of us, I think for the most part, those that went willingly believed truthfully that we were fighting communism at our back door. And there was this thing called the domino principle, that if one country fell to communism, if we lost Vietnam, then we lose the Philippines. If we lose the Philippines, we lose Indonesia, we lose Thailand, we lose Laos. And the domino falling in all of Southeast Asia would become a communist empire. That was a worthy fight, but when you look at the end of the Vietnam War, I believe it was called the Case-Church Agreement that basically cut off all support to the Vietnamese government. What do? We've supported them. The bulwark of American defense in Southeast Asia was air power. And when you take away the air power, the fledgling Vietnamese army, which was still very young in its infancy, is not capable of defending themselves against the much more aggressive and well-structured North Vietnamese army. We turned our backs on them, and we left them to fend for themselves. We did it to the Kurds. We did it to the Montagnards. We've still got people in Afghanistan, I'm confident, that need to and want to come out, and we have not done right by them. I would like to see government with some continuity of integrity and objective and foreign policy. That's where we can disagree about social issues, Democrat, Republican, Independent, but when it comes to the national objectives of the United States, I think we need to speak with one voice.
What is it like for you to see like air power, air cav? It's completely changing. I mean, the helicopters, you and I were talking, they've just deactivated, I think, the entire...
Air cavalry is gone. It's dead. Largely, and again, the last thing the current leadership of the Army needs is a bunch of retired guys sitting in the backyard talking about how they ought to be doing things. But from that perspective, air cavalry has been eclipsed by the drone evolution.
Ukraine has changed the face of modern warfare.
Ukraine and their total stalemate with the Russian forces has totally changed the way we look at warfare. Air cavalry is now defunct in the United States Army. It's gone. It was gone in December. Every air cavalry squadron is gone. The way I fought a war is gone, will never be again. Scout aircraft, there aren't any. We've got gunships. We've got Blackhawks being replaced by MV-75 Cheyenne II, which is essentially a Bell tilt rotor. Nobody asked my opinion, but I think it's too big. I think it's too complex. It's fast. It goes a long way, but the Army lives in the field. The Army lives like the Marine Corps, not like the Navy and the Air Force. I am not convinced that that's particularly the way to go. But the integration of the attack helicopter and drones, semi-autonomous drones that can be controlled from an attack helicopter like the Apache, has a lot of reasonability to me, and I can see why they did what they did. But it breaks my heart to see that the cavalry is gone. If it's not ground cav, it ain't cav, because air cav is gone. And that really is painful to me.
Sure. Especially as somebody who, helped revolutionize the platform and moved it forward. But, I mean, the other part of, I think you and I had talked about it at some point, if we can send a drone and not have to risk a pilot.
Yeah.
I think to a certain...
How would you like to be the guy shot down on the battlefield and the drone that arrives to pick you up is autonomous? It's unmanned. And, the door opens and there's nobody in there. You're supposed to get in. Yeah, they're doing it.
They're sending out, land drones. I haven't seen an air drone, but they've sending out, land drones and coppers to rescue Ukrainians where they drive back.
We've got OH-58 platforms, the Bell Ranger platform, and Blackhawk platforms that are autonomous aircraft. They're flying around unmanned. I don't know. There's a lot that remains to be seen. I will not see that in its culmination. But, I worry about things like, do you give DFCs to drone operators sitting in a trailer in Nevada? Is there valor in that? Is there courage in that? Nah, I don't think so. I think all of that goes away. Courage and valor are synonymous with honor and honorable. And it's very easy to send a drone over and blow up a bunch of guys in a car. Little different to face them head on and mutual combat.
That's a great
point. To a degree, I wait to be convinced.
The last thing I kind of wanted to bring up, and it's completely off this topic we were just talking about, but it was interesting to me, and I thought it was interesting enough to bring up on this podcast. During the Biden administration, they changed a lot of the names of bases, and my generation, me especially, was like, that sucks. There was politics involved, and we all know that's a whole nother conversation. But taking the politics aside, there were some names that were changed, and there were people that personally. One of them was Fort Hood. I was stationed at Fort Hood at one point in my career, and I thought it was horrible. Why would they do that? Because that was the base that I knew. But tell me about General Cavazos.
Well, backing up just a little bit, at the end of the Civil War, as a part of reintegration of the Confederate States back into the Union, military posts across the South were named for Confederate generals. Hood, Rucker, Polk, all these were Confederate generals, where posts in the North, in the Union territories, were named were named for Union generals, and that was from 1865 on. And then, for whatever reason, certain administrations saw fit to change the names of those posts. But these, Fort Hood has always been Fort Hood to me.
Same.
John Bell Hood was the Texas Brigade commander in the Confederate forces, but they changed the name of Hood to Cavazos. Dick Cavazos, as a brigadier general, was the deputy commanding general, 2nd Armored Division, when General Patton, my favorite Patton, was the commanding general, and I was a troop commander there. I thought the world of General Cavazos. He hung the moon as far as I was concerned. And so to name Fort Hood away from John Bell Hood to Dick Cavazos, I thought, sure, go right ahead. That's a super American. Same thing at Fort Rucker. Fort Rucker became Fort Novosel. And I had the very great honor to personally know Mike Novosel, Medal of Honor recipient, who was a dust-off pilot. And to name Rucker Novosel is just fine with me. To change Bragg to Liberty did not make a lot of sense to me. I didn't quite understand that one. To change Polk to Johnson, I never did quite understand that. I understand the political imperative of why certain people do certain things. But as an individual, I would ask folks to consider the value of renorming history. History is what it was, and you learn from history, both the good and the bad, and you don't want to repeat those mistakes. But to change it for the sake of changing it, for no apparent objective, didn't make much sense to me. But I had no problem with Cavazos and Novosel. Those were great
Was
Americans.
Cavazos the Medal of Honor?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
And
wonderful guy.
He was also in Vietnam, was he not?
Oh, yeah. All the generals that I worked for were all Vietnam guys. You know, just before I got to Vietnam, what a lot of people don't remember, in the 1st Division, we lost General Ware. I want to say it was early December of 68. The commanding general, 1st Infantry Division, was shot down over Quan Loy. We lost the aide, the general, the sergeant major, the general's dog. A German Shepherd was on the aircraft, and all those guys were killed. And that was General Keith Ware, a great, also Medal of Honor recipient from World War II in Korea. And that's when we got General Tabor, and then we got General Malloy. And I truly worship the ground that General Malloy walked on. He was a great soldier. He took time to talk to troops. When Malloy would come to a award ceremony at our troop at Fuloy, all of us noticed that he took time after the ceremony. He didn't get back on his Huey and fly off. He took the troop commander and said, "Let's take a walk." And they'd go into the troop barracks. They'd talk to guys. They'd go into the mess hall. They'd talk to guys. Kids working on the flight line. He'd walk up to them and, here's a PFC that just got to Vietnam. He's never seen a lieutenant colonel, much less a major general. And here's General Malloy walking around, shaking hands with guys. How you doing? Where you from? That's an American general. That's the kind of general that I gravitated to. That's the kind of officer that I tried to be. Taking care of the troops is the fundamental function of an American officer and an American NCO. If you can't do that, you're not doing your job.
Amen.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I build Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards.
Hugh, I could talk to you for another 20 hours. I mean, we only covered, your military career. We didn't even cover the back half. And you did a whole career in law enforcement we didn't get to. And we've been talking for almost 8 hours. So they'll definitely.
There is nobody on earth that wants to listen to you and me talk for 8 hours. I'm convinced of that.
I agree. So I think this is probably, there definitely will be a part 2 coming if we can drag you back out here again. But from the bottom of my heart, man, it has been, in a society where we glorify, sports athletes and actors, and I've always laughed. I've never really been into sports, and some people follow it religiously. You're kind of one of those personal heroes to me. Not to make you feel uncomfortable, but it's just been, I just feel like a kid in a candy store. I could have talked. We talked yesterday for hours and hours, and even this conversation, this time has passed very quickly. I just want to thank you. Thank you for this service to the nation. Thank you for being who you are. And just thank you for really being open and honest. You know, I think there's this misnomer that my generation felt for a long time that we were kind of scared to talk to Vietnam vets, right? Like, you know,
Yeah, that's fair.
and there was a period where it wasn't a cool thing to talk about it, but it's such a piece of our history, even if there are a little bit of black eyes. But, you know, there were so many heroic things that happened, and so many, you know, you just in the time that we shared, you shared so many different stories. And, you know, the most of your stories, even though I was asking you about your part in it, you were always just very quick to point out who was around and who did what. And your memory of names has just been awesome. And it's just a testament to who you are. And I know you represent your community well. And I know there's a lot of other guys like you. I know and I've talked off camera. I'm going to try to snag as many of these stories as humanly possible. Cause it's a part of our history, and it's good to memorialize that, so that we don't forget the sacrifice to this nation, that your generation made, and those that came before you as well. And you know, I didn't get to spend too much time in my lifetime with World War II vets. My grandfather served in World War II, and my only regret is I didn't ask him more questions, because there was this thing where, you know, you don't want to talk about it and you can't talk about it. So it's just been amazing to learn, and for you to just be just open and just really, I mean, even when we were preparing, you left nothing. I mean, you basically told me I could ask you whatever I wanted, minus a few Bill Clinton stories we couldn't tell on the podcast, which were just as fun. But just thank you for your time.
And I got to say, I one of the great pleasures of my life is to be able to say, I grew up across the street from Bill Clinton. I went to school with Bill Clinton. I was in the same high school with Bill Clinton, and I have met him. I know him. He's very close to my family, and I think the world of Bill Clinton. And that's as political as I get. I am not a political person, but I vote my conscience, and I think that's what every American ought to do. And if you can live with it, vote for it. If you can't live with it, don't vote for it. But I appreciate the forum. I appreciate the ability to talk about Vietnam. 52,000 plus Americans gave their life there, and they did it with an objective to stop communism. And today we're still fighting communism. Our principal objective, our principal adversary, is communism. And communism is more alive in this country today than it ever was when I was a young guy coming up. And when you hear folks in the American political structure say that the need in America is for revolution, communist revolution, social revolution in the American government, as long as I'm here, they're going to have a problem with me, because I swore to defend the nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I think we don't need communism. We don't need socialism. And those who would endorse it have never lived under it and have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, amen. Well, on that, thanks for your time. It's, I think, our most precious commodity. And thanks for spending some with us. If you're out there and this helped you, the best way you can support the podcast is to just send this to a couple people. If you're listening to this on the audio platforms, it's the place that we're hurting the most. So if you could leave us a review on Spotify or iTunes, that would really help our algorithm. Sometimes we wonder if we're going to continue to push these audio platforms, but that would really help us. Leave us a review, whatever you think. Thanks for all the support out there. We started the new nutrition line, Hoplite Nutrition. 100% of those proceeds are to support the podcast, and also the nonprofit Coast to Coast that we've partnered with. So anyway, stay safe out there, guys. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.